Jadi selain dari channel YouTube KPP Madya Surakarta, dari Sanggar Cemara pun juga menyiarkan secara langsung.
Oh iya betul. Jadi tidak hanya dari channel YouTube KPP Madya Surakarta saja, sudah tersedia live streaming yang disediakan oleh Sanggar Cemara.
Baik, kita persilahkan kepada Sanggar Cemara untuk memulai gamelannya.
Hello, sorry, it's my beautiful hair. Bebas, smooth terus, no more drama. I can dance freely. Swipe, swipe, swipe. My hair goes crazy, and boom, I'm on FYP. Let's go. Slide, jump, flip. I'm flying. Fresh, wangi all the time. Bye-bye gerah. OMG, super cool kan? Sama kayak rambutmu. Well, simply keren, nggak pakai drama. Rambut no drama. Rejoice 3 in 1.
Skincare lebih maksimal loh pakai sunscreen.
Cuma kalau bikin nggak nyaman, enggak deh.
Kalau kita pakai yang ini, sunscreen nomor 1 di Indonesia. Teksturnya ringan, cepat meresap. Wardah UV Shield Essential Sunscreen Gel dengan SPF 30 PA++, zero alkohol dan kaya akan vitamin.
Kamu pakai sunscreen di rumah?
Ya iya dong. Bukan cuma UV yang nggak baik, blue light juga loh. So, let's shield up the game. Wardah UV Shield, hadang UV dan blue light.
well in one game and set yourself up for success. At least that's what we saw yesterday. But now when it's only the top 6 moving forward, as we see, it looks like Team 21 in an early encounter here with Neil. Looks like it could be a potential trade if Wyos is able to stay up, and they're not able to. Super unfortunate timing, and looks like Neil and Quispy both still alive by the skin of their teeth.
So this is going to be a low health battle across the board. But this is one of those points where you can play around this storm. You can assume that people might be able to flank you or make these crazy plays because that blue zone is not doing as much damage. But, well, you got to get back up on your feet in the first place. Toxic comes up, crests the hill, able to get the elim. The play zone does the rest of the work on the Skull, though. J-Star, shots flying either way, forced to back off though, knows that at an angle like that on the staircase, really hard to get those shots in, unless you just fly in and go for it. J-Star though, so very, very weak, spraying bullets through that open door as they desperately try to get Illusio up. Lethal, they make the double entry, they don't expect them on the ground, the sneaky play, well they get one, they get 2 eliminations, and you gotta be careful, sometimes there's spooky ghosts in the mist.
Nunez providing the overwatch, but can only do so for but a moment, and they don't know that Thirst has run away. Bob still up, 0 elimination. Looks like Boss is still up. I was going to say 0 eliminations, but there goes our tried and true Deadshot. Down early, this time with only 1 placement point.
But now if you're Wisp, a down here in the elimination feed. Dream with 2 eliminations, but Simp looking for their first. And well, we said, will the shotgun make an appearance? It finally does.
Final duo, they have the player advantage. However, I've seen Trash on low HP essentially for the last 90 seconds or so. You can only imagine as Nunez finds Thirst. That's 2 eliminations back to back for Nunez and their first 2 of this map as we're down this final fight. Bob in trouble, and it looks like the duo is bested by Boss. Boss still up. Saw Waloed and Levely get taken out in that encounter, and something that's difficult about mid, seeing so many different angles you can get shot from, and well, you're fighting one team and then you get shot from probably 50 meters away or so from the rooftop or a window of another building inside of mid, and so
if you smell that, they're just taking some time to get off clean like in Faith, cleaning up that kill. Speaking of, 3rd elimination coming through, but the job's not done just yet. 5 teams remaining. 6 players and make it 5 as Lycan. Well, you had time to recover, but not maybe as much time as you would have thought. Gets pushed, and Affy will take them down 2 eliminations to their name as we're into the final 14. They do have terrain on their side in terms of the fact that they're a little lower down, and well, even better if the other 2 teams start fighting against each other. Boss, though, in the storm, just trying to wait it out, saying you guys can take each other on. I will third party.
PUBG Mobile players and fans. We've been hard at work continuously improving and polishing our game, and at long last, the official Livic map is ready to be played. In the official release version of Livic, we've retained the beta version's fast-paced combat while also revamping the major urban areas. At the same time, we've added a new vehicle and new interactables to the map for everyone to enjoy. New urban areas. In the official version of Livic, we've substantially improved the look of many areas and revamped layouts for a total upgrade. This is all to give everyone a fresh combat experience. Mid-Steam. First off, let's introduce Mid-Steam. The gateway with the name of the area and the main street in the city are the new landmarks. With buildings of different heights, this area will give players plenty to think about when strategizing. Take the high ground advantage or battle in close quarters. Anything is possible. Blomster. In the new Blomster, the wide streets divide the city into many areas. This means that whoever gains a better view of the city gains an advantage in battle. Your opponents would not want to attack you from the streets. And don't forget to check out the soccer field. We prepared a surprise reward for our players in this newly added area. Logistics Center. The lumber yard was changed to the Logistics Center. In a large open area, piled up shipping containers create a huge amount of cover. They're great for flexible strategies, but you must stay vigilant, as there may also be enemies around every corner. Get ready for close quarter combat. Iceboard. On a snow-covered hill, a castle stands. There are a lot of buildings with varying heights in Iceboard, with a white church in the center. If you want to take advantage of the terrain here, why not try to attack from behind? But keep an eye out for enemies that are doing the same thing, because once you expose yourself, you'll be at the mercy of enemy fire from above. New vehicle. In the official version of Livic, players will be able to find an all-new, all-terrain UTV. It has a compact frame, holds 4 passengers, and is great for traversal. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, the UTV handles them with ease. It could be your ticket to the final circle. Advanced Supply Zone. Want to stockpile combat supplies as soon as the match starts? No worries. In the official version of Livic, an Advanced Supply Zone will spawn randomly on the map. There are more resources than usual in this zone, but that also means more competition. If you're confident in your shooting skills, then give this place a try. Good luck! New interactive gameplay. In the official version of Livic, we added lots of interactables. They help make the official map more interesting, give more resources to players, and expand their options during a match. Wild berries. When you're out in rural areas of Livic, look around carefully, and you might just find some wild berries. Eat them to help you with survival, so that you can stay fresh for battles just around the corner. Soccer Challenge. There's a new soccer field in Blomster, but that's no ordinary field. Try to score a goal and see what happens. Excellent rewards await you. Storehouse. Breaking news. A batch of weapons has been delivered to Livic, and they're hidden in the aqueduct. Destroy the wall with firearms or explosives to hoard the hidden arsenal for yourself. High-flying vehicles. When you find crates in hard-to-reach places, try looking around. This is a challenge for players that live in the fast lane. Find a nearby motorcycle and ramp to reach those crates and get the rewards prepared for daredevils. Zipline. Ziplines will be added to the official version of Livic, giving players a way to move quickly from 2 fixed points. It will help you escape from enemies or the blue zone when in a pinch. Random supplies and treasure maps. In the official version of Livic, equipment and item crates will spawn randomly, giving you more ways to get items. Also pay attention to the treasure maps on the map because they help you locate supply crates nearby, so that you can get to them quickly. In the official version of Livic in Ranked Classic mode, we will bring back the recall event for a limited time. Getting defeated no longer means the end. Every player can be recalled once. When a recall is still available, players will be able to recall teammates for a period of time after they are defeated. We also added new quick chat voices so teammates can communicate better when recalling. As for players that are being recalled, we've also improved their vision when returning to the battleground so that they can better rejoin the battle immediately after landing. Other content. In addition to the changes above, the volcano that has been dormant for years in Livic has become active. Please be cautious when it erupts and stay away from the spewing lava. That's it for the official version of Livic. We hope you like it. If you want to know more, don't forget to follow our official bull community. We look forward to seeing you in the official version of Livic. Happy gaming!
And welcome to the final day of the PUBG Mobile 2022 Livic Community Cup. I'm your host, HAJI. I hope you are stoked because we have a jam-packed today of nothing but action, and we got some special guests as well. We'll get to that here in just a bit. But before we do, let's go ahead and run a little quick recap of exactly how this tournament has played out so far. And as you can see here, day one was the open qualifiers. We had over 1,000 people battle it out, and it was the top 208 of that massive group that earned the privilege to compete in day number 2. Now, this was another day of solos matches where those 208 competitors were split up into 4 groups of 52 here in Livic. And remember, that first day, it was all about eliminations, and it got crazy. 1 elim per 5 points. It went nuts. And out of all those squads, it got cut down in half once again. 104 players here for day number 3. That was Friday, and it was a duos match. And duos, a lot different than the solos that we saw there before. And those squads, those players, they had to have been practicing this entire time because now it's the finals, and all those duos had some time to practice over the weekend, and they have been joined up with some of your favorite creators here today, and they are going to try to go at a $50,000 prize pool. That's right. One will be crowned the Livic Community Cup champion. First place is going to get 20 grand. Second's going to get 10. Third's going to get 5, going all the way down the line. And remember, the creators, they got their own money, right? This is going all to the community right here. So those duos are going to split that between each other. That is how you do it right there. So I hope you guys have just been tweeting it all up, following all the main socials, because you're going to need to, because we got a lot of stuff, a lot of action happening here today. And of course, I couldn't do it without my amazing casters here today. So why don't we go ahead and bring them on in, dude? The beast. We got Courage. We got Goj. We got Katie. How are y'all feeling today? Courage, right? It's your first day here. Why don't I start with you, Papa? How you feeling?
Oh, man, I'm feeling great. It's such an honor to be joined here by the one and only Katie Bedford and Goji Berry himself. Seriously, it is just such an honor, and you know, seriously, for the first time in almost 3 years, I'm commentating. I had such a blast playing the PUBG Mobile event about a month and a half ago. The PUBG ambassadors and creators were so kind to me. You know, the casting team didn't roast my gameplay too hard, so when this opportunity came up, it was a no-brainer. I stream on YouTube, and YouTube has a massive PUBG Mobile audience. One that's honestly probably mind-blowing to many people in North America who don't really watch content from around the world. So for me, it was a no-brainer to be involved. I'm so excited to cast, and honestly, I just can't wait for it to get started.
Let's go. Let's go. First of all, you know, Courage, again, thank you for dressing up today, Papa, and loaning me your shirt. I appreciate it, man. You know, that's how you do it, dude. That's how you do it. Yo, Goj, how are you feeling today, bro?
I was feeling fantastic until that introduction from Courage. I am just going to leave now. We're going to just pack it up. I'm going to let Katie and Courage take it. No, it has been an incredible event all the way through. Solos was a lot of fun to see the different play styles, all of these community members coming together and competing for a chance at $50,000. But there's no chances anymore, right? You have a piece of $50,000 in front of you. The question is, how much will you take home? 13th taking $500. First place taking $20,000, and that money, by the way, is only split between the community members, not our content creators that are going to be joining them, which is insane. So yeah, no, really excited to be here with Courage and Katie, and of course Jukes, you as well.
That's right. Katie, finals day, we finally made it. How you feeling?
Wonderful. I'm so excited. The evolution, the gameplay changes we've seen from the solos to the duos to now we're in quads. How these teams, which one of these duos who are already paired together, maybe had never played before, now with these content creators, who's going to come out on top? I think the action is going to be top tier. And right as Goj said it, of course, it's going to be $10,000 each to the community duo that comes out on top. That's life-changing money, and it's all from PUBG Mobile, which is really cool.
And we had some B squads here today, so I'm so stoked to get into that. But of course, why don't we go ahead and take a look at how day 3 went to catch up everybody here that's watching.
Well in one game and set yourself up for success. At least that's what we saw yesterday. But for now, when there's only the top 6 moving forward, as we see, it looks like T21 in an early encounter here with Neil. Looks like it could be a potential trade if YOS is able to stay up, and they're not able to. super unfortunate timing, and looks like Neil and Quispy both still alive by the skin of their teeth.
So this is going to be a low health battle across the board. But this is one of those points where you can play around this storm. You can assume that people might be able to flank you or make these crazy plays because that blue zone is not doing as much damage. But, well, you got to get back up on your feet in the first place. Toxic comes up, crests the hill, able to get the elim. The play zone does the rest of the work on the Skull, though. J-Star, shots flying either way, forced to back off though, knows that at an angle like that on the staircase, really hard to get those shots in, unless you just fly in and go for it. J-Star though, so very, very weak, spraying bullets through that open door as they desperately try to get Illusio up. Lethal, they make the double entry, they don't expect them on the ground, the sneaky play, well they get one, they get 2 eliminations, and you gotta be careful, sometimes there's spooky ghosts in the mist.
Nunez providing the overwatch, but can only do so for but a moment, and they don't know that Thirst has run away. Bob still up, 0 elimination. Looks like Boss is still up. I was gonna say 0 eliminations, but there goes our tried and true Deadshot down early, this time with only 1 placement point.
But now if you're Wisp, a down here in the elimination feed. Dream with 2 eliminations, but Simp looking for their first. And well, we said, will the shotgun make an appearance? It finally does.
Final duo, they have the player advantage. However, I've seen Trash on low HP essentially for the last 90 seconds or so. You can only imagine as Nunez finds Thirst. That's 2 eliminations back to back for Nunez and their first 2 of this map as we're down this final fight. Bob in trouble, and it looks like the duo is bested by Boss. Boss still up. Saw Waloed and Levely get taken out in that encounter, and something that's difficult about mid, seeing so many different angles you can get shot from, and well, you're fighting one team and then you get shot from probably 50 meters away or so from the rooftop or a window of another building inside of mid. And so
if you smell that, they're just taking some time to get off lane like in Faith, cleaning up that kill. Speaking of, 3rd elimination coming through, but the job's not done just yet. 5 teams remaining. 6 players and make it 5 as Lycan. Well, you had time to recover, but not maybe as much time as you would have thought. Gets pushed, and Affy will take them down 2 eliminations to their name as we're into the final 14. They do have terrain on their side in terms of the fact that they're a little lower down, and well, even better if the other 2 teams start fighting against each other. Boss, though, in the storm, just trying to wait it out, saying you guys can take each other on. I will third party.
Welcome back. Woo! Day number 3 was action-packed, but we're here back in the finals. Courage, what'd you feel about that right there, huh? Some of that gameplay, that duo action? You like it?
Look, the big thing that I'm going to be looking at for this today is squads in Battle Royale games play entirely differently compared to duos. Katie brought up a great point. There could be someone hiding in the mist in some of these games. Squads is a bit different. It's about using your positioning to show pressure, force other players away from pushing towards the area you're trying to hold on. And also, with so many points on the line per game today, if you get a high score, if you have one player on your team who can rat on up and get you from an 8th place all the way up to a top 3, that's an 8-point difference, which could be the difference in a lot of money as this tournament moves forward.
That's right, the biggest of facts. And man, speaking of squads, we got a whole bunch of great ones here. So why don't we bring it up and take a look at all the squads that are going to be playing here today. And you can see it right here. Look at this. By the way, the names, right, were picked by the duo players. The community picked these names. And, Coach, what do you think about them?
There are some amazing squads. When you look back at our leaderboard from the duos, you look at the people near the top of that leaderboard, which is of course Payback and Bessie Boss. You had Chaotic and Dream. You had Affy and Gosun. But then you have to compare notes with, okay, who are these content creators? Like, are they talented? Are they extremely cracked out of their minds? Or are they maybe a bit more on the content side, right? Like, we'll be talking a lot about that today, but there's plenty of dynamic quads to take a look at all the way through these 6 games.
Katie, what are you thinking? Who stands out to you?
If you're talking about pure elimination capacity and high slaying potential, grass stains, look no further. As Coach said it right, Bessie Boss and Payback were so incredibly dominant when we saw them paired up in duos, but also along the bottom line, the little homies Ruby and Nexus also played extremely well, as did J-Star's team of J-Star and Verified. So yeah, you couple them with those content creators, and that is always going to be the interesting part of the equation, right, Jukes? Of, well, what content creators are more slaying or more content?
I'll tell you what, one that's going to be both. It's Team Endgame. You know, you see Rolex, Powerbang, Apri,
yes.
you know? That is a thick squad right there. That's what I like to see. By the way, these are going to be the scoring points here. So it's 2 points per elimination. First place going to give you 15 points. That chicken dinner. Second going down the line. And then all the way down 14th to 26, 0 courage.
And look, that's where you got to kind of reset. You have 6 games to play today for one, to keep that in mind. But, yeah, you mentioned it, Jukes. I'm all Team Endgame today. Look. Powerbang came on in here. He tried to sweet talk me. He knows I'm commentating. He's like, "Hey, Courage, good to see you." And I'm like, "No. All right, if you're garbage today, I'm gonna roast you. Simple as that." But Rolex was one of the great leaders I had in our tournament. You look at the duo that they had coming on in. They placed second yesterday, so I'm confident between the duo, who obviously performed very well to make it this far. Then with Rolex and Powerbang's experience, I'm Team Endgame all day today, baby.
I like to hear that. So, I mean, hey, you got to play with Rolex before, but you know what? You're going to see how he plays right now. Guys, take it away.
Woo! It's time. We're going to be jumping into the first map of the day, joined by Courage and Katie and all of these incredible teams. Look, I got to say, Courage, Rolex was your guy, and he's back again. Team number 3 in-game, that team title that they've been given, that was one of the teams I was taking a look at and saying, hey, there's a good chance they've got a good shot at winning this. So we'll be seeing exactly where they drop. As we take a look at the map, you see everybody spreading out as per usual. And then that blue team right there in the center, that mid-steam drop was the hottest drop all day Friday and all day Thursday.
Hey, Coach, can I try something here real quick?
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Game number 1 of our grand finals here of PUBG Mobile's 2022 Live Community Cup. And already we're on board with Team Endgame as they're getting some positioning. They definitely have power advantage, especially with that mid building for Rolex right here. But will they go for a skirmish early on? For you guys who've commentated the other days, what was the experience? Were people trying to fight right off spawn? Were they playing a ton of loot? It looks like they're kind of getting right into it.
Yeah, I mean, the answer, a definite yes. The teams that were on the highest elimination side, the teams that tended to be dominating the lobbies, did get those early drop, high aggression pushes, get a few eliminations, get that loot, and then spend that middle portion of the map focusing on those end game rotations. So I'm not surprised to see them here a little aggressive. We'll see if it pays off. But yeah, the answer, a certain yes. If you want to be on top, you got to start out with some early elims.
It's a great point too, Courage, what you talked about before about quads, because these fights will come in a bit slower than before. With duos or solos, you can oftentimes just play trades and make the push full aggression, but with 4 players staring you through different angles, some have high ground, some have maybe in a roundabout way to get the revives. I mean, you got to remember, we have the recall towers here in the new Livic, and so if you do lose 1, 2, maybe even 3 of your teammates, you can get them all back if you just get to that recall tower. So it might be, hey, who's going to play that safe position, plays the Overwatch position, and should things go completely horrible, they back out and go for the revive.
And this is exactly what I had brought up. This team, Prod and crew, know that they did not have the power position in that fight. They make the wise decision to back on up. And for people to remember at home who might be tuning on it just for today, as we watch Metalcore get a quick little kill right here, this is not an entirely packed map. So as the players are dropping on in, they're able to look around, see who's around them, make note of what areas might be open if someone's nearby, and then play off that. As it looks like for a second here, I'd be having a little bit of lag on my end. I don't know if you guys, are you seeing that too?
Yeah, we'll be jumping right back into it as soon as we can. I want to take a moment here while we were watching Metacore's team to talk about that squad as well. There were another that I highlighted. Katie, you mentioned them as well. Ruby and Nexus had a fantastic showing on Friday, which was our day 3 duos. And Metalcore is a content creator for Ghost Gaming, also competed Courage against you, I believe, in the 4th anniversary event that you played in. Very talented player. Might have even taken you down once or twice. I'm sure, you know, looking back, thinking back, it's a little hazy, but I think you returned the favor once or twice, maybe.
Yeah, maybe my teammates did. It wasn't saying much to take me down. Look, that tournament was basically like, it was like I was a 3rd grader in the middle of the WWE Royal Rumble ring, and I got called in, and I just got my ass beat.
Just go for their kneecaps. They won't expect it.
You know, I think I had to worry about just looting myself first, and I also found out that I was playing on an iPad mini, and other people were playing on like the pros, and so I was getting smoked for that too. I'll be honest. So, no, seriously, some of these guys are absolutely cracked, and you brought up a great point. I played in many tournaments in my day where, look, I might have some really good teammates around me, but depending on who these duos are, if it's a pro and another near high tier, close to pro player level content creator, that could go a long way for these teams in securing a lot more confidence in their skirmishy fights, which goes a long way in these tournaments.
It's also all about that communication too, right? Which teams are going to have that synergy? Which teams are going to be kind of a step above the rest and know the rules that they're going to play, right? I wonder too, Coach, when you look at this, we did see so many shotguns used in the solos day. Not as many used in duos, but still a couple eliminations that came through for those in close quarters. Do you think we're going to see some of these frontline players with those shotguns in hand now that they have the buff? Or do you think, based on what we saw in duos, probably not going to be as popular?
You will absolutely have at least 1 to 2 players kind of playing that frontline aggression role using that M10. It recently got buffed in the most recent patch notes, and it was dynamic. Even from maybe a bit too far of distance, it was one tapping if you took a headshot, especially if your opponents didn't kind of upgrade those resources by looting around. And that's something to always think about is, hey, how do we manage our resources well to take these encounters and take these fights well?
And I like what we're seeing here from Synthetic and Crew. I'm going to need to try to find their team names because these duos named their team, so I'm going to be looking back and forth here as I try to find them. But a lot of this is about showing presence in certain areas. People don't want to die early in these games, so if you show a bit more aggression, get some early shots on them, especially of the height advantage, those teams will prefer to back on off and try to play placement, as right now it does look like Max and Crew have a bit of positioning over Metalcore. It's like Metalcore is knocked, so teammates trying to protect. But with only Ruby left by themselves, this looks pretty darn grim if you ask me.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in their position, that's for sure, especially when you know you have so much pressure being put on you from a team that also has the high ground. You can see Metalcore, they've spotted them out. Now what looks like the final push coming through. Ruby, are you able to do anything? Gets maybe a few bullets, but with an entire team collapsing on you, there's just not much you can do to get out of that alive.
That's actually a huge pickup, too. I mean, we were talking about Metalcore's team. That's Lil Homies is the team name that just got eliminated, and I believe fully taken out of this lobby. The team that took them out, this is on our screen right now, this is Tempo Sonics, and this is actually a squad that were able to make it in kind of via technicality. Some things happened behind the scenes, and we had to bring a new team from kind of not the bottom of the leaderboard, but comparatively, they got 8th in their group stages, which was kind of just outside of the money, if you'll call it that. I mean, all 50,000 is today, but you will make anything, even if you get last. So the chance to even play today was a huge boon. And if they can continue to execute at a fairly high level, those early kills can certainly add up to your overall total. And then the question is, hey, how do we find our way to the end game?
And one thing I do want to point out here, for anyone that's just tuning on in, each elimination today is worth 2 points. So you get a 4-on-4 fight, that might be an 8-point swing. But there's still placement points to be had as well. If you get first place, it's 15 points, which is the equivalent of 2 full squad wipes. But 0 points for 14 through 26. You only start getting placement points if you make it into the top 13 of squads. So definitely keep watch of that today. Players going to be playing those point thresholds. And also, the drop spots will change throughout the day as well. I'm sure you guys have seen throughout the first 3 days that if an area is contested, if a squad goes to one area in game number 1, wipes your team, and you go, whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't want to go up against, Power Bang and Rolex and contest that spot. Let's go ahead and back away, find a new landing spot. Maybe it'll give us more luck in game 2. There's a lot to look forward to throughout these games, and we'll keep track of the storylines of some of the landing spots as we continue to let the action develop as we move towards the end game.
And I love that you pointed out the placements. It's so very crucial because this tournament, right, the Community Cup has had multiple phases. And when you take a look at the solos portion of it, it was all about eliminations, and placement was kind of a, hey, if you win, that's great. You'll get a couple points, but it's all about getting that high slaying potential. Not the case now. Those placement points are going to make or break the teams that get into kind of that top 3. And especially there's no world, Goj, I think, in which the team that takes first place today isn't also consistently getting very, very high placements.
That's a great point. As we take a look at the map, you can see Midstein continues to be one of those drop spots that is a great position to hold over. Like Courage said, if you can take over a POI, show face there, show presence there to run some teams out of dodge, right? You could then hold that POI if it's inside of the circle for a fairly long amount of time. What we saw on Friday was that Midstein was that drop spot because it was almost always inside of the late game circles.
And Goj, one thing I wanted to point out, we could actually pull back up the map. That would be super, super clutch production. I'm going to test you guys here. If we can pull that back up and take a look at it. So when we talk about the dead side of the zone, remember how important placement is? Right now at the top of your screen, you see how Team Emotional Damage is basically all by themselves. They've done a great job of either landing on the dead side or rotating there early, because look at how packed the south side of the map will be. They naturally have an easier rotation. So throughout these games, as we get these big movements from a lot of these teams, I want to make sure we point out the map and see who's maybe in a more favorable position to live throughout this game, and I've got to give it to Emotional Damage right now. They're in a great spot moving forward. Not going to be a lot of pressure on them. They can keep on looting up and playing their health. A nice job, production, pulling this up for me. Let's get back into the gameplay.
Well, and no surprise that it's that team specifically that you mentioned, Emotional Damage, because that's just a Dead Hope. And we saw them doing something very similar to that in the duos portion, where even if it was just one of them, they were playing those final circles so perfectly that they were always getting those really high placement multipliers. So CNM, as you said, in that dead zone, I am not surprised. But now Trash, he's going to have to spend a moment and get his teammate back up, getting a little bit better. Looks like they won't have to worry about a push from Puff's team on the other side, but this is always a big moment. You get those opening downs, it leaves your team open to that full push from the remaining quad, and it looks like at least a bit of a reprieve now for a moment as they can get set back up and look to reassess this fight, which will be a little tricky, Coach, because there is a lot of open space between this barn and the house next door.
Yeah, J-Star was a team that also was kind of near the bottom of the leaderboard, but they had essentially just one great showing. And as a reminder, on Friday and Thursday, they only had 3 maps to play. And so all of the points calculated, the placement, placement points, as well as the eliminations and everything was over the course of 3 maps. We have 6 maps. So the storylines Courage was talking about are even more important, and you have more of a time to adjust your playstyle. And I remember back in J-Star Fan's team, they really only had one fantastic map that actually propelled them into qualifying, and they had 2 fairly low scoring maps, but they made it through. You don't really have that luxury today. You can't just pop off one map. You got 6 total maps that will be added up together.
No, it's all about consistency. And look, I will say a lot of times in 6-game format tournaments, you can get away with having one rough game and still kind of compete for the most, but 2 bad games and you've got to start thinking, all right, we not only need to place well, but find ourselves a lot of eliminations if we want to try to compete for first in this. And now you begin to see the zone come into play. Players with their backs up against the play area, you see 1 minute until it begins to push on forward. And this squad inside, Team Tempo, they right now are being held, and this is not going to be a fun time to push. Thankfully, do have a vehicle. Question that comes in for me is how much damage can get done by Merms and crew? Can they at least get 1 knock to give them the numbers advantage here?
I mean, it's going to be really tricky. I agree. It looks like they're just trying to take that vehicle, get away from this engagement. J-Star's team just using those shoulder peeks to check where they are. And well, they said goodbye. I don't even want to go near this. I don't want to worry about it. You're still at the point where that blue zone is not going to do a massive amount of damage to you. So they're able to get that rotation and get away. And I like that play, right? That's just not a fight that you're going to win. If you try to, you're probably going to risk being that second team to get full wipe. But now we swing over to Merms, team 13. And what was their team name? I'm taking a look. J-Star's team. All right, yeah. Just J-Star says J-Star is my name. That's what we're going with.
One of the things that we were joking about, Courage, in the last couple broadcasts as well, was that the blue zone, it actually probably would have qualified in the first 2 days and made it to the finals. There were so many eliminations that came through from the blue zone, because right now, circles 2, circles 3, into the beginning of circle 4, it's not that bad, but once you get to circle 4 into circle 5 and 6, it starts chunking away at your health at a maximum rate. I'm sure you experienced that some in the last of it as well, but it is deadly to most, especially if you don't have a vehicle.
Yeah, I was trying to swim in the water, and I thought I assumed that my character would swim as fast as they call me the Michael Phelps of today's day and age, for me in real life, but my character in the game at least wasn't. So I unfortunately was not able to make it out alive, but yeah, no, that zone does hurt, and that's what I'm talking about. You know, in that fight, yeah, there was 2 teams that were on the edge of zone, but realistically, the zone being there is basically a 3rd player. As we mentioned it, Ahmad did just go down to that ticking storm, and it's beginning to show just how powerful it is as time goes on. As a quick res should come on through here for Team Tempo. They do have 2 knocked at the moment. and a rough spot they find themselves in, as again, 30 seconds until the play area begins to close.
Yeah, this is not going to be fun, and it's going to be those teams. You have to assume those ones that initially landed in places like Midstein probably in a much better position toward the endings of map 1. But, Coach, I loved what you mentioned, right? We're going to get those extended storylines. It's not just 3 maps for your group and you're done, you qualify or you don't. No, we're going the distance with those 6, and exactly like Courage said, too. One bad map, it's fine. It's going to happen, but in any battle royale, it's going to be that consistency. If you can get a first place, that's great. But if you can get within that top 3 placement wise, get yourself at least maybe a squad wipe and a half in terms of eliminations, you will be sitting pretty.
While you were talking, Katie, I think the blue zone eliminated somewhere around 4 to 5 names. Could be.
It's a cruel mystery.
And how about 6 and 7 and 8 and 9?
It doesn't mess around.
That is Livic, though, right? It's a faster map. It's a smaller map, and the blue zone moves quickly to encourage engagements. There's a lot of open space between buildings. You can see it right here with this main street coming through this kind of unnamed POI that you have to be careful about. And there goes another elimination from the blue zone. And you would think they've learned by now, right? They've made it through 3 different days of competition. They started with 1,500 names that tried to qualify, and we're down to the final 26 that are paired up with our 26 consecrators. So hopefully they'll learn by map 2.
And Coach, I love what you mentioned right there. The zone moves quickly to try to force engagements. That means even more if I'm in this game and I'm shot calling for these teams, I'm prioritizing landing on 1 or 2 vehicles, making sure my team gets looted quickly, and then we immediately get ahead of the zone so we can be the ones to punish those who rotate a little bit more slowly or maybe don't have a vehicle and they're traveling by foot. We're down to just 9 squads remaining, and again, as these squads do dwindle, more and more placement points on the line. The next point threshold is top 7. It jumps from 1 placement point to 2, but then 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and then 1st are all 2-point jumps up until 2nd to 1st is 3. So again, in this endgame, even having 1 person alive on your team who can rat it on up could make a world of difference on the leaderboards.
Absolutely. Those placement points, find a bush, find a nook or a cranny to squirrel yourself away in and hope that everyone else takes everyone else out before they notice you. We just saw Jess with an elimination there, but so many, another down from Jess's team. There'll be Powerbang in the feed. Dream with an elimination, and Powerbang will send Dream into the revive. You'll be waiting for map 2. A nice elimination there, but just like that, 6 teams, and it is always in kind of this 5th, 6th zone where everything gets crazy, and you see teams starting to drop like flies as we see a nice down. Dead Hope. Well, that Hope might very well be dead. Good luck.
Yeah, the name fits for a reason. As another thing to point out, with 18 teams, 18 players remaining, only 5 squads, teams will know that there's certain teams of 4 that just don't have everyone alive, and they'll use that to play a bit more aggressively. They're going to keep track of how many players are remaining, how many squads are remaining, to make sure that they know exactly where they stand. Still a vehicle in play, as they're going to get a quick little rotation, but not many buildings left, as it looks like an all-out assault on this outside building. We're watching Powerbang at endgame, and here's a bunch of trading back and forth. Buys down to just a little bit of HP, but there's no way they're going to be able to make that one happen. The quick trade, does it come on through? Yes, it does, and maybe a res will come in time. Maybe one last chance to get a teammate up. It does appear so, as across the road, they're just now beginning to get aggressive. They realize they've got to make a move. They should be moving already. They should be going. Instead, they're letting the reses happen. And it's because Rolex and Powerbang are up on the hill with a great crossfire. I don't see how Team Endgame can lose this.
I couldn't agree more. Apri, Rolex, Powerbang, we highlighted them at the very beginning as a team that can win it all, and they're starting off strong. They've got the best position in the zone. They've got some cover to work with. The other 2 teams are fighting. I mean, talk about a perfect position. You just lay in wait, let them weed each other out, and then you could have a player advantage going into the final fight. Maybe chuck a few grenades. We've seen how deadly they can be from distance if you place them correctly. I mean, Apri was doing a fantastic job of that last time, and he's doing it again. Nade after nade, smoke after smoke. The team's trying to cover their advances, and Powerbang saying, let me get on the action. I want an elimination or 2. And, well, Dead Hope swings back and is grabbing a few from the other fight. This is getting a bit more spicy, Courage.
I'm telling you, this is not over. Remember, earlier in this game, I pointed out team emotional damage. They were in the by far best position on the side of Dead Zone. Powerbang tries to move forward and gets absolutely cut down. And just like 3 versus 1. Rolex is last alive, has a little bit of smoke for cover. But, oh, man, that is a tough spot to be in. One tree is all that remains. You see the nades being cocked by Dead Hope. Oh, I don't see how Rolex can win this one. They should swing out through. There it is. Team Emotional Damage, who, hey, I called earlier in the game. They were on the dead side, and it pays off in the end. They'll take game number 1 from Team Endgame.
What a phenomenal ending. A decent amount of eliminations for them as well. Night Scythe with 3 elims. A great job from them across the board. Exactly. You called it out so far in advance. Having that positioning paid off. And now you have to assume Powerbang's team, initially at that final circle, they looked so strong. The other 2 teams were forced to funnel into each other. You assume, hey, we'll sit back and third party and get some elims, easy win. But that's not really how that circle worked out. And so I think Pickle Chew, Jess, and everyone else may be handing out some emotional damage here early on.
I'm really excited to see what happens next. I believe they scored somewhere around 27 points, if I did my math correctly. 6 eliminations would be times 2. That'd be 12, plus that 15 placement points. So 27 points is the score to beat. That's set the pace for the rest of the lobbies. Let's bring in Hot Jukes and see exactly what he's got to say. Jukes, what'd you think? Map 1 of the finals has done and dusted, and Jess's team up on top.
I can't hear him. Hot Jukes, you're muted.
Muted in Discord.
He's spitting passion, though. I feel it.
On Discord, there's an
How
unmute
dare
button.
I? You know what? But I am back, and I am ready to go, baby. Yo, look, first off, I mean, that match was just too hot. You know, I had to charge up my batteries there. And I'll tell you, Jess coming in there was nice and beautiful. And I liked your call out earlier, Courage. You know, going to that hard shift side. Yo, I thought that they were going to have it, you know, and I talked to Rolex before this all started, and he told me, he's like, yo, after carrying Courage, I should be able to do anything, you know, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough, Courage. It wasn't enough.
He tried his best, and here's what I'll say. Powerbang, I think, got a little bit too aggressive on that final play. I like the idea, right? They had the positioning where they saw 2 teams fighting. They were the third party, but Dead Hope's team really wasn't that weak. They still had 3 players alive, which was an even 3 versus 3. Powerbang went for the hero angle. It didn't quite work out. And to be honest, again, Dead Hope's team, Emotional Damage, they had the buildings, they had the cover. Once Rolex was behind the tree, you saw Dead Hope just cook the nade, forced them out of position. It was textbook gameplay. And again, we'll see the scoreboard. I thought they had 7 eliminations, which would put them at 29 points. But either way, 27-29, that is a massive game number 1. And they also know the north side of the map was the dead side of the map. What teams will adjust? So much to look at as game number 2 gets ready.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. We got some good points up on the board here. We still got plenty of matches here left to go. So obviously, any team could really still come back. Katie, who really stood out to you on that one, huh? Who do you think is going to pop off in the next few matches?
Well, I mean, you have to take a look again. So Emotional Damage, we saw Jess's team when it came to duos doing something similar in that they were consistently able to get themselves very good placement multipliers, even if those eliminations weren't as high as we were seeing from other teams. So I'm not surprised to see them start out this final as hot as they did. Now you can kind of just sort of go on a relative cruise control through the remaining 5 maps. You already have that so coveted win. You have a nice amount of points on top of it. But I have to assume Bessie Boss's team is going to start showing up here in this endgame sooner rather than later.
And then big shotgun plays. We're going to see them happen throughout this entire day. That M10, just the new meta inside of Livic. Now, also inside of this new Livic map, we have the zip lines, right? You just got to see it happen one time. Do you think we're going to see a zip line play today?
I mean, mobility is everything. We saw how many times the blue zone did take an elimination. So if there's an opportunity to use a zip line to get out of dodge quickly, you fly down those things. And so certainly use anything you can to get around the map quicker. Vehicles may be a bit more of a primary source of being able to do that, but the zip lines are a fantastic option, especially if you're on the outer edges of the map. But Jukes, I believe our scores are ready. Let's hop straight into them and see where everybody lined up. I think Courage's math might have been a bit better than mine. Oh, wait. It looks like Endgame had way more eliminations than we gave them credit for. My goodness, they are on top at the end of the day after map 1, 30 total points.
Yeah, this is why I don't do math. I leave it to all of you, by the way. This is why.
Goodness gracious. Yo, Courage, bro. You, the first day here, 30 points, game number 1. Do you see this coming?
I mean, look, I when I looked at the teams coming into this, just knowing how good of a coach Rolex was the other day, and then knowing the experience they had, and then seeing that team finish second in duos, kind of a match made in heaven from top to bottom. So, look, it's not the biggest deal that they didn't get first place in that game because of how well they slayed. But hey, I wouldn't mind a close battle of 1 point difference through the rest of this tournament. And I think we could get it between emotional damage and endgame.
I could see it coming. I could see it coming. And hey, PB didn't mess around either. He put up 2 kills on himself. And I tell you what, I haven't seen him play an event like this in a hot minute. And for him to put up some big points against all these squads, you'll love to see it right there from the legend himself. Now, here we got coming up here, match number 2. First place, right? It's going to happen. So I want predictions from everybody, okay? I want predictions. Go start with you, right? Who's going to get with this one?
I'm really glad you asked me, because somebody that I was surprised to not see at the very top of this leaderboard, at least near the top of the leaderboard, was Team Skylight, team number 5. That's Flame, Solujui, and then Athena and Elenise. If we remember back to the other event, and if you just even know who Athena is, I mean, he is the pinnacle of competitive, sweaty player. I mean, he's got the hand cam. He is unbelievable at this game, and I know he's got a lot of fans out that are waiting and watching to see him pop off. I did see his name in the death feed at least at one point. I have a feeling they're going to start eking their way up to the top of this leaderboard, either by eliminations or having somebody play a bit slower to grab those all too valuable placement points.
Yo, Athena is an absolute legend in here. Well, I got one more prediction because I know the game's about to get started. So, Katie, give it to me quick.
I gotta go with Endgame. It might be a cop-out, but they're gonna get a win at some point, and I imagine it's gonna be sooner rather than later. They have been so explosive already, and taking first place when you didn't even get first place in map 1. You know what? I take the safe bets, and I'm going with Endgame.
All right. Well, by the way, one of our creators, Merms, her birthday's around the corner, right? So happy birthday to Merms. Courage. I want to know about, how that birthday is going to play here in today's matches as we get the next match about to get going. Let's get it started.
My goodness, the birthday buff.
It's a real thing.
The birthday buff's a real thing. I'm going to tell you that right now. On my birthday this past year, I turned 28 last month. And for that one day on my birthday, when I went up my flight of stairs upstairs, I wasn't out of breath. So that was the only day of the year. Outside of that, it was a little bit rough. But as we hop into game number 2, I'm looking to see if there's a bit more even of a drop spot choice from all of these teams. In game number 1, it was extremely south heavy, and whoa, already I'm noticing way fewer teams on the south side of the map.
Yeah, significant reduction there. And Endgame, the current total leader, going straight toward, looks like at least a little northwest of this Midstein area. It'll be curious to know if they loot up there and then rotate over to the teams that did drop in Midstein and try and challenge them. But now we take a look. Well, the team that won it all in map 1 of 6, right there, emotional damage and moving as a unit, getting these houses, looting up. And I don't mind any sometimes more quiet plays at the beginning of these maps. Yes, you don't necessarily get the reward of getting those eliminations early on, but it does allow you, when you do eventually get to those engagements, Goj, to have all of the utility, whether it's the helmets, backpacks, the guns that you want, the tacticals, to then have a better chance of coming out on top. But no surprise, once again, same as we saw in the first map, a show-off between these two teams in the same spot.
But one big difference is Team Tempo wound up getting control of this main building to force Powerbang and crew to play outside. Last time that was not the case. So I think that we might see Powerbang try to play their range, look for a possible snipe pick, if anything. But, Powerbang, you see, does have that sniper in hand. Maybe a headshot could be the thing that helps them push forward. Rolex getting aggressive as well with that SMG as nades are traded. They're looking for a skirmish here. But again, building control, going over to Team Tempo, I would give them the advantage in this fight at the current moment.
really is seemingly the opposite fight from last time. And we did see that Team 12 on your screen right now backed out of this fight last time. And with the building control, we could see potentially in-game back out and say, well, let's reassess this fight either from a different angle or just completely leave it all together. I mean, one thing to note, by the way, is that, well, this is the new Logistics Center. And Logistics Center has replaced a lumber yard from the Livic beta. And I really like the way this POI is laid out. It's almost like its own multiplayer map stuck inside of our overarching Livic map with all the different areas of cover, the different boxes that you see, and of course the large structures. So just keep an eye on where these players decide to go to denote what their roles and what their jobs are. Could be that Powerbang's playing that Overwatch position still off into the distance, making sure they don't early get wiped out of this lobby and drop a potential one or a goose egg game.
I don't know what's happening off screen if you guys have been watching that elimination feed, but Jess's team might be in a bit of trouble. I think Jess might have been fully eliminated for the time being. So who knows? I think at risk, at least, our first map winners might be going out early.
Yeah, and what we're seeing right now is because of what TBE Max did earlier, they rotated from that middle building. They actually lost vision of where he was, so they're having to play a little bit more respectful, wondering if Max potentially got a different angle to push on forward. You see how far back Powerbang is playing with the sniper. They also had one of their duo teammates, I believe his name is Gosu or Gosun, on the back left side, watching where Max went to. But finally, after that long standoff with the zone popping on up, it looks like Rolex and crew have decided to just back on up off this position. They're not going to force this, and I like that a lot. They played a lot around seeing if Powerbang could get a pick. They did some damage, but it wasn't enough for either team to give the green light to go for a fight. Hey, respect from both squads towards each other, not trying to throw this game away too early.
I'm excited to see what Dab and Kim are able to do. I mean, it looks like they've got a nice little high ground position to overlook Pickle and Dead Hope and Knights. It is Jess that is fully eliminated, and well, there goes Dead Hope. All of a sudden, they had a slight player advantage, and now they have a massive one. This is the signal boost you need, that signal flare to say, hey, teammates, let's converge on this. Let's wipe this squad out of the lobby, especially when we know who it is, and a grenade through the window doesn't quite execute at least one of those players, but this is the converge I was talking about. Play all the different angles. Pickle's going to do everything they can. There is just no way they come out of this fight without losing at least one, if not both, and they don't even get one single trade.
And this is now where if I'm Team Endgame, I'm noticing in the elimination feed that this team has been eliminated. The team that was 1 point behind us, and I'm saying, hey, this is our opportunity now to get a lead. Let's play for some elimination point. Let's play for some placement points. Let's get ahead of this zone. Let's ensure that if we're taking a fight, we are very confident we can win it, because they right now have a massive opportunity to expand their lead from 1 point to many as we see our map and see, well, who's on the more dead side of the zone. And honestly, it's a pretty healthy spread. The next engagement that I would expect would be on the far north side between Griezmann squad and that pink team. But outside of that, I think a much healthier spread in this game, especially with how our teams drop. I don't think there's going to be a lot of fighting for the next couple minutes as the zone moves on forward.
Yeah, and I agree. Endgame, they have to be so happy to see at least one of those contending teams eliminated so very early on. But peek around the corner and surprise, you can't assume you're safe under the bridge. And just like that, Thirst comes in already with one elimination, looking for more. And Powerbang's team, you got to be careful. You got to go. That is a risky spot to be in.
Yeah. Katie, I'm going to tell you right now, there are some major fans of this Rolex squad getting eliminated. And I'll tell you, it's Team Emotional Damage rooting for Vise and crew to chase down Rolex, Appy, and Gosen, because guess what? They know there's one player eliminated in Powerbang. They know they've got Rolex week as well. But thankfully for the Team Rolex, as Rolex does get knocked right there, they weren't able to get fully pressured due to a third party. You see Vise now having to watch the left side. Oh, this is a rough spot to be in if you are Rolex. Our first and second place teams in absolute shambles to start game number 2. Oh, this storyline's getting juicy.
As a reminder, folks, there are 13 13 squads dropping into the lobby every single time. And yeah, we have 12 squads left. Our first place team is hanging on by a thread, and our second place team has been fully eliminated at this point. And you can see a couple more eliminations coming through in the kill feed. And I will say it's getting spicy, but you can see Apri is doing the smart play. Get out of dodge, swim away down the river bend like Pocahontas. I mean, do whatever you gotta do, because you've got to get to those recall towers as fast as possible. And you just let Rolex and your other teammate just try to survive the best they can. And I don't know what's gonna happen next, but it's not good.
And for everyone at home trying to keep track, this team, Vise and crew, they're in third place. They're down by 7 points right now, 2 seconds. So with them knowing the scoreboard after game number 1, again, this is all that goes into the mindset of how you have to play this. Hey guys, one of the teams ahead of us right now, we have a great advantage on. Let's keep the pressure on them, but still not throw our game away for this. But hey, if they can get an early elimination, that might be something that can help them in the long run. As again, this zone continuing to move on forward. If you are just tuning on in, this is the PUBG Mobile 2022 Livic Community Cup. Squads here on the final day. So much action across these 4 days. $50,000 on the line for these squads today.
Beautiful shots from Jacob to get the down on to Ahmad. Looked to convert that into another down on Thirst, but actually did end up taking some damage, forced to back off, regroup with the rest of the team. But that's good news, right, for Team Endgame, because, well, now that these two teams are focused on potentially squabbling with one another, well, they can take the time to just back off through the river. They won't have that constant pressure. No one's taking pot shots at them. They can try and regroup and keep their momentum alive. But right now, for Jacob's team, certainly not a bad position for them to be in, but there are multiple full squads around them, as we see Bella Fox's team, Dream there as well, and some pot shots. Ahmad, I think Ahmad's been in the middle of it. Ahmad's not been having a good time.
Yeah, I was going to say Jacob's team, Team 9, that is Void. That was one of the squads that I was trying to highlight beforehand. Didn't get a chance to. Boat Gang is what they call Jacob's community, and I was surprised to see him near the water. And now Rhinox, who did well during the duos qualifiers to get to this point, making some great shots with some nades and some Molotovs. We know how valuable the Molotovs can be with zoning players off as well, so keep an eye on that going forward. And Dream's going to try to do a lot of the same with a grenade over the top to try to find Jacob. Jacob is that aggressor role for Team 9, so watch out for him in the kill feed as he does find a mod with that full elimination.
Jacob's been half the kill feed, I think, this game. He was completely farming Rolex earlier, and again, as you mentioned it, the name pops up one more time. So many skirmishes going on right now. But with the way that this zone is moving, you're going to have to see her and crew move on forward through Jacob. Jacob in a fantastic position, and I love the angles they have at the moment. Rhinox playing the alt angle on that rock. Her doing a great job of trying to zone Rhinox from being able to get this full flank. You see Rhinox just using the third person to spot over that hill. Not kind of show off their positioning too much, but her and crew at least doing a good job of holding for the moment. As again, 11 squads remain in this one, 40 players remain.
Yeah, it's that constant split push that Rhinox is looking for, and it's forcing Her's team to consistently be looking in multiple directions at once, but doing a good job of it. No one willing to overcommit right now, especially when you have 11 teams remaining. If you can get that first knock, maybe you do the push, but here you go, the long flank. But I don't know if Rhinox is aware that Dream is also trying to flank on their own, and if they are observant, if they maybe get a little bit more to the left, they might very well see Rhinox behind that rock. They could catch them out and blow this engagement wide open.
It's a good spot. I think one of the things I was going to mention, Courage, is that in this Livic map, one of the things that we saw the first two qualifiers into today was that Livic really is third-party central, is what HAJI declared it as. And if you sit here and have this engagement last 2, 3, 4 minutes and open up your back to a couple other squads, I mean, you're shooting that signal flare up in the sky like, hey, come and get it. There's some free eliminations over here.
Large part of it is knowing, hey, we can get this engagement done quick. If you see a straight up 4v4, it's tough to try to get in that fight because, again, teams in a game like this too, one player has a good scope for range or a nice shot from range. Thankfully the teams have a bit of cover here, so maybe they feel a little bit more confident where if a third party does show up, they can at least play their building or their couple rocks together. But if this was more in an open field, I don't think we'd be seeing this much at all, as this back and forth has now gone on for what? 4 minutes here between these teams. Again, they're trying not to, they're all just looking for a first blood, playing these different angles. And Goji, you did a great job mentioning it. That third party, well, I keep seeing for a moment just over the hill. It looks like that yellow squad is showing on up. I believe that's Team Lil Homies now beginning to push on forward. Or I'm completely wrong and just made that up. Who knows? As it looks like they're going to continue to back on up, get control of this vehicle, and now begin to prioritize his own, which I think is the right play.
And her, I believe, it looks like finally the confrontation happening. And just like that, Dream flying in, multiple players taken out. Her with another elimination. Dream right there with them. Merms down as well. And well,
I wasn't wrong. It was Team Lil Homies.
So long. Yeah, you're right. The longer that standoff was happening, the more likely that third party was going to come in. But Her's team, a beautiful job of collecting those eliminations, maybe able to finally move on to a different location. J-Star's team now here on your screen, 4 eliminations, right? Excuse me, 3 for them so far. But this is where we're starting to get into that danger zone when it comes to the blue zone, right? It's almost time for that player to start closing. But once we get to about the 4th or 5th, that play zone is going to start working on its eliminations too.
And you see the zone pushing in on these teams. I would love when there's a little bit of a lull in the action production, if we can go back to the map and see where our teams are positioned, as this will be really telling on who's at a good advantage, who's in a good spot for this game to move on. Right now, team number 5, Skylight, being pushed by the zone, and here it is. Look at how many squads from the north side of the map are outside the zone. I've got to give a shout out to Team Endgame in a great position. Again, already across that river. Again, that river on the south side of the map will be very awkward to cross. Team Coffee, that's, I believe, that's Tempo Sonics, are making the move right now, which is the right idea, but Endgame, oh man, look at that. They play center zone. They've got it. Endgame, who we talked about being in first place heading into this game. The team who was 1 point behind them was eliminated in dead last. Oh, they are licking their lips right now at this scenario, Goj.
I couldn't agree more. Even if they don't make it into the top 3 or even win the game, they at least are finding a few placement points along the way, and they might be at a slight player disadvantage going into it. But as you saw this circle, there was that river that kind of bent around in a U shape, and there was a peninsula that cut down to be almost perfectly the middle of the circle. Hey, guess what? That's where Powerbang's hanging out, right? Like he's going to be chilling there all the way until that final circle. And now the play zone, the blue zone, it's creeping up the leaderboard in its own right. That's 3 eliminations by the blue. Thirst finds another by Bite, and TBE finding Verify. So a number of elims coming through. Again, this is where we saw it last time. There was 10 squads left. We'll see this number dwindle down to 6 in a matter of moments. His Dream with the drop shot. That was amazing to stay alive, and bullets coming in from every different angle. Courage, that was impressive.
Yeah, that was clean right there from Dreams. And one thing to point out that I don't think we mentioned earlier, Powerbang back in this game. Goj and Katie, you guys had mentioned it. Livic having the ability to bring your teammates back from the dead. It's zombie Powerbang here. They're back to full strength as a major skirmish goes down between 3 different teams here. Puffs with just a sliver of HP trying to win this fight. Will they be able to get the heal off in time? It does look like both players decide to heal up in this 1v1. Will the res come on through? Does Puffs begin to push on forward? It looks like Nade being cooked. The Kobe comes on in, and that is some great opening damage. Puffs now going to begin to push on forward to try to find Arsho. Around this corner, the swing comes on through. No Vice gets thirsted. The challenge, though. Down goes Puffs as Arsho clutches on up. Another beautiful use of the drop shot. And this is the difference. The final player on this team, that was a 3-point swing because they got into top 7 as well as getting the elimination. Brilliant stuff by Arsho there.
What a clutch that was. And hey, the rest of your team might be down and out, but it does not matter. You get the eliminations, you get those placement points. That is the most important part as we see the play zone taking at least 1 more person out. And the fact that Endgame's team is back in full strength, the survivability they had when they were in such a difficult position in the river is a testament to their ability to maintain that top spot as we get toward the ending of map 2. And J-Star says, look, you're going to try and and get some shots in, but please go away. We're a little busy. 5 elims so far. Beautiful shots as all of these teams converging in mayhem as the zone pushes them all into one another in these ruins.
And who are they pushing into? Team Endgame. They are farming on this edge of the zone. It does look like Affy goes down, but with 3 teammates still here, I give the full advantage over to Rolex and crew. Affy is eliminated. Rolex trying to play this angle. Can't get the full onto Prod. Will they swing the corner here? In a 3 versus, I believe it's a 1. Tomax, your time is up, my friend. Team Endgame, because they play center zone, Goj, just completely hold the players on the Storm on the end, and they've made themselves into a top 3, but Dream is now getting multiple knocks.
Unbelievable job by Endgame. I said it, they'd make it at least to the top 3, and they're there. The question is, can they find the 1v1 win as well? It's a 1v1, Rolex versus Dream, both seemingly in a pretty decent spot. Rolex is going to go ahead and syringe up, not only to start healing, but also get a slight speed boost in case he wants to jiggle peek around the corner. The big thing to watch out for here is what Rolex can do. He is comfortable in 1v multiple situations. He played pro with Space Station back in 2018, 2019. He led Courage to, well, not a victory, but a pretty decent showing last of it, and we'll see what happens. This Dream is trying to make sure they don't get third party from behind, throws a few smokes for some cover, and I think they might just back out and play for positioning as well.
Okay.
But look, Courage, look at this team on the left. Jacob, the boat gang, all 4 alive. Are you kidding me?
This game, if somehow Jacob loses this game, then I will shave my head at the moment, okay? It is a 4 versus 1. Rolex is in the Storm. Jacob is pretending to be a slime crawling around the ground as a slug, it looks like. As, Rolex should drop to the zone any minute. Yeah, and look, we talked about Jacob throughout the game. Game number 1 was a rough spot for Team Void. Heading into this one, they were in 11th place with only 1 elim and 6 points. At the end of this one, Goj and Katie, they're going to be right near the top of our leaderboard.
And well, try as you might, you can only heal in the Storm for so long when you're in a 1v4. But congratulations to Team Void. What an incredible map to win for them. But also a massive testament to the fact that Endgame was able to recoup and get those placement points. Oh, so very important when you've got $20,000 on the line for first place. But I mean, they went out to that third-party view, Coach, and I saw that it was a 4v1v1. Oh, we already know. Congratulations to Jacob's team.
Not good.
It was a big map for them as well, Courage, because that was 31 total points. I think I did my math correctly that time. It was 4 eliminations for 2 separate players. That's 8 eliminations in total. 16 plus 15. That's 31 points. And I got to give it to Rolex, too. Like, he knows what he's doing, right? He didn't give them any free points. That was 2 points that he knew were going to be handed to the other team. I mean, even if he traded 1 player, and that's a huge if, that's essentially a wash between the 2 squads. So it was like, look, I'm just going to die to the play zone. I'm not going to risk it. It's not worth it. They don't need the extra points, and we did a great job to get to second and secure for the second time in a row 12 placement points.
Oh yeah, no, if you go back and watch that, the second that Rolex knows the 1v1 is over and Dream backs on up, Rolex turns, has all those death boxes around him, and just starts picking up meds. Picks up every med possible and says, you know what? I'm playing for second. I know Jacob's squad has 4 remaining. This team has already shown they have the awareness to know all those little details. Brilliantly played. They don't need to get the win. Second place is fine. With them making it to second, with how bad of a position they were in earlier, they've just bumped themselves up even more into first place. I can't wait to see these leaderboards after game 2, because it's going to be all team endgame.
No, it's an incredible finish to be sure. But I think, do we need to get Hot Jukes in here?
Let's get a bit.
I'm back, baby!
hey.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, that guy. You know, I'll tell you what. I had to go put away my clippers, dude, because, you know, Jacob was able to clutch it up there right at the end, nice and beautifully. And Void pulling up a massive chicken dinner there. They were in, what, 11th place before this match? So, yeah, you said rise. They're going to rise up indeed. And then Endgame, you know, back-to-back. Pretty good, you know, second place finishes. You love to see that there as well. But you know what? It's time. Let's pull up the scores. Endgame, 52 points, man. They're starting to put a little bit of a buffer here, Courage.
Oh, they're not only making a buffer, they're making a damn canyon right now. 15 points in the difference. But one thing I want to remind for everyone at home, in prizing, of our $50,000 that are on the line, First place gets $20,000. Second place gets $10,000. So right now, there's only 7 points separating sixth from second. All eyes are going to be on closing that gap and potentially shutting down Team Endgame. It's still very early on. If Team Endgame has a very bad game here, everyone's going to have an opportunity to catch on up. This is still anybody's tournament to take.
Yeah, absolutely. At a certain point, they're going to have to start getting hunted down, too, if people want to knock them out. Because at the end of the day, remember, all of the money is going to the community. That's right. So the community members, the duo. So, I mean, heck, you get to first place, 20 grand? That's 10K a piece. Man, imagine, Courage, starting your mobile gaming career, just putting 10 grand in your pocket.
That could feed me for almost 3 full days.
Ooh, a good 2 for me, man. You know what, Goj? Out of that match, right, Void, rocket launched themselves all the way to second place. You got Jacob, you got Brazen Rover, one of the most wholesome members in the PUBG community, right? What do you feel about that performance?
No, I mean, I highlighted 3 different teams in our notes. Like, I literally put stars next to them, and it was in-game, it was Void, and then the one that hasn't popped off yet is Skylight, right? I'm still waiting on Athena to just come out of the grave and say, look, I'm here, and I'm here to play for some money. I think there's still an opportunity to do so. One of the things I really liked from Jacob's team, Team Void, that map, was not only their ability to position well and find all 4 players alive at the in-game, which is so crucial. Like, any advantage you can find along the way to use is amazing for your ability to have some success in the map, of course, but also their ability to third party to know, hey, can we come into this map? Can we come into this fight and maybe steal a couple eliminations away?
Yes, indeed. Also, emotional damage, 7th place. Katie, take it away. Match number 3. Let's go.
The third map, oh so important for the teams that are hoping that they can take Endgame out early. And for Endgame, well, if they can get 3 very strong maps in a row, it is going to be almost impossible to knock them out of that first, second spot for the overall $20,000 that will go to first place. A lot on the line, but as we see this line going through, the majority of these teams looking to spread out through the northern portion of the map so far, at least toward that middle.
Yeah, again, typical drop spots for some, like Power Bang Crew near the south side of the map. But one thing I do want to point out is we're watching the perspective of our Game 2 winners, Team Jacob, or I'm calling it Team Jacob because of how he was shooting, but it's Team Void. There was one specific moment that won them that game, in my opinion. We remember they had that long fight with her and crew right around that hill. Well, the reason why that fight went on for so long was because there was 2 vehicles on the nearby road that both squads wanted to get a free rotate. When that third party showed up, Rhino and crew from Team Jacob and Team Void knew that they were the ones on the back side of the fight where the other 2 teams would have to contest each other first. When those 2 teams started fighting, they left, took the vehicles, and put themselves in the game-winning spot in zone. That shot call is what made that possible. And that's why they won game number 2.
And well, a quick trade here as our show did just get the down onto Power Bang, but an immediate trade by Rolex pushes up and over the hill to even the odds. And well, this is a huge one. If you're anyone on the map and you're aware of this, you're saying, please, please, Team Endgame, we really need you to be the first team eliminated here. But so far, a bit of a standoff right now. Ahmad Thirst, well, the rest of the team not in the best position here as Rolex will get that first full elimination. Lovely there, a down onto Bite Gaming as the standoff continues.
This will be an interesting one to watch too, Courage, because it is still an even playing field, right? It's 3 versus 3. So do you push the fight if you're Rolex? Probably not, because your opponents have structures to hang out in for a long amount of time. And so I was gonna say, I mean, whether or not they feel the need to get Power Bang back immediately is not really the question. The question is this a winnable fight? No. Let's get out of dodge. Let's go regain. Let's continue to loot up. I mean, you can even look at Rolex right now. He has 0 loot to his name.
Yeah, I think that fight is almost entirely different if Arsho isn't on the roof, but Rolex had to completely respect where Arsho was positioned. Also, he couldn't see his full ridge line, so he could have been flanked. If they said, hey, you know what, we're not even going to go for the res, they're just going to try to take down Rolex. He says, you know what, I can't push forward. I'm on a different pace compared to my teammates. I believe Katie brought it up. The 2 teammates were quite far away. So it was Rolex all by himself. He got 2 knocks. One of them was finished. They knew, hey, at the worst, it's a 3 versus 3. Let's back on up and do what we just did in game number 2. Let's go res Powerbang. Hey, Powerbang, I told you I'd roast you. I'm noticing you being dead a lot. Dead POV is what we've been watching from Powerbang so far. But no, a brilliant play by Rolex. And what I love is that even though they're in first place right now, Goj and Katie, Rolex not getting cocky, playing, respecting his opponents, backing on up, and playing a reset to ensure that their game lasts longer.
I mean, you don't have the win until it's all said and done. And I agree with that statement, right? Yes, you've had 2 incredible games back to back, but there's still 4 maps, being our third, to be played out before we get to the end of the finals of the 2022 Live It Community Cup. So being patient, assessing the fights, are they worth it to take or are they not, backing off, even if maybe you don't want to? All very important decisions that have to be made to get you through. And well, Ruby says, sorry, sir, but I'm tired of this fight. I'm going to need you to go ahead and hit the floor, Griezmann. And there's those shotguns we talked about, seeing a few of them coming up in the elimination feed as another player is down. Well, so far it looks like Dream Gaming, a nice start in this engagement as Metalcore and Ruby in a very tough position.
Yeah, no, I mean, Dream Gaming, this is team number 2. This is a team that also certainly could have a great day-to-day if they can slow their pace down a little bit and try not to lose a few players early. That's kind of been the thorn in their side, is they've taken some early encounters. And Katie, you and I talked about this in the last couple broadcasts, is you have these different zones of activity in a battle royale. You have the early game, the mid game, and the late game. The 2 major zones of activity for fighting is the early game in the late game, right? The mid game is usually used for your rotations. You find your way throughout the map to find your way to in game, especially with the way our tournament is formatted, and that's what we've seen throughout the past couple days. The question is, are you finding eliminations in the early game, or are you losing teammates? As Serotonin with some incredible shots from distance. Very impressed.
Vehicles,
Yeah, actually,
major. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that was on to Gosen as well from Endgame. So it might be potentially joining Powerbang depending on what's happening, Courage.
Yeah, they've been... Look, I want to say Endgame's in a rough spot, but Rolex was literally drowning in a river last game as Powerbang was dead. They were being shot at by 2 different teams, and they somehow finished second with 8 eliminations. So I'm not going to count them out until they're completely out of the map as we take our first look at... What? Look at the north side of the zone. There is not a single soul on the north side of the map, as everyone on the south side, when you talk about dead sides and where you can freely rotate, obviously they don't have this knowledge that we have. But again, if you're looking at the pink squad there in the middle, let me pull up my sheet to see who that is. I believe that's Team Amigos. They're in a fantastic position for this game. Dead center zone, no one on their north side. They can just sit there for the next 10 minutes.
Right, and what I was going to say, Courage, too, is like, yes, they don't have the information, but you also see where the zone is currently situated, right? It is more northern facing, so if you're like, hey, what's the best position for us to be in right now? Do we have vehicles around us? Maybe we make that hard rotation, especially if we've lost 1 player in the process, or we found our 1 to 2 elims. As you can see, the pink team, they're coming in a little hot here. One shot man finds that elimination with the M10. We told you it's deadly. It might be a bit harder to use in quads, but they find the elim and will continue to move on their merry way. No full team elims yet, though, Courage. No wipes yet. All 13 teams alive. I'm sure we'll see that change in the next circle or 2.
Yeah, and right there, 3 shotguns being used by that squad in the close range fight. The solo stood no chance off the distance. You see what looks like Team Jacob a little bit split up, as right now Synthetic and Crew just staying alive, playing together, not getting too far ahead of themselves. No need to risk it yet. So many placement points up for grabs, and you definitely don't want to be the first one out. I can tell you that there's no more sinking feeling than being eliminated early on and then being dead for the rest of the game. Is that Powerbang knocked again? I think that's the 12th knock we've seen from Powerbang.
I wasn't going to point it out, but I left it to you.
No, you can leave it to me. Powerbang, all love, dude, but I think either his pacing's a bit off from his teammates, or they've made a decision to say, hey, you go in first. We'll just shoot around you, as they will be able to get the res. That's Rolex moving on forward. The purple squad has to show respect towards the team here. The full advantage, you've got to think, goes over to endgame as Gosen now looking for the off angle. Will Eleni spot this in time? Shots coming on through. Gosen gets behind the vehicle. The challenge absolutely gunned. Rolex with the shotgun as well. And Team Endgame just keep raking in the points as Powerbang goes down again.
What an incredible collapse that was. You watch both of them turn to the right as they saw Gosen go off that roof, and Rolex said, thank you for the distraction. I'm going to come in with the shotgun. That was a beautifully executed play.
Siriotan was the last player eliminated there, and I believe if the word from production is correct, that is Athena. That is the player that I've been highlighting this entire time, that they have their name changed in-game currently, so keep an eye out for that player. They're going to try to stay in highly aggressive moments, just couldn't quite get the better of in-game in that encounter. And as we swap over to Team 13, this is J-Star's team, and again, looking to see if they can continue some at least limited success they've had at the first 2 maps. I'll be curious to see what their changes of their strategy will be. Honestly, throughout this entirety of this tournament, these teams will have to start making those assessment points after this map, right, Courage? Like, once you've played the first half of the tournament, if you're not even halfway up the leaderboard, like, something's got to change.
Oh, yeah, and what's funny is we've actually seen teams pretty aggressively change their drop spots outside of really endgame. And you know what's so funny? What did I talk about? The north side of the zone was almost empty. But we just had a north side pull. You can see this zone so far continues pulling towards the north side. And look who's all the way in the middle. Bella Fox and crew. They've made the decision to grab a vehicle, and the team Dream Gaming to be the first ones to get to the north side of the zone. They're in a great spot as Verifying crew now looting this death box. Again, with the north side being so free, these players on the south side, I know I sound like a broken record, but there's a lot of new people with their eyes on this big tournament today. $50,000 for this Livic Community Cup, maybe looking for, how to play competitive themselves. All the engagements are going to go on the south side of the map, so that's a storyline we're going to be watching here in these next few minutes.
Yeah, I think a lot of these players may be expecting a pull in a certain direction, and as everything seemed from the very beginning line of the plane to be trending toward the southern portion of the map, and maybe some caught unawares at a rotation north that they didn't anticipate. But we see Bella Fox Gaming on your screen. No eliminations yet for them, so that'll certainly be something on their mind. But, well, eliminations happening in the kill feed. Rhinox, they have 1 total, all players alive and well, and they do have this team, I think, is that Grass Stains team?
Come on, Grass Stains.
Team, I'm not sure exactly.
No, that was Grass
Stains.
That was Grass Stains. Yep.
Yeah, not in a good position unless you get shot in the side. And, well, that's why you don't get over-aggressive with the push out into the open area, Jacob. That includes you, too. You got to be a little careful. Gets to the rock, gets some cover. But so very deadly, Coach, when we see these players push out into the open like that, almost always immediately being punished for it.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I mean, there's moments where you're like, okay, if I stay here, either the blue zone's going to start eating me, or I think there's a third party coming from behind. I mean, Jacob came in and tried to clean up one of those eliminations and couldn't quite be able to do more than just one, maybe almost lost their life in the process. So a lot of different question marks in your head, different decision-making points that could cost you potentially the entire tournament. And, well, Birthday Merms finding at least 1 elimination. You can see Merms finding there's the full, so the knock turned into a full. Merms hanging out inside the blue for a little bit. And this is Team 12 staring them down, saying, okay, what do we do next?
Ugh, man, and Coffee and Prod just know, this is no longer a fun fight we want to be in. Look at how weak Team Merms is. 2 players knocked, the rest looking towards the storm. Prod does find an angle. Prod does find an angle and will finish one of the kills as well as get another knock. And where I was just saying this fight looked all but over for Prod and Coffee, instead, it's now Prod on the offensive. 4 medkits as well, multiple bandages, has the painkillers to use as well as the energy drink. They'll be able to last in the storm for a while. Oh, grief alert, Prod says, I'm not trapped in here with you, my friends. You're trapped in here with me.
I'll be really curious to see what Prod's able to do. And like you said, resource management is so crucial no matter how you play it. If you don't have the meds, you can't hang out here. And well, the opposition might not have as many meds, or at the very least, they have something similar. And their move is, we got to get to one of these vehicles and get out of dodge. And there's the full elim coming in on Merm. So now it's J-Star in trash against Prod. And Prod still has an angle, still throwing bullets down range. And now they're finally backing out of this fight, saying, maybe I don't necessarily want to use every single resource to my advantage, and I can still hold them whenever they do come to zone.
Yeah, Prod just put a few more shots down and realized it's time to go, drops the smoke, and runs away. You see Trash Aim and Starfans still have a couple vehicles there to be able to make a quick getaway, and the zone already beginning to move again. All these squads in really, really tough shape. And while we were watching Prod, here's his teammate Coffee, And another fight across the map. Shots being traded. No damage done yet. Coffee going to retreat and try to play an angle. And a right peek on this third person. Major advantage to Coffee as they are now upstairs. Claps fighting an uphill battle literally and figuratively in this fight. As Claps knows that, makes a smart decision to back on up for the moment. And now the challenge coming back through again. Coffee knows they're here. Movement on either side. And oh, guess who's here? It's Prod. The 1v1 now turns it into 2 versus 1. Prod and Coffee ticking from the storm. They know they've got to go quick. Shots coming on in, and there's a knock. The 1 versus 2. Now a 1 versus 1. Coffee going to try to trade his teammate. The shots. Oh my gosh! They traded on out. And how about that? No one lives through the skirmish there. Both squads get eliminated.
Talk about worst case scenario. I can only imagine once we got the overall perspective that Coffee was in that encounter, he was radiating over to Prod, say, get over here as fast as possible. This is a solo. I need you. Let's play the trades up this rooftop building. And then they weren't able to execute on it. Sure, they grabbed 1 elimination, but they lost both their lives in the process.
Goj, that fight, the reason that happens, if you notice, when the car pulls up, Claps stops moving around the outside of the building and immediately sprints to the top of the stairs to force both players to go through that choke point. Hey, he nearly killed both as they first challenged. Coffee was nearly 1 shot. As oh my goodness. That was about 1 second it took.
No, Courage, we look at those UTVs and we've talked about it. They get you from POI to POI, but you are so exposed when you are riding in them. So Ahmad, understanding exactly what I'm talking about, gets mowed out of that vehicle. But now Fallen Moon, their turn. They do have a couple eliminations on the board. The team relatively alive and well, most of them in the play zone. 1 fully eliminated as we swing over Synthetics team here. Well, they're all just taking it. They're taking a break. They're just hanging out, getting everything set up before they get into their next push. So take a look at Puff's team. 3 eliminations for them, but I feel like we blinked in that engagement. Suddenly we're down to 8 teams left, and no surprise, it's right around that 4 or 5 zone pole.
Yep. Good use of the smoke.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, Solar's just throwing bullets downrange onto that smoke. I have no idea. They don't have the information. That was a recall tower right next to Solara, so there is an opportunity for somebody to maybe play a bit more aggressive. And, well, Riggs found an elimination earlier, but the play zone finds Riggs, and we'll get the full elim on Riggs. And, again, we go back to this. I think the blue zone has found somewhere around 4 to 5 elims every map thus far.
Rolex takes down her, but Rolex quickly traded as the squads on the edge of the map are fighting. It looks like Endgame now in a big engagement versus Dream Squad. Dream moving for the outside angle. It's Powerbang watching as it looks like they found 1. Nice shotgun there from Dream. Powerbang actually not involved in this one as that was Team Jacob who was there. Dream does stay alive for the moment. It's 3 teams in this fight. That's why I was confused for a second. As you see here, Jacob now cleaning up again on to Team Endgame. Jacob has been the thorn in the side of Team Endgame in games 2 and 3.
Well, now all you have is Gosen remaining as Powerbang and the rest of our first place team fall. But hey, we've seen them do it before. All you have to do is hide away if you can. Take the time to at least continue to accumulate those points. Because as you said it earlier too, Jack, as that team falls and we only have 6 remaining, you're going to get more and more and more as all these teams get eliminated. Yep. And just like that, we're at 5. And suddenly if they can somehow manage to get into 3rd, you get into that double-digit placement point, and well, Gosen, that is where he will fall.
The big thing to remember is it's 5 with only 8 remaining, so this is a very, very scrappy game. A solo or duo can easily still win this match as Jacob shifting back and forth, trying to pop those heals, and a good use of the smoke to be able to cross this choke point. Across the map, though, this is our biggest squad left in the game. Solara, Raph, and Shotman still alive, a team of 3. As they play this back ridgeline zone at their back, they will have to move a little bit forward, but it looks like they have 1 teammate already in the zone, and they'll match them as well.
I mean, Courage, this is the other thing to remember, too. Like, you said there were only a few teams left, and a lot of players were solos, and Dream finds one elim from distance. Great shots down onto the opposition. But it's this Team 8, Team, I believe, Amigos, that have the player advantage at the highest degree. It's 3 versus 1 versus 1, as Jacob finds an elim on the right side of the zone. Look at this circle. There is a structure in the center that I know Dream wants to get to. The problem is they don't know exactly where the entirety of Team 8 is. You can see Solara going prone off into the distance, and they're going to start spreading out slightly, still being able to play that overwatch position.
Jacobs can still win this game. If these teams fight first, you'll see the knock come on in. And knowing how few players are left, Jacob can... Oh, wow. Jacob does go down. Now it's Dream left in a 1 versus 2. Did a great job of making it just a duo still remaining. They're spraying into the smoke. Shotman can't find it yet. Dream trading the damage. Nades will force Dream out of position if they can be thrown correctly. And Solara, it's such a power position up against this building. Oh, there's no way. Dream with the nade cooked falls right at their feet. Congratulations to Puffs and crew as they take game number 3, which will give them not only 15 points for first, but what, another 16 for eliminations? Right. That is a massive point swing for them.
Massive. What a great ending. But Dream's team as well, a very high amount, 7 eliminations. A very, very, very high amount of eliminations for all of the top 3 teams. And, well, you couple those placement points together. I think this is the moment. I'm curious to see now, Coach, how does our leaderboard shift considering, well, for the first time, Powerbang's team not in those final 3?
No, exactly, right? I mean, Dream with 7 eliminations in their own right, plus their teammates, too. That's 18 points on top of second place 12. That's a 30-point game, right? Like, that's the tied for the second biggest game we've seen thus far, with 31 being the best. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on our leaderboard, get all the scores updated for you. But I believe we're going to check in with Hot Jukes for a little informational piece before we go any further. Half of this tournament done, Courage. $50,000 on the line, and we're already halfway through, and it has been nothing but chaos.
What's up, everybody? It's your host, Hot Jukes. I'm back, man. That last match was absolutely insane. The ladies, I like to see Bella and her pop off with a nice second place finish. Jacob towards the end. Honestly, it had me dying, dude. With Courage busting out the just thick caster curse on top of Jacob. Just like a Jacob, he could do. Oh, you know. Oh, I love to hear it. I love to hear it. But guys, I hope you guys are having a great time. So much has been happening so far in the game of PUBG Mobile. You know, 3 years, 4 years over. I mean, it's so crazy to see from start to finish. Not to mention, you know, seeing Powerbang and Rolex back together again, dude. Ugh, I'm just getting all the lights out nostalgia in the chat. Let's get some LOs in the chat, huh? Let's bring it back. You know, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the scoreboard? I think I hear the production yelling about here. We got it ready. So let's go ahead and see exactly how they're doing. Oh, you know what? Before we actually don't take that, we have an amazing video for you guys. I don't know if you guys have been checking out Livik as much as I have. I remember the first day I walked to that waterfall, looked underneath it, and saw it. So many different modes. One of my favorite maps in the game. Let's go ahead and take a look at this amazing video of Livik through the ages. Everybody, oh man, it was so good to just see like how Livic was developed there in a little bit, man. A little look behind the scenes. I'd love to see that. But you know what? The scene is now. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the scoreboard, see where everybody is lining up after this one. And end game, 72 points. Let's go, baby. Rolex and PB trying to get some money for their peeps. Dream Gaming as well, second place. Love to see that. Bella Fox and her gaming coming together. Jordy Forces with a nice 64. Void as well in third place. And going all the way down the line. So far we see 13th place with the birthday girl. Merms, come on. Fates, step it up, buddy. Come on, baby. Merms, I know she's about to go pop off here the next few matches, so I'm excited to see that. But man, it's so great to see so many of these amazing content creators giving some of their time here to be able to give back to the community. And man, PUBG Mobile definitely give it back. $50,000 on the line here today. Can you believe that? 50K. Literally, I remember the first time I ever played in a major tournament. It was the biggest one at the time. And I think we as a whole team won 10K. Now one person's going to win 10 grand. Literally. One person's going to win 10 grand. The other's going to win 10 grand. That's the first place prize right there. $20,000. And remember, it's only the duo community members that made it all this way that are going to go ahead and take it. And right now, it's end game. Apri, GoSun won. We saw them pop off before. They hot dropped together, and they made it to victory. So, we got a chance to talk to some of our creators, and we asked them, what is your favorite player to hot drop with? Who is your Midstein hot drop buddy? So why don't we go ahead and take a quick look at that.
If I'm hot dropping Midstein, Flip is definitely going to be on my team. Why? Stage 5 Clinger.
I'm hot dropping Midstein, and who's on my team and why? I'll tell you. I want Rolex, Ace Lawrence, and Fates on my team because I just want to carry them and get some good clickbait video from that.
Oh, Midstein, one of the most nervous and hard plays in PUBG Mobile. If I drop at Midstein, I wish I could wipe out Midstein with players who are confident in close fights.
It's a no-brainer. You go to a wrangle, you find the best apartment rats, you team up with them, you carry them over to Livic, drop Midstein with them. You'll dominate. I mean, you will dominate.
DeFuego, I've been playing with him since almost day one. He knows what I'm going to do before I know. We work very well together. Merms, because sniping. And the third pick is kind of a dream pick, Bushka. His statistical analysis, his spreadsheets, his data, he would be fantastic to play with, and he makes me laugh. So, I mean, a very simple choice for me. That's who I would hot drop Midstein with.
Duo squatting with Ace Lawrence because we don't want to fight over elimination, and his gameplay on Livic especially is a masterpiece.
So if I was going to hot drop Midstein, I'd probably want Rolex, Hot Jukes, and Powerbang on my team so that Rolex can eliminate everyone while we send Hot Jukes in as bait, and Powerbang can sit back and just give us some sick one-liners.
My dream squad, hot dropping Midstein, would have to be duo squatting, and I would choose Thanos. Because, you know, one snap of the fingers and that's half the lobby gone, so, you know, I'm guaranteed to win.
You're hot dropping Midstein. Who's on your team and why? I would choose Ace Lawrence, which he's the shotgun king, he plays Livic all the time, and he just destroys lobbies. Just Ace Lawrence for sure.
If I were to hot drop Midstein, I definitely have Coops with me because he's one of the best players I've ever seen play this game. Also Fates, he's an amazing player. And definitely Ace Lawrence because he's one of the best M10 shotgun users I have ever seen play this game.
Alright, if I had to go with a team, I'd have to go with me, Ace Lawrence, the shotgun guy, and Elon Musk. I'm serious.
Welcome back, everybody, right there, man. First off, Dad Plays. How dare you, bro? How dare you? Using the old Rolex track, dude, baiting me out, dude. I hate to see it. But, guys, welcome back here to the lobby. How are you guys feeling? Courage? 3 matches in, Papa. 3 matches, 2. Oh, we got 3 more left to go. How you feeling? Oh, yeah?
I think production can hear you.
Did Jack pull our jukes?
Pull the jukes!
Let's go, baby! Woo! Yo, the big boys! Working together. That's how you do it, man. I like how you did that out of solidarity for me. Thank you so much.
All right. What I said was, wow. No, we're 3 maps and 3 games in, 3 more to go. What's exciting for me and what's exciting for everyone at home, in my opinion, is, yes, we've been talking a lot about endgame at 2. I thought would take this home. To start the tournament, they've been in first from game 1 all the way to this point. But after game 2, they had a 15-point lead on second place. Now, after game 3, they're only up by 9 points on third place. So the gap has closed a lot. Absolutely still anybody's game. And many of those middle-of-the-ground teams, you see Emotional Damage, our Game 1 squad who took it home. Team Amigos, who just popped off. We know those teams have what they need to be able to take home a win. So seriously, even though they're down by 25 points, 30 points, it's totally still possible for them to come right on back.
Yeah, and Katie, seeing the top 2 squads, right? Top 2 squads, 0 chicken dinners, right? It's the third place one that's got one. How do you feel like that has to play here going into the rest of the day?
Well, I'm not surprised. Oftentimes when it comes to these battle royales, especially when you have those placement multipliers, it's not actually always about getting that chicken dinner, getting that first place. It's about consistently getting into that second or third multiplier. So second place, third place in the case here for the final, and coupling that with a very solid amount of eliminations each time. So I'm not surprised to see these teams. Yes, you might not have won a map, but it doesn't matter because as we heard Courage say a little bit ago, it's all about that consistency and they are doing it the best.
Heck yeah, they're going to need some W's. And speaking of W's, right, let's take it back to the game. Next match has begun. Y'all take it away.
Look, I am excited to see what Map 4 will bring us. I mean, a couple of the other notes that we can mention based on the last 3 maps we'll continue to see carry forward is, of course, variability of our plane line, as well as variability of our drop spots, as well as variability of those in-game circles. And that's what makes Battle Royale so special. That's what makes PUBG Mobile so special, is that you see all different types of action across the board. But, Courage, it is worth noting that Logistics Center drop spot, it looks like in-game is headed right back there for the 2nd or 3rd time now, out of total of 4 maps.
Hey, there's a saying that we all know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's exactly what they're doing right here. They're in first for a reason, and it's because they're confident in this landing spot. They know kind of exactly what to expect, but funny enough, there's actually a different team contesting them this time around. It's Team Skylight, who are currently in 12th place, also at this POI. So if I'm Team Endgame, and I notice that this is a different squad, here with me is already, yeah, there you go. They say goodbye. And again, I think a large reason is because they don't have control of that middle building. That middle building dictates the pressure on this position. And 3 games in a row, if you do not have the mid-building control, the team has backed on up. It makes a hell of a lot of sense as they do it right there. I thought Skylight was about to go up against the #1 team in this tournament and get rolled, but their game will continue.
Yeah, and at this point as well, you have to assume some of these teams, if they're aware, they know Endgame is going to consistently be landing at that POI. That's the only place they've landed. So if you land there and aren't confident early on, I'm not surprised to see a very quick rotation to go somewhere else. You do not want to be going up against a team that not only has the firepower, but the longevity to sustain in a fight. But Trash, we'll see if they can sustain. The answer, no. Flies around the corner. Synthetic with a nice connection, and an elimination comes in. We will see you later, Trash AM. Nice job from Synthetic. Very hyper-aggressive push, and it pays off.
Courage, I was going to ask this question to you as you take a look at the way Team 13 is currently playing. Like, Trash was completely separated from their squad. I didn't know if they maybe were going to this POI thinking, hey, there's probably not a team here. I can loot this up myself. Like, resource management has been so crucial, and maybe they just got caught into that encounter, were able to find a knock and then move forward from there, and had really just told Merms and J-Star, maybe don't address the fight. I don't know exactly what their plan was.
Yeah, no, that just seemed like it was a little bit of a hero play attempt. I don't think that needed to necessarily happen, but in the end, Trash does go down. So that team going to have to back it up off that POI as we swap positions. Bushka and Fallon, the last 2 remaining of this squad, as they right now off to a rough start in game number 4. Again, if you're just tuning on in, this is the PUBG Mobile 2022 Livic Community Cup. $50,000 on the line 4 days of playing all leads up to this. 3 more games to go as we are in the middle of game number 4. Still anybody's tournament. There are 13 squads in this one. And of those 13 squads, 50 players remain. As we're watching Merms again, Merms' birthday today. They will get Trash Can back on up, so that early engagement already fixed. As you see a little bit of an interesting fight right here. Solgi laying down, and oh gosh, Pickle Chew. This is not a fun time. It looks like Slogi wants to take a bite of that pickle, and down they go. Logan gets the job done.
That was more than a bite, right? Just completely devoured the whole pickle. That was team emotional damage, losing pickle in that encounter. Sologi, well done. Look, the rat plays work, and they work well, especially when your opponents don't have all of the information.
But I just love that play because you don't necessarily have to isolate yourself like that, but to just lay prone, wait for someone to come to you, and then especially wait until that exact moment when you know you can guarantee the kill and don't have to take any unnecessary risks. Just a really great play overall. Now we swing back to the team of the day so far. Powerbank's team don't have any eliminations just yet. Usually I feel like we see them with a few at this point, but look at that centering out of Jacob's team as well. Almost dead center in the middle of this zone. A couple of teams hovering to the left and right of Midstein. No one really committing to that POI yet, but I do like Jacob's team. They are smack dab in the middle, which means any rotation they need, they can make it.
Somehow Trash just keeps finding themselves in 1 versus 4s. A P90 on height. Best of luck is, oh, here comes the help from J-Star. Teammates now over the crest of the hill. Trash aim, hold the door. Doing their best Hodor impression as the pressure comes on through. Trash does go down. It's Bezzy Boss and Payback, trading that on out. Now a 3 versus 3 is Trash dead again.
I just love the fact, Coach, that J-Stars, they got that initial down, and then they saw Trash get down. They all got in the cars and immediately peeled away. They're like, sorry, my guy, we're out.
I'm out. I'm gone. Yeah, there's just no way I'm staying around for that fight, especially when they have the building control. No question. And this is grass stains on your screen right now. And something to mention about grass stains was that Bessie Boss's team in the duos event won by a massive margin. They had a total of 72 points between 3 maps, which we're not even close to that right now in squads. I think maybe in-game somewhere around in the 60s. I'll have to double check the leaderboard in a second, but regardless, 72 after 3, if you could translate that consistency over to this 6-map series, I mean, of course, you would love to see them near the top of the leaderboard. Not as much success as we maybe once thought, but this could be the map to turn it around. Like, we're in the second half of the tournament. Like, now's the time to go, especially if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard. You got to get a move on, and there's that quick revive.
Yeah, this was a team I pointed Grass Stains out at the very beginning of the final today as a team that I expected to do extremely well and just haven't shown up so far. But as we know, when you have something like 6 maps, you can always make something crazy happen. It's not out of the realm of possibility to think that a wild final 3 or 2-map comeback could potentially be in the works. But hey, on the bright side, you do have an elimination and you're all alive. So far, so good, right, Courage?
Yeah, no, and you know what it is, too? They've done a good job skirmishing. They've got a couple eliminations. Sometimes there's nerves that come into this. You got to remember, this could be the first time some of these players are being casted. It's the first time some of these players are here competing for this much money. Nerves do come into play, and that's where we talk about experience in these tournaments, where it makes a major difference. I'm sure you've both experienced when you're playing in a little bit of a higher stakes or your first time casting a major event. You feel those butterflies. It takes you a game or two to shake them on off. So now that we're in game number 4, I'd expect all of these players, they've got a little bit more experience in this squad type format. They've got the nerves going away. Now we're really going to see the cream of the crop rise to the top. Kind of bars right there, not going to lie, as we see who can finish strong on this final day.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, and I want to back up on an earlier statement. It was Bessie Boss and Payback that had the 72-point win in duos. In-game's currently sitting on 72 points exactly right now after 3 maps, by the way. So if history repeats itself, we could see In-game have an incredible tournament, continue their success, and win this 50K finals. But they've got a long way to go, and you can see the leaderboard between us right now. 72 is the current score to beat, but Dream at 64. That's not that sizable of a margin when you start coming down and thinking about placement points. You think about the amount of the elims that takes. That's 4 elims. That's 1 squad wipe, Courage.
And there's another one that just came on through. Katie, you mentioned it. You thought they were going to do well. They're finally starting to show up. 4 quick kills come in for them. Bezzy Boss is knocked, but so much skirmishing to start. I'm surprised they even have enough meds to do this, as they have been non-stop at the moment. Right on the edge of this zone, you see right by Lighthouse there, the Storm beginning to move on through. J-Star does go down. Fights continuing to happen. 3 teams here fighting from all sorts of different angles. This is about to get very, very hectic.
Take a look. Dead Hope eliminates Merm, a couple in that elimination feed coming back and forth here. And now you have Lovely just taking pot shot after pot shot onto Bessie Boss's team out that window, trying to connect, and has done so decently enough. But these players so far away that you're going to be able to get maybe a shot or two. Looking to take it, connects on a couple onto Bessie Boss. But even if you get that down, Goats, you're not going to be able to convert it into an elimination.
Well, that's exactly what happened. Lovely actually achieved a down on Bite Gaming from distance with the DP. I call it the dinner plate shooter. It hits like dinner plates hit you straight in the face. I mean, that thing hits like a truck from distance. And especially if you don't have the sniper and you can throw on one of those 3 or 4 times scopes on the DP, it's a great weapon to use at range. Now, at close range, maybe not so much. So you got to have that M10 as that secondary. Regardless, we'll see if they're able to execute on some of these encounters. You can see Verify also holding an angle at the top of this building, making sure nobody comes up from the stairs, but could just peek around this corner and grab a quick pick. And that's all you really need. If you're playing that ISO aggro position, grab one elim and then get out.
Exactly that. You couldn't have brought up a better point. That's where I wanted to go with this. You're basically needing to, when you're going to peek and reveal yourself, if you're at a number disadvantage, 1v4, 1v3, it applies to 1v2, but not as much. If you're going to peek and expose yourself, Verify needs to guarantee a knock. And look at that! Verify's done exactly that! Forget 1 knock. How about 3? Verify now with an opportunity to get a full squad wipe. Go back, production. Give me that fight, please. Payback looking for the knock, and you know what it was? He blew up the vehicle to get that quick knock. Shot still coming in. Can Verify finish the kill? It's 1 more bullet from 1 player in a 1 versus 4 to a 1v1. Verify with the nade. Shout out Kobe doesn't connect. No, it falls just behind. A little bit of damage. A little bit of damage. Verify, another nade being cooked. Payback. Trying to get the angle. No.
Gets caught out cooking the nade. Payback. That is the most impressive 1v multiple fight we have seen today. Absolutely outstanding out of Verify. Unfortunately, just a little too exposed. Courage with that nade cook at the end.
Katie, you brought it up earlier. That vehicle is like it's like they put a kick me sign on the back of them. Like, please shoot me when I'm in that.
That UTV doesn't play games.
UTV, and we talked about how Verify had to be patient and look for the perfect opportunity to get 1. He says, shut up, fatty, talking to me. He says, how about I get 3 of them and nearly find all 4? I will tell you this. Verify is going to be so mad that that nade was overthrown by just a few feet. So darn close from getting the squad wipe. Great look at the map right there. Many players near the north side of the zone, the middle of the zone. Pretty clear for the moment is Jacob. I feel like Jacob is most of the aggro plays we see. Throws out the flash, uses it for cover to get back into the building to get away. But oh no!
He's going right into another encounter as he gets rolled up on. He says, no, not today. You're not going to let this happen to me. I am the aggro player. I am the self-proclaimed solo versus squad king, and he is showcasing it right now. He's going to make sure he has every piece of cover available. He's going to use these different angles to show the enemies to his teammates, and they are able to find the elims and take out an entire team in a matter of moments. Jacob, perfectly executed 1v multiple situation and great overwatch from his teammates. We'll see if Her can maybe sneak in from the other side. And something we were noting before about the grenades, those things will bounce and they will roll and they will continue to roll. So cooking them at the appropriate time and cooking them for a very long amount of time so they explode on impact is how you secure those elims. And I think if Verify would have done that, they would have grabbed a potentially full team wipe. Well, Metalcore all of a sudden has gone down in another encounter on the edge of the circle. And you can see our circle is closing, and it is closing quickly. And Metalcore is going to get cleaned up by the commander himself, Bushka.
Yeah, that's Team Snakes pushing on forward. They are currently in 10th place with 23 points. A couple of quick eliminations right there. Middlecore we saw in the interview just before this video, or this game began, sorry, as up. Look who it is. It's Endgame holding teams on the edge of zone. Can they get multiple? They do have a vehicle, though, this time, Katie.
Oh, Karch, I was about to say, he was slightly off screen. I was about to ask, where's Powerbang?
Oh, well, he's not. Don't worry.
He's down.
Yeah, he's not.
I swear.
Look, Powerbang, I promise I'm really not trying to make you the butt of the joke, my friend. It just so happens that every time we go to show your team love, you're somehow getting knocked. I'm sorry. It's like the ultimate caster curse, as this looks like the most grim situation that Endgame has found themselves in yet. Appy goes down. Rolex dead. Powerbang dead. It's all down to Ghosten, who's under half HP for the moment. Can Ghosten get out? No. And for the first time in this tournament, Endgame is out very early on. Some might say they didn't make it to the endgame.
That's a huge boon, especially because Dream Gaming was also involved with that somewhat, and they're the second place team. So, Coach, you got to be feeling really good seeing they are out early. They do not have the chance to make any sort of sneaky, squirrely plays through the water, wherever else you might be trying to take them out. They will have to sit back and wait and watch the rest of Map 4 unfold before they get a chance to take another shot at it. And hey, if Dream Gaming can have an incredible map here, we will see a lead change.
Sure, it's certainly still possible, right? It was an 8-point lead going into this map, but it is also kind of raises the stakes, right? Like, this is the moment that just about every other team needed to start closing that deficit, whether it's an 8-point deficit or a 20-point deficit. You know, this is a massive opportunity to chunk away here in map number 4, and as the play zone eliminates a few, and what looks like 4-12 is also going to eliminate a few, team number 9, Jacob, still in a fantastic spot, a total of 3 elims. The question is, where do you rotate from here? You're still on the edge of zone, and there are a lot of teams sitting inside of the middle circle.
Oh, man. They do have a vehicle, though. Bella Fox going to go for a res on their teammate, her. Across the map, though, Tempo, Prod, Max, Coffee, all full health, all alive. Long-range scopes, looking for shots down on these players stuck in the buildings. 7 squads remaining, 20 players left. As you see Jacob cooking this nade, they're trying to push. Oh, they are. They're pushing right at Bella Fox and her. And the nade lands right on Bella Fox to knock not only Bella Fox, but her as well. Jacob right now leaning towards the MVP of this tournament, in my opinion. But he does get knocked by Star across the map.
It feels like all of these teams, even first through third, the moment they have an opportunity, an opening in this map 4, it gets taken away by another team flying in, and that is exactly what's happening. So many of these players being funneled into tough, open areas where they just cannot find the cover. Those nades are going to get maximum damage down onto them, and now Payback here knows that Star is down, might not have the opportunity to make much happen there, but that'll be Thirst going down. Star falls to the play zone. Griezmann with a down onto Dead Hope, and suddenly these players dropping like flies. Only 12 left with 6 teams. As we see Prod with 5 eliminations, Prod on their own. These final teams already with 7 total, putting themselves in a very good position, especially as the 6 teams remaining, Goj. It means we are getting very close to some scary multipliers.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the map, and I was going to state that Tempo Sonics is in a perfect position. Well, they've lost Prod right as I say that, but still, they have a decent player advantage. There's 4 teams left, total of 10 players. So you can do the math there. As long as you have 3, you're in a decent spot. But when you have 1 down, if you can get that revive, circle back to the middle of the zone, and have 4 players going to these last few fights, you would have a decent at least small advantage. But look, now 3 teams left, and we were mentioning this beforehand. Once you get to the 5th and 6th circles, we had 10 teams. Now we're down to 3. This is the largest zone we've had thus far. And on your screen right now, Team Dream with, again, 7 eliminations in total. Potential chance to go double digits in this map.
7 eliminations, but the least amount of players remaining. It's currently a 2v3v4, as it looks like on the edge of your screen, Max and Coffee both go down. Kills being traded back and forth. Multiple players down on the map right now. Prod and Tempo, the last 2 alive, trying to get their eliminated kills before they might drop. They want those points. Dream laying down, just cooking Hail Marys, and the opportunity hasn't come in yet. Dream now in a 1 versus 4, but what Dream I don't think realizes is that it's realistically a 1v2, but I believe Tempo will get these reses, and yeah, that's going to do it. Dream in a 1 versus 4, best of luck, but Go just does not look good.
Doesn't look good at all. I was going to say if Dream could find an angle around the right side, if they had the information, certainly doable, but Prod's position was most likely going to prevent that, right? You have this big piece of cover with this rock structure. You could also use it, yes, for cover verticality-wise, but you also have every piece of information available in order to secure the win. Prod can look across the battlefield and say, this circle is so small, I know exactly the angles that I can get shot from and where the opponents can come from, and I can only imagine they're going to be rotating in from the zone by the last remaining structure, and Dream in pure competitive fashion said, I'm not giving away 2 points, I'm dancing to my death. And here with our score leaderboard, again, a massive effort, 10 eliminations between Tempo with Prod and Coffee. That's 20 points on top of 15. That's the largest game of the day.
The largest game by far. And not only that, too, but keep a note, Dream there did more than enough at that point to get that second place, coupled with their kills when they're in that second position already, on top of knowing that Endgame was eliminated early on. Yes, you're maybe in an impossible scenario, but they got to be happy, right, with how that ended.
I'm going to call it. We're going to have a new leader after this when we see the scoreboard. I'm sorry to cut you off, Jukes, but we are going to have a new leader almost certainly at the end of this game.
Dude, took the words straight out of my mouth, dude. I mean, Dream are living the dream. That's exactly what I gotta agree with you, Katie. I mean, that was so beautifully executed. And it kind of makes me think, because like in circle number 5, we saw her and Bella, right, rocking as a duo squad on top of the hill, and they got that beautiful nade, of course, by Jacob. But they had the other 2 players as well, the 2 community members in the middle of the zone. Nice little 2-2 split, and we saw them still able to get up some nice elims and consistent points. So it looks like, hey, her, Bella, and squad, they've been putting in some homework, right? Because they're looking to take this whole thing here, Courage.
Oh, they absolutely are. And you know, Team Dream, their duo was first in Group A with 61 points across 3 games. So taking that first place mindset, bringing it over here now, I believe, if my math is correct, I believe they're going to be in first. We'll see in the scoreboard here in a moment. But brilliant competition so far through 4 games, 2 games remaining.
Yes, sir, indeed. And yo, Tempo Sonics as well, like you mentioned, you know, the top points so far in this tournament, Coach. I mean, they were in what, 8th or 9th place before this one? So, I mean, a must win for them. I mean, they still got a shot at it, I would think so, right? I mean, we'll find out here in a little bit, but Coach, what do you think about them?
Exactly. I mean, we talked about it during the break, off screen. We talked about it on screen as well. Like, you had to change your strategy up. And if it was, hey, we need to play aggressive and get the win, perfect, right? We've jumped ourselves up from 8th place, where we're taking home a little bit of money, to a potential chance for maybe 3rd place going into this next map, depending on the math. Dropping the biggest map of the day is impressive. The question is the Courage consistency there? And as we take a look at our scoreboard, weren't quite able to make it up to 3rd, but they are in 4th with 63 total points at the top of the leaderboard. Dream Gaming, our new leaders going into the last 2 maps. 92 points is your score to beat. And in-game still sitting around 73 or so, with Void tied in 2nd with 73. What a change-up.
Katie, 19-point difference now between 1st and 2nd. Then 2nd and 3rd are tied. I mean, what are you thinking? Like, what are you gonna see? What do you think we're gonna see different from these squads going in the last 2 matches?
I mean, this is just, I can't understate how impressive what Dream Gaming have done through the first 4 maps are, because they have been slowly but steadily eating away at that first place lead that Endgame had. Going into map 4, they only were in 2nd by 8 points, and now you're in 1st by almost 20. It is just truly incredible what they've been able to do. Tempo Sonics as well, continuing to march their way up. So really, it's anyone's game. I mean, if you're Dream Gaming, you aren't sitting pretty yet, but you gotta be feeling really good. But you know what? I think what we've seen out of Tempo Sonics, especially Prod, has been playing extremely well. But also, I think Jacob on another one of the teams has been very, just so hyper aggressive on Void's team. So I think Tempo Sonics, Void, you're going to see him continue to move up. Maybe even, who knows, push Endgame out of 2nd place.
Ooh, that'd be interesting to see here. Now, Courage, bro. You know, last 2 matches coming up, right? Team Skylight they're in last place, right? That's Athena Gaming, Seriotan himself, right? One of the legends here. You know who's going to pop off and get angry about that? My question is, though, we've had a few games here. Everybody knows where everybody drops by now, right? Do you think we're going to start seeing some, like, just crazy attacks, hot drops here in the last 2 matches?
Yeah, I mean, look, hopefully any of these top teams don't have any beef with any of the bottom teams, because if there's one thing that we've seen from some of these squads in other tournaments and other games as well is, hey, you can get a little bit salty and try to land on some people and ruin their event. So I don't know if that'll happen here. Hopefully not. Hopefully there's no griefing. Let's have some fun. But let's just say if I had some beef and that person was at first place, I'd be dropping right on their forehead, taking the 50-50.
Right? Might as well. I mean, heck, I remember the last event I played in, you know. I was playing with Brook AB, you know, and Bushka, and we were just chilling. All of a sudden, Brook AB just turned on us and started shooting on us. You know, no, thank God, you know, friendly fire wasn't turned on. So hopefully we don't have to see that from any of these squads, you know. But at the end of the day, consistency. Consistency is going to be the thing to win this, and right now, it's all Dream Gaming, Coach.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I do want to bring up the tie situation currently, because this is worth noting, right? As we take a look at our tiebreakers, the first tiebreaker, should it continue to be tied all the way to the end? I can't suspect it will, but we saw multiple tiebreakers in the first 2 days of competition that were on broadcast. The first tiebreaker after points is total eliminations, all right? So, again, continue to watch our scoreboard. Sure, the points might tell one story, but the question is, how many elims did you get along the way? Because if you get first, you're taking home $20,000, but then there's a $10,000 drop-off to second place, and you go all the way down to fourth at $3,000. Sixth is $2,000. Fifth, $2,500, and we stagger all the way down to 13th, taking home $500. So keep an eye on those tiebreakers, and hey, should you have the same amount of total eliminations, it's then total first place finishes. It's total chicken dinners that you have on the map. So we'll continue to keep you updated on our scoreboards and see if that's even going to be into the equation. But Jacob, I like him. He's playing great. He's finding a lot of elims. Can only imagine Team Void's going to be continuing to breathe down in-game's neck.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention, you know, I know we haven't been talking about it a lot. We look at that top prize pool, but hey, there's still a lot of money to be made here in those mid of the pack, you know, regions. So at this point, Courage, if you're in the game, right, I want you to be Coach Courage right now. You got there, you got the whiteboard, right? You're talking to those teams 5th place on down, right? What are you telling them before this next match starts? Come on.
Biggest thing I'm telling them, and the things that I've noticed from watching the game so far today, is to get land on 2 of the stronger vehicles in the game. Literally, if you have to split your drop to land on good vehicles, land on the good vehicles and use them to your advantage. Then try to take note as you're dropping of where most of the teams drop towards, getting as much information as possible to know where to expect most of your opponents. Like right now, you should be immediately calling and watching, all right, one team going north side, one team landing, top board, one team going here towards Midstein. Calling all those things out will be extremely key. And then finally, no hero plays needed. Use your numbers to your advantage. Don't try to go and be the guy that can turn a tournament around by throwing your life away. It's just not worth it.
That's a great point, especially with some of our content creators that are used to the 1v4 situations in pubs. Like, this is customs, and although you might not know a lot of the names in here from the community members, they are certainly talented. And I believe, by the way, Kurtz, as we take a look at our overarching viewpoint of the map and where some of these teams will drop, we see some massive changes. Team In-Game has elected to drop Hot Spring, and we see our first drop, which I believe this is the first team to drop Iceborg. I think that's her gaming squad as well. So some of our top squads now on the north side of the map.
Look, Endgame know better than me, but even though they had a rough game right there, I just don't know if changing everything up is necessarily what I do. You know, they knew and had a good feeling on the pacing of the south side of the map through games 1 through 4. They got in an unfortunate pinch by 2 different teams in that last game and died on out. But now to change your entire playstyle and shift to the north side of the map, I don't know how that's going to go. As Seriotan all by themselves here in a 1 versus 3. And, well, when it's a 1 versus 3, your odds of winning that are very low. It does take one down, but no elimination will come on through, as they will get full killed here to start off the game with the first death.
It does look like they have one elimination. I assume, obviously not from anyone here, that they were just able to down, but, well, they know what is about to happen. The impending doom. We swing over to Fake Riggs team. No eliminations for them just yet. And taking a look as they just continue to loot, maybe get some of those teammates back into the action. Flame, they're just scouting things out. And that's what those good teammates do when you have to have that Overwatch position. You have to constantly be moving around, checking every single angle. You can't assume that you're safe. We've seen some of these teams make mistakes like that. And, well, I actually don't mind this play from Dab's team in hoping that perhaps this downed player is going to bring in the remaining members of the team. And you can get some pot shots in, but it looks like maybe they aren't taking the bait just yet.
It also negates their ability to bring them back immediately, right? They're hamstrung for at least 60 seconds or so as they slowly but surely bleed out. And Seriotan, again, can play that kind of aggressor standpoint. When their team is dropping on a recall tower, like you saw with Elenice, they said, all right, hey, Seriotan, just go find some elims, and then we'll bring you right back should things go awry, and then we'll play together as a team. And I believe that's exactly what they're about to do. Here comes the res. They're going to be flying right back in immediately.
Wow, I actually love to see that small bit of info. You know, as someone who's new to commentating PUBG Mobile, but also, you know, watching this new map, seeing that bit of playstyle, something that I didn't necessarily know, and I like seeing that. You know, go out, get a couple eliminations, maybe fight a team. You mentioned that there's some superstar 1v4 type players in this. Seriotan is one of them. Nearly got 2 in that last fight. At least got 1 elimination. It's 2 points to the team, and guess what? They're already back.
Exactly. Well, we'll see where they're able to go from here. The big question is, can you find the loot, right? And not run into another team, because now you're separated slightly and saying, okay, I have no resources, I have no weapons, let's get to some buildings and let's loot up, and hopefully they haven't been looted yet. And then I can swing around the corner and maybe do it again. It looked like Boss was in a bit of an issue. Well, Seriotan immediately getting shots from distance and takes down most of their health. A few bandages, I believe, was the only loot that they had. So, yeah, sure, let's heal back up. But now, where do we go from here, right? We know there's Team 11 all the way across the river, but I just need to continue to run. And maybe that strategy doesn't always work out if you come back from the revive and you still get pressure put on you.
I mean, you got to be so careful, right? Because when you're first coming back as Puffs, well, Puff, speaking of a tough situation, the only one alive on that team. But you have to be so careful when you have that initial drop back. Where are you landing? Is it safe? Is it going to already be looted? Is it a viable, good spot for you? Or, Serio's case, are you downed once again in a bit of a tricky position? And really, your teammates trying to make your way toward them. We'll see if Serio is able to, or if Trash is going to be ready and waiting to kind of convert that into the full elimination. Slowgy looking like they're trying to get there, maybe sneak off some sort of a revive. That'll be huge if they can. Trash right at that angle and that movement. Didn't see it.
Look at Verify's angle on the top right. If we can see Verify's POV, might have an opportunity now to pinch on down and get some pot shots from behind. You see just on the top right of our screen, Puffs looking to get the respawn on 3 teammates here.
Wow.
And it might just happen.
It's a huge fight as well, right? This is Seriotan's team. Seriotan, by the way, has already used their 1 death, if you can call it that. You can't get revived more than 1 time per map. So if you get brought back in, you've got to find your way to safety, and that's the trouble right now for Elenice's squad. This purple Team 5 have had quite a bit of issues today, and they are just getting pinched from all sides.
I love this right now from Verify. Look, they're in a good spot. J-Star now pinching as well. It looks like the fight isn't necessarily going to happen because a third party has showed up. That's Lil Homies, now with shots from behind into Elenice and crew. Rhinox, part of Team Jacob, as I'm just calling them Team Jacob, even though they're Void and they're currently in 3rd place at 73 points. It's Jacob who's my MVP so far in this tournament. From the amount of pressure that Jacob alone can do, it is mind-blowing. More shots down on the Payback. Payback takes 1 bullet and backs on up. Great little POV here of Rhinox. 41 or 47 remain with 13 teams. I think it's 47 remain.
Yeah, we still have yet to actually see a full team wipe as well. Still sitting on those 13 teams. Jacob on your screen. Now, I'd have to agree. Jacob and Prod in particular have been some of the most hyper-aggressive playmakers that we've seen so far over this roughly about 4.5 maps. If you're just tuning in, where I'm at 5 of 6 as J-Star gets a down onto Metal Core off screen. But really, you're sitting at 1 elimination, which is fine for the time being. J-Star another down, doing work. Excuse me, apparently J-Star is taking everyone on right now, and Nexus was trying to return the favor, and J-Star says, none for you, or you, get out of my face.
Team J-Star, an example of one of those squads that I think right now knows they're in the running and is trying to get a little bit more aggressive heading into this game. In 5th place with 20 eliminations, which is our 4th most so far in the tournament. Seriotan somehow lived through all of that, was in the middle of 4 teams, was the first one knocked, and now 2 of their teammates are dead, and they're just hiding in a corner, basically doing their best impersonation of me from the tournament a month and a half ago.
Which is an unfortunate circumstance for all the Athena fans at home, because you know how talented Athena can be, right? And so when they get put in pressured situations in 1v4s, 1v3s by themselves. Sure, they can play the aggro position, but without little to no backup in just about every encounter we've seen from them, from other, whether it was unlucky circumstances off screen or just the way they formulated their strategy, it hasn't been paying off. And this is the map they have to turn things around. Team number 5 is way down on our leaderboard in 13th place right now. Skylight was a team I said watch out for, and I was just totally wrong, at least thus far. Now, we've seen 35-point games. If they were to drop 2 back-to-back 35-point games, sure, they'd be somewhere near our top of the leaderboard, but they wouldn't be in first. They'd maybe barely be in second, if that at most. So, again, it is a little too late, right? You had to make the move in map 4.
And I'm sorry to cut you off, but look, here's the difference. Now, Powerbang, this squad switches to the north side of the map. They are on the complete bad side of the zone. They're actually the last team. They're going to be held by our green squad, our purple squad, our pink squad, our red squad, our blue squad, our brown squad are watching the entire north side. Meanwhile, if they landed near the south, there'd be one team near them, Team Tempo. So that decision, while, hey, let's change things up, it might lead to them getting absolutely fried in these 2 vehicles by the 5 teams they're driving right at.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tricky position for them to get out of. We've seen worse positions, though, for end games, so we'll see if they can manage to pull it off. But now, as we swing over to Fallen Moon's team, Griezmann here, they do have 1 elimination so far, but this is where things start to get scary. We've got about 45 seconds before that second zone begins to close, and this is what you always have to be aware of. These rotations in the next couple circles, as Courage was saying, are going to be the ones that funnel a lot of these players, like what we're seeing right now out of Gosen and Afi on Team Endgame, into one another. And if they are not careful, as Powerbank and the remaining players circle around them, it could end up costing them potentially that guaranteed first place. And this is where you're gonna have to be very mindful. Afi, though, this is exactly what you want. Starts with an immediate down, but the trade, I think, from Puffs almost instantaneous. Gosen, another down onto one shot. Powerbank flies in with the car, trying to get that close range aggression. Rolex with the shotgun makes it onto Puffs, and just like that, they fly in. And well, it looks like so far it's working out. Wrath around the corner using this tree, holding on for dear life. And well, the molly comes out, flushes them out into the open, and it's Rolex with the back-to-back shotgun eliminations. A beautiful play from them to at least take down one of those teams that Courage mentioned was going to be standing in their way.
Yeah, brilliantly played. And remember when I mentioned at the start of this game, what I'd like to see teams do is land on 2 vehicles that have good cover? Well, guess what this team did? They did exactly that. They drive on in with vehicles that they are confident to drive around and use as a scouting tool. Powerbang and his duo stayed in the car and drove all around to call out exactly what rock those 2 players were on, while Rolex and Appy stayed on the ground, challenged gunfights, and because of that, a quick 3 kills. They've now made it into the zone, and look at this duo. Look at these 2 duos rolling out. They are playing this absolutely perfectly.
I am impressed also with their ability to color coordinate. They've grabbed the coops, they've thrown on the orange skins for these vehicles, and they're going to continue to just be menaces around the map. They're weak, they probably were listening to the broadcast before. It looks like Joseph was able to grab a knock at least from distance. They tried to find some cover around the tree. Joseph gets fully eliminated. Now it's Apri on low health, getting shot from multiple angles. Powerbang is just nowhere to be seen. He and Rolex said, we're going to get to the recall tower. Why not?
Yes.
We know what we're doing.
Yes. This is the benefit of having two vehicles and splitting up. Because of how this map plays and how you can bring your teammates back, you know what? Hey, guys, sorry. It's nothing personal. We're going to leave you behind. There's no way of saving you. I mean, look, what would they do? Try to take on this fight? Is this Team Thunder? Yeah, Team Thunder are on 4 different buildings in perfect positions if they were to have tried to take this fight. It's a sign of just great game knowledge. Back on up. We'll just get the free res on you. It's no big deal.
Affy's at risk of needing one of those as some of those shots come in flushed out by that Molotov as the rest of Team Thunder pushes in toward them. Jets with a frag off screen downs Powerbang, which means there might be a contest on potentially some of those revives as Deado cleans it up. Who knows? Suddenly the team that had such good positioning, it's all falling apart. Affy is about to be taken out. Powerbang is downed as well, and suddenly endgame, what looked so good for them might very well become disastrous. Rolex, the last one alive, fighting for their life with the shotgun, goes out for the shot. Can they make it the triple? Can they connect? They have to reload. They can't get it done. Endgame will fall, and what could have been the heroic play? Rolex, unfortunately, just not enough bullets in the chamber.
Guys, didn't it really seem like they had to go through a lot of teams right there to try to get to the center of the zone?
It's like you mentioned that.
It's like they jumped towards the side that had every other damn team on it but one. Look, they've been doing so well, but you are still in second place. You're right there. Why put yourself on the side of the map that you have no idea of what teams normally play where, how congested it normally is? That's the decision for me. I would not be surprised to see them go back towards the south side of the map again in Game 6.
They're going to have to, and they're going to have to find a number of eliminations and placement points because I believe they fell as team number 10 again. They certainly found an elimination or two this time to increase their score, but not by a sizable amount. I got to say, Rolex almost had the best sequence we've seen thus far with that M10 shot.
That would have been incredible.
It showed how powerful it can be if you connect with your shots. One more well-placed bullet, and I believe could have had the 1v3 win and really clutched up for his team despite any bad rotations. But we'll see what happens next. As on your screen right now, Bessie Boss, incredible performance in the duos section of this tournament, trying to repeat that success today. Finding the revive on Star. These are the positions you love to hold, right? Any fight that you can go into and you have a slight advantage, any competitive advantage you can utilize is going to be a massive boon to your success in this tournament because a 50-50 fight is just not worth it. Period. End of sentence. Unless you're at the bottom of the leaderboard and the team you're fighting is maybe near the top and you're like, let's send it. Otherwise, find those competitive advantages and use them to your advantage to win your gunfights. Let's look at this circle, and you can see a couple teams still rotating in. Again, it is Team Coffee, Prod, Tempo, TBE, Max with a fantastic position inside the zone and an opportunity to hold two teams rotating in.
Well, what to notice really quicker, I just want to point this out, right, is that your third place, your fourth place, and your first place teams are all still alive as we saw Endgame go down. Tempo Sonics being in that fourth place position. It's a very real chance here, Courage, that Endgame aren't even in your top 3 after all these shots come in.
Oh, no, I wouldn't be surprised at all as Jacob takes a challenge on the Merms. Merms does go down, and it's Verify all by themselves, laying behind a rock. That nade does just miss, but sadly for them, Jacob is on the hunt. Wow. And Jacob will find his prey as Rhinox with the nade to help on out. They clear the players out on the side of the zone as they do go down now as we swap perspectives on over towards Star of, I believe this is Team Grass Stains.
Yeah.
Still alive. One player does go down. That's Bessie Boss, but they will get the revive. As they know their opponents that they were fighting were weak as well. There should be no aggression coming on down as the zone begins to close yet again.
This team, I believe, Team Thunder, who we've had a chance to watch just a bit of on main stage. I know we have a lot of Papa PG fans in the chat. They're waiting to see him pop off, and he certainly can and could in this fight. He is one of the last alive on that team. Star's going to make sure that doesn't happen, though. UTV, sure, it gets you around the map quick. Sure, it's great in all terrains, but it doesn't have a lot of cover in. Well, yet again, another reason you've got to be careful as you drive around and try to grab the reses. That is a full team wipe on Team Thunder. They will be striking no lightning this match as we're down to the final 5 teams, and you can see exactly who they are. This time, not too many player advantages to work with. A team of 4, which has 2 players down, and then a team of 4 with Team Jacob leading the charge, probably in one of the better positions, depending on where this circle pulls.
Very important things to note. Our third place team, Team Void, still alive with all 4 players, but sadly for them, Team Dream is in the current power position on this map with all 4 players alive as well. Jacob just continues to push right towards everyone he can and fight anyone on his screen with only 11 players remaining. 3 squads left. Who will come out on top? I'm going to call it. I think it's going to be Team Dream.
I would not be surprised, but you gotta give it to Grassane Team. Maybe a little too late to come alive, but they're at 9 eliminations here, and they do have 3 players using these smokes very effectively to move from location to location. Unfortunately, Star does get caught out, get down. We'll see if Bessie Boss can get them back up on their feet, but I agree here. Void and Endgame in such good positions, but Rhinox, you gotta be careful. Rhinox gets down, shots coming in, and well, if you're Endgame, you are happy to watch these 2 teams face off against one another. And well, unfortunately for Team Void, you are going to be pushed off of that rock. You're going to be sent out right into the open. And well, this could be a crazy finish where all of these teams have potentially no cover to work with.
I think they're going to need to lay down on the top of this rock for the least bit of cover. Both teams are going to focus and prioritize this squad on the edge of the zone, which is Bessie Boss. Yes, you see the nades come on in. And now it is your team in first place, Team Dream, going up against Team Void. Team Void currently with 15 kills in this 4 versus 4. Zone advantage now in favor of Team Void. Dream trying to go through with the car, create a distraction to give his teammates a chance to push on forward. That's Jacob with the elimination. Her goes down as well. 17 eliminations right now for Team Void. By far the best performance so far of the tournament. Oh no, Whiffs does go down. Bella Fox with the quick little trade. It all comes down to this. A 1 versus 3. Team Void get the job done with 19 eliminations.
Unbelievable performance from Team Void. I loved the position they had on the rock. I knew that was a fantastic spot to hold if you could maintain that position and not lose a player in the process. They almost lost Rhinox, but once they grabbed the res and then Dream had the full send with the vehicle, it was almost game, set, match unless they made another mistake. They stayed patient, they took the long range gunfights, and they won the game. 15 placement points, and then 38 points from eliminations only. I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but I believe that's a 53-point game. Are you kidding me, Team Void?
Courage, you said it, and I will say it again. Jacob is the MVP of this final. What incredible gameplay. And the craziest part to me, Go just said, you remember all the way back on Solos Day when Hot Jukes asked me how many kills do you think they're gonna need to get? And I was like, oh, double digits. Well, Jacob's the only one we've seen so far in the tournament actually break double digits as a single player. Incredible.
Hey, we talked about
baby.
Oh,
that's like a shooting at the OK Corral out of here, yo. 12 kills, 12 eliminations from Jacob alone. 19. Absolutely insane. I cannot believe a performance like that. Hey, Courage, you think they passed up Endgame?
Yeah, they've passed up everybody, and if I'm Team Endgame, I'm just hoping I'm still in the top 3 at this point, as they've had 2 rough games in a row. Again, I'm still questioning the decision to go to the north side of the map, but if there's one thing that has remained true, Team Void have been consistent throughout. They had a rough game 1. They had a rocky start. They were in 11th place, but now in first place with 126 points. Void make a statement, but more importantly, heading into game number 6, the gap from first to second is only 8 points. Either of these teams can easily still be crowned champion.
I don't even think they needed consistency after a game like that. Like, honestly, insane. But, 2 chicken dinners so far. That last game was just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, they just kind of showed it, right? That it's still possible for another squad to, snipe away that first place. I mean, Dream's there. I mean, Endgame, if they happen to pull out a game like Void. But, man, I mean, a lot has to happen here if they're looking to pass it up. Because this team's on fire, Coach. On fire.
They're more than on fire. I mean, they are just burnt to a crisp already, and the question is, can they carry that consistency into the next map, right? Like, if they can drop a decent map number 6, they should be walking away with the lion's share of the $50,000, $20,000 going to those 2 community members. Now, something to remember also, Courage, is back from the 4th anniversary event, guess who was the MVP of that event, and guess who won that event? Oh, it was Jacob leading his team and leading the charge all the way to the finish line. So he's back to do it again, this time to prop up the community members to win 20 grand.
Woo! I love to see it. Now, before we get anything started here, before we keep going, we got some amazing words of encouragement for you guys. So why don't we go ahead and roll it?
This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. The final game of PUBG Mobile's 2022 Livic Community Cup. You guys have been grinding day in and day out, preparing for this moment. Multiple days in the tournament, trying to qualify and get to these final 6 games. And now we are on the eve of game number 6. At the end of this, we will crown our 2022 champion, and I cannot wait to see how it all plays on out. What I can tell you is this: the action has been phenomenal so far this week. So look, give yourself a pat on the back. But I'm sure the nerves are high. So look, take a deep breath and focus. This is everything you've practiced for. You know what you need to do. Don't change it on up because it's the final game now. If you're hopping on in, still prioritize the zone. Make sure to keep control of all your different angles you can be approached from and shot from. The biggest thing for late games in these battle royales is knowing what areas you're open to, what areas you have to watch, and also pay attention to where the dead side of the zone is to have your easier set of rotations and to just not get challenged while you go for a power position. Do what you need to do. Focus on up. The time has come. The final game of PUBG Mobile's 2022 Livic Community Cup starts right after this quick break.
And that's the break.
Quickest.
That was the break.
That's
oh
how
my
you
God.
do it. That's how you do it right there. There's ain't no time for no break. This is a community cup. Now, I got to ask you this, Courage. You do anything interesting on that break there?
No. I actually was about to run up and go to the bathroom because I've been chugging water throughout this broadcast, but they quite literally made it a quick break. So, yeah, I couldn't.
You got something on your lips there.
Wait, but what I really want to know, Courage, when you were recording that, when you were recording that, did you see into the future and say that specifically for Powerbang?
No, but let's just say I may or may not have paid off half our competitors here today to only go after him and make this tournament a living hell for him. No, I'm kidding. No, it's honestly, it was a pleasure to be able to record that, and I just want to give a quick shout out as we're heading into game number 6 to be so grateful to the PUBG Mobile community for welcoming me with open arms. So many kind words. Shout out to the production team. Shout out to all our competitors and my wonderful co-casters, Katie, Jukes, and Gaji. You guys are so awesome. Thank you.
Oh, dude, the good old Goji Berry, dude. You're doing a great job, bro.
I appreciate everyone besides Courage, but I'm happy to be here. So.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, one match left. Katie, you have some of your favorite squads here at the top of the list. What do they need to do here in this last one?
I mean, for the teams that are already up top, I think you stick with exactly what you're doing, especially when it comes to Dream Gaming, interestingly enough, right? So at one point before they took the lead, they were exactly 8 points behind first place. They take the lead, they get usurped by Void, who have a dominating, incredible, best game performance that we saw in map 5. Well, they're in second place again, down by 8 points. So if I have to say anything, I think if they've done it once, they can do it twice. Dream Gaming gonna come in first.
All right, now Courage. Big question for you, Papa. Void popped off in the last one. Endgame, they have a big gap now. And I know you know that they want first place. So we saw them beat them early when it came to the earlier today. Are we going to see Endgame hop drop Void? That's my question. It's the last game. Let's go. Take it away.
Ooh, are they going to hot drop Void? Look, I don't think so, but do I have a magic eyeglass that lets me see into the future? Because Powerbang and crew are going right back to Logistics Center, because guess what? Their plan to shake things up, which they didn't need to do, did not work out for them. And if there is a moment that changed this tournament for me, it is their decision to drop on the north side of the map in that game number 5. And we have to start the game off by watching Jacob, who for me is a far and away MVP. And with that being said, I'm literally going to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry, I have to go pee some bathroom.
But no, I think what Courage said there is important, right? I think Powerbang's team Endgame, they second guessed themselves, and that was kind of the dagger for them. They didn't believe in what had been so effective for them in the first couple maps, Goj, and now they're paying the price for it. I'm sorry, Goji.
No.
And so how do they recover? It's a thing now. I'm sorry, if Courage makes it a thing, it's a thing, and you're just gonna have to accept it.
Courage is gone. It's Goj. Plain and simple. Get it right. Write it down. Put it in your notebook. Put it on a bookmark. I don't care. All I know is this last map is going to be intense. And I think Jacob Gaming, Void, I didn't get a chance to do prediction. I think Void's going to take it home. Again, an 8-point lead is not an insane amount, but all they have to do is stay alive. Katie, you said something, right, at the very beginning of our duos.
It was profound, I'm sure.
On Friday. It was incredibly profound. On Friday, Katie said, the key to success here in PUBG Mobile is shoot stuff, don't die. That is true of just about any game, but it is profound today as well, because you have to stay alive. We saw in-game do that, right? They shot a few things, but they stayed alive at the highest level in the first couple maps. They had a number of second place finishes. Those placement points are crucial to your success today. So yes, find some shots, shoot some things early game, but find your way to the end game. That is going to be the key in this last map.
And Goj, I don't know if you mentioned this, as we'll get our POV feed here fixed in a moment. Void is leading in eliminations at 40. They also have 2 chicken dinners now. So in our 2 big tiebreakers, they are in the lead in both of them. So not only are they in the lead in points, but they also are winning in the tiebreakers at the moment. So if you're Void, you're feeling confident. But now, remember the nerves I mentioned to start? There's now the opposite side. The nerves for being in first place and needing to clutch on up. Yes, they just had a pop-off performance. Thankfully, your best player in Jacob, as you mentioned, was the MVP of the last tournament. Really not new to dominating in these games. So you've got to think they can still keep themselves composed. But Katie and Goj, they feel the pressure now, 1 map away from taking home this title and $20,000.
So I gotta wonder then, because you brought this up, and then it's something I had been thinking about, Courage, but you took the words right out of my mouth, is some of these community members might be a little nervous in the first few games. And if you're on Void's team, if you're Rhinox, if you're Wisp, who got 42nd in the solos, so not necessarily dominating performances early on, and you are right at the cusp of $10,000 each, maybe you felt good in games 3 through 5, but are you nervous all over again in map 6?
I mean, when we mentioned potential nerves going into game number 1, we have to remember with Void, their worst game was game number 1. Was that nerves? Was that exactly what we've mentioned? Now in game 6, could the reverse be happening? Could this be, again, they're nervous about trying to not choke, and then the reverse happens that makes them choke? I don't know. My mind's spinning on all these different things, but let's get back on into the action. Well done, production, for the quick little fix. All sorts of nades being thrown by Max and Coffee just to back on up this team of Dab, Synthetic, and Lely.
Yeah, I was looking back at some of our Discord feeds as well, and I was looking back into Void's feed, and it does look like they are... Well, they had quite a bit of communication before the start of this event. They, I believe, also had a chance to practice a bit together, so I'm sure some of that chemistry will come into play today. It has already, but it could have been that first map of, like, continuing to try to feel out how each other are playing, and then maybe at the end of map 1, they just said, all right, Jacob, you're gonna IGL. Like, we need a clear and present voice telling us exactly where we need to go. You can also play the aggressor who has the most information, and then we go from there. And maybe those are the things that clean them up. Maybe we'll get an interview later should they win this, and we'll get a bit more behind the peak from that team. But regardless, Rhinox is still playing fairly aggressive with the team down below, wants to make sure they don't lose their life in the process, might decide to back up here should things, yeah, I was gonna say things would go certainly awry if you're gonna push that exact same fight you had in map number 5 that you elected to back out of.
Well, it does look like as we cut back, there's already been a team eliminated, and that is the Amigos was that first team to be eliminated here in map 6. And well, that'll be Dream with a down on to Star, part of Dream Gaming. And yeah, a few of these top contender teams really back and forth. But Coach, something that surprised me actually was I didn't think going into map 6, based on what we saw out of Endgame in maps 4 and 5, I'm actually surprised that they're still in 3rd.
No, I am too. I think there were a lot of teams that have closed the gap, certainly, and there could be a massive fight for 3rd as well. I mean, we've been talking about 1st and 2nd all day today. As we look at the map, look who's up in the top right-hand corner of your screen. That's Iceborg, the top right new POI with the new Livik update. But that's also Dream Gaming, I believe, at the very top right-hand corner of your map. And they seemingly are contested by, I believe, part of Tempo Science. You can see part of their teams inside of the zone down at the south portion, and then the other half is up at the top right contesting Dream. So this could have been a grief situation.
As Bezzy Boss, one of our better skirmishers in this tournament so far, they all get landed on as they come back in from getting respawned. Shots coming on in, one goes down, the trade comes in as well. Oh no, and you see Dream now sprinting. Multiple players get brought back in from the respawn point inside the church. And they land right on top of 2 members of Dream. It's now up to Dream to win this fight. And remember, Dream is our 2nd place team. If they lose this, that is the end of their tournament hopes.
And this is even a worse situation than I thought it was. Whether my saturation is wrong or maybe I'm partially colorblind, regardless, this is Grass States that is fighting Team Dream. This is a team that certainly would like to grab this grief and then move on with their merry day, right? This is an opportunity, of course. If you're Jacob and you're watching down in the elimination feed, that one's gonna feel good. And if they can secure a couple more, that also denotes to Jacob, yo, this is an opportunity. Fly around this map. And so far, so bad for Team Dream, because Dream is eliminated. It's all up to her gaming, and it's a 1v3 situation with their 4th just downed. I don't know how she wins this.
1v3 on the low ground. Her now being pushed. Finds a knockdown to 1, but down they go. Our 2nd place team, Dream Gaming, has officially been eliminated in our final game. And now if you're Team Void, you are licking your lips. Endgame, who was the 3rd place team, is 44 points behind you. The tournament is all but theirs unless Team Endgame can go absolutely crazy in these next 15 minutes.
Did I caster curse Dream Gaming? Because I was so confident.
Oh,
and
gosh.
I said they were going to take it. And if I had bad juju for Dream Gaming, I am so sorry.
Katie, look, we've done, I can't even tell you how many broadcasts together at this point, and I know that you cast a curse just about every single time, so I'm not that surprised to see Dream
I think you're just mad because your new name is Goji and you're picking on me.
Yeah, all right, here we go. Well, regardless.
Oh, no, not the berry talk again.
I'm done with it. Look, Verify is on the edge of the zone. They saw this fight go down from distance in Iceborg, right? And this is an opportunity to potentially clean up this team. You have visual. You have the gunny. Might as well take advantage of it. That's 2 tap down. Bessie Boss is in a tough situation with her teammates, have already pushed forward, and it looks like J-Star and company have a great spot here on the edge of zone to potentially grab 1 to 2 eliminations, if not more. We were talking about it before. You can pick off a couple. Great. There's another team behind them. They're saying, yeah, I just need 2 bullets every single time. Verify is not missing, showcasing how deadly he was in the solos portion and the duos portion of this event, bringing that talent into game number 6.
What's even more impressive is that the first kill was from the first elimination was from J-Star for that knock, and then Verify with that same long-range scope on the same weapon says, hey, if you can do it, I can do it as well. But oh gosh, there's the rest of SoulG's team. Verify wanted to move on forward and look for a potential full, but thankfully brilliant cover that should give them the chance to get the res on SoulG. So really well done by Seriotan to keep that pressure and force his opponents from giving them the space they need to get the res on their teammate.
You know what's really weird, Coach, that I've just noticed now? Through all the days of the 2022 Live It Community Cup, this day and every drop so far, I feel like we've hardly seen Midstein. As hot of a drop as it is, as such a big POI it is on the map, I just feel like whether it's the lines or anything else, people have been saying, no, not right now to Midstein. It's been so odd. We saw it there just for a moment, but really it's been an absentee in these maps.
Oh,
yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that's actually really common to have happen across many games. You have to be insanely confident to land at the hottest drop on the map and say this is gonna be our claim. In many games, actually, players will call their position and literally tweet it to try to get control of that area to drop on in. So if you think about it, while it's crazy, it's also everyone probably has a mindset of, hey, we're not going Midstein. Everyone lands there. And then it gets to a point where there's 13 squads. If 13 squads all have that same mindset, which is not that rare, then guess what? No one winds up landing there, or maybe only one squad does.
Right. There's been a couple of times that we've seen teams rotate into it. You can see it on your screen right now. This is the brand new Midstein, and the way it's laid out is beautiful. All the buildings are unique, different, have different windows, tons of angles. And I've got to say, too, on top of what Courage was saying, it looks like Seriotan as well as SoulG and their company is able to find a few eliminations in this fight. It's a tough fight to take, and as we swap perspectives, you see Prod go down as well, so Team Coffee down a member. But I was going to mention, in Midstein, too, when you're playing quads fights, even just 2 teams dropping Midstein is still 8 players, and there are so many angles you can get shot from. Those are the type of fights that we'll see last for 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, and it's just a quagmire that bogs down your entire game. It just might not be worth it in the end game.
This is such a tough position to be in if you're J-Star's team. There's so many angles that are locked down for you, and unless, like you just did, you can get a cheeky little down, maybe give yourself some bandwidth to recuperate. Merms was downed earlier, and they did a good job of getting her back up onto her feet, but that's exactly it. You get the down, you push immediately into the engagement, turn it into a 4v2, convert those eliminations as well, and suddenly the remaining players in Midstein have to ask themselves the question, Courage, do we try and bring this back, or do we try and just push away and look to get our teammates back on their feet?
Yeah, look, I don't play enough PUBG Mobile to know exactly the best call there. To me, I find it interesting that they're so split from each other. It seems like they have kind of counter calls. Like, yes, I see Seriotan with this sniper, and I think in my head they're saying, hey, the zone's about to push them. We don't need to force this play. But then SoulG was so far pushed up and getting knocked, thought maybe I can find a kill or two. It just seems like they were playing at 2 different paces, and it comes back to bite them. That was 4 players playing with one cohesive mindset versus 2 players who wanted to get aggressive and 2 players who wanted to stay back. But then also, Seriotan, as you're seeing right here, was keeping in that position to make sure no third party showed up. So you can make an argument for both sides. Either way, it looks like the Team J-Star had the right idea. Push 4 versus 2. It works in your way most of the damn time.
Right, and I think the other thing with Seriotan, he had a decent overwatch position, right? Athena had the DP with the longer range scope, and we know how hard it can hit from distance, just couldn't quite find the right angles. Although they had a fantastic heady to work with, it wasn't enough to help their teammates out from that range, and so they'll certainly be shaking their heads looking on that one back on the VOD. But regardless, if they can get to a recall tower, they can bring their teammates back, at least for just but a moment. That recall tower will close down any moment now if it hasn't already. So you got to be careful to make sure you use your revives wisely, because we're down to the final 10 teams. We're in the fourth circle. It will start closing in but a moment. And now J-Star is peppering on Seriaton from distance. And again, look back. Remember, these are the moments you look back on and say, hey, this is where the blue zone starts taking lives. You've got to get out, and you've got to get out now. As it starts moving right at this second, it's going to start chunking away at your health as we close into the fifth circle. Get to the zone and get there quickly.
Wow. No, go ahead.
Are you curious to know? I feel like we haven't seen Void's team in a while. I'm curious to know, as our current front runner, how they're doing. I know they're still alive on the map, but sometimes all you gotta do is spray and pray. Messy boss will go down, but nice shots as Bite and the full team is eliminated. Maybe just a little too out in the open, but this is exactly the team I was curious about. Are guarding this POI pretty effectively, and for good reason. A lot of these teams forced into a tough situation, but interestingly enough, take a look at the team that is alive and well, went back to their roots, went back to their favorite drop. Powerbank's team all 4 up.
And this right now looks like a victory lap for this team Void. They're still alive, 7 squads left. All 4 players up. They've got some meds. And look, if you're Jacob, you just picked up 3 med kits. You're upgrading the backpack. You're getting some more pain meds and energy drinks. You're just setting up for the end game now. Here's a look at the zone. They're already in the new zone. Probably best position for the moment, if I had to guess, would go towards Team Powerbang. They also have the most opportunity to pick up a lot of eliminations near that north side of the zone. And with the 2 south squads skirmishing, I think we're about to see a lot of Powerbang and crew and a lot of Team Void in the kill feed, mopping up those squads on the north side who have to run on in.
This is a crucial moment for in-game as well, because like we've mentioned, sure, Jacob's team with Dream falling out early. I believe they only scored somewhere around 5
Let it begin.
points, by the way. The beginning of the onslaught, the beginning of the end of the tournament, potentially the end of a few of these teams from distance. A number of eliminations coming in for in-game squad. And as a reminder, there's still $10,000 up for grabs for second place, and still $5,000 up for grab for third place. And there are so many teams that could be in contention for that. Sure, that 20K grand prize is maybe done and dusted, nearly unattainable at this point, if not completely unattainable, but still a ton of money to go around. So do not let off the gas yet. You've got to find your eliminations, and you've got to find your way into the top 3 if you can.
Goodness, and this positioning from Team Jacob is really, really good. Jacob does get caught out just a little bit, was trying to check that side of the hill, backside up, verify, can't connect with the shot. Some beautiful movement right there. But if you look at your map, Team Jacob, Team Void has this whole sight line. Only 3 kills this game, but guess what? Every squad that goes away, that's 2 more placement points, all the way up to 15. A look at your map, you see a pretty good spread. 2 full squads of 4 remaining. That's 3 full squads of 4 remaining. That's Team Little Homies, Team Void, and on the edge of the map, it's Team J-Star. As pressure becomes on through the zone, about to begin to close.
Well, and really for Team Void, if you didn't already by numbers alone have it locked up going into map 6, especially with the early demise of Dream Gaming, you could sit here with 0 eliminations and get placement points, and you already know that it's mathematically impossible. But that play zone said, hey, I want to get into some of this action, but Ruby takes out Merms, verify, frags going back and forth, Powerbang falls, is taken out. Our shop, another on to max trades, and just like that, you blink, we went from 6 teams down to just 2 and 8 players. A nice little 4v4.
I will say, by the way, Courage, I think Rolex was hanging out in the zone for a little while, ended up falling to the play zone. There's the death coming through, right? But I believe that he might have secured 3rd place, which is still a sizable amount of placement points, right? Like, you still achieve your 10 points that you get for just staying alive, and they are in contention for that $10,000 prize. They're in contention for that $5,000 prize if they don't take second. So you've got to look at where you think could happen going forward. Go ahead.
Coach, you know, while I love that squad, it doesn't matter because right now it is a victory lap for Team Void. They're on the edge of the zone. The first shots come on through. The 4 versus 4. Jacob trades one out. Now down to a 3v3. Metalcore gets the heal off on the edge of zone. Jacob on a brilliant angle right here continues to put the shots down range. There's just 2 players remaining. That does it. Ladies and gentlemen, your PUBG Mobile 2022 Livic Community Cup champions, Team Void.
Unbelievable finish from Team Void. They had 3 eliminations, I believe, going into that last fight. They walk out with 9 eliminations. That's 18 total points from the elims, plus 15. You're still in contention for one of the best games of the day, just subpar of, well, your other game, right? They had a 53-point game earlier. That was a 33-point game in that match. On the leaderboard, Courage, there is no one even close. The question is, who achieved the 2nd place with Dream falling earlier? Who achieved the 3rd place with some of those squads right in contention for it? Only a few points separate them. Only time will tell.
I mean, I think they won by so much that if you just took their extra amount of points, they might have placed top 5 with how much they won by. I mean, that was
domination.
A stomp. That was a stomp, Katie.
That's the only way you could. And the fact that they just had to flex on everyone, Hot Jukes, and say, you know what? Not only do we know we've already won, we're just going to take this map and get our 3rd chicken dinner while we're at it.
Man, just like Courage and I at an all-you-can-eat buffet, dude. This thing is all over, dude. I'll tell you, it is how you do it. Jacob got it done right there. I mean, 12 elims in one game. I mean, okay, Courage, I know that this was the guy that you had been looking at this whole time. I mean, what else can you say? What else can you say?
I mean, look, I didn't necessarily shout them out to start the tournament, but as I was watching the kill feed and how things played out in games 2 and then 3, I saw a lot of Jacob, and what I'm most impressed by with Team Void is they were in 11th place after game number 1. They got dropped in one of the worst positions after game 1, and then guess what? In 5 remaining games, 3 of them wins. The other 2 were damn close as well. What an impressive turnaround from what was a shaky start and a perfect point to say, hey, guess what? We mentioned one game can go awry, but if the rest are pop-off and you do really well, that can be what it takes to win. They had 1 really bad game, but 5 damn good games, and they won by so much that we didn't even have to go to the scorecard. We just knew they won it, and yeah, 36 points ahead of second. Boy, take it home.
Woo! Take it to the bank. 159 total points. I mean, what a finish. Dream Gaming, consistent the whole entire day, taking away that $10,000 prize. I mean, 5K straight to the bank. You cannot beat it. Here we go. Of course, gotta say it one more time. Void are your 2022 Livic Community Cup champions. And then, of course, you know, Powerbang and Rolex and Squad, you know, end game. Get that 3rd place 5K. I mean, hey, what more could you ask for? Big thank you, of course, to PUBG Mobile for just putting this all on. And remember, this is the Community Cup. It's all about the community here. So, since I am the host, we are going to be doing a wonderful giveaway for you guys here. Some nice UC. And I'm going to give you guys the strategy of how to do it. The best strategy. So listen carefully. You want that UC? This is how you do it. You're going to go to PUBGmobile.com/redeem. Put all your information already. Get that ID, get it loaded. You should already have it ready, okay? Get that done. Come back to the stream, and you're going to click that little wheel right there. Hit 2x on the play speed, so that way you become the most live, okay? And then enter it in fast. Whoever gets it, okay? So I'm going to give you guys, I'm going to give them a total of 5 seconds to get that ready, okay? Courage. 10,000 UC for everybody. That's pretty good, right?
Good.
What do you think about that strat?
I mean, hey, community is everything in games. And shout out PUBG Mobile for doing this. And what I'm going to tell you is right now, if you're watching this going, why wasn't I competing? Why wasn't I, a part of this? Guess what? I'm sure this isn't the last one they're going to do. So make sure to stay tuned to PUBG Mobile everywhere. This is not only a great way to get involved in the community, make new friends, have your chance to win some money alongside, but I'm sure some of these people who competed today want to make a name for themselves in PUBG Mobile esports and PUBG Mobile competition. And maybe with pro teams watching this, with pro players watching this, you never know who could catch their big break in a pop-off tournament today. Impressive stuff from all of our community players in this one.
I know the players of Team Void have already updated their Twitter bios. I mean, hey, what more could you ask for right there? They got the money. They're putting the items on layaway. Guys, let's not do it. Let's go ahead and bring it up. The UC. Time is up. Bring it up. Here we go. Woo! 3 to 10,000 UC codes. That's over 100 USD right there. Typing it fast. Get it done. And collect the check code.
I got all 3.
You did. Oh, how dare you.
If I followed HAJI's strats, do I still win, right? Like, that's exactly what I was thinking the whole time. Something else worth mentioning, by the way, not just this 10,000 UC per each of these codes. Even if you didn't make it to the finale, all 104 participants that made to day 3 are going to be receiving 2,000 UC straight into their accounts. You don't even have to do anything. You made it to day 3. Maybe you didn't make it to the finale. Maybe you did. You're walking away with 2,000 UC to use on all of those cool skins. So make sure you check out your account whenever those pop in. I'm sure you'll be excited about that one.
I love that. And I think that's something, Jukes, I've loved the most about this event is that even if you went out in day 3, you get to day 4, maybe you're not able to get into the top 3, you're walking away with money or you see no matter what. And that's such a good feeling for all the members of the community who, you know, threw it out into the ring. Maybe they were nervous, maybe not. Maybe you got that far. You know what? PUBG Mobile said, we're rewarding you no matter what. So it's pretty cool.
That's what I'm talking about, and that's how you do it. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. Courage, any final thoughts? I'll give you 4 words.
4 words. This was really fun.
I will take it to the bank, baby. Take it to the bank. Thank y'all so much for joining me. I had such a wonderful time. We will catch you on the next event. Make sure you guys go and follow all of their socials. You know, Courage. Go follow Goj. Go follow Katie. And we'll hope to see you guys really soon. Again, once again, I gotta say it. You know, make sure you're following everything. Follow us. Follow the PUBG Mobile official account. Subscribe to the YouTube. All of the stuff that, you know, all us YouTubers tell you to do. And, of course, remember, for all you guys that are watching this for the first time, download PUBG Mobile now. I mean, and get involved, and hopefully you could win some big money like this. 2 people from the community taking 10 grand a piece. What more could you ask for? Once again, I am HAJI. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys on the next one. See ya! That's pretty good, right?
Kalso suasananya bikin santuy, kayak limau kuit dan soto Banjarnya.
Ini kuliner otentik asli Kalsel.
Ada di Indomie Soto Banjar Limau Kuit. Gurih kuah sotonya, des and des. Tapi limau kuitnya, seger. Indomie Soto Banjar Limau Kuit, gurih segar kuah limaunya, nyaman banget.
Yang terhormat Kepala Kantor Wilayah DJP Banten, Bapak Yoyo Satyo Utomo. Selamat malam Bapak, kami ucapkan selamat datang di KPP Madya Surakarta.
Yang terhormat Kepala Kantor Wilayah DJP Jawa Tengah 2, Bapak Selamat Sutantio. Selamat malam Bapak.
Yang terhormat Kepala Kantor Wilayah DJP Jawa Tengah 1 atau yang mewakili.
Yang terhormat Kepala Kantor Wilayah DJP Jakarta Barat atau yang mewakili.
Yang kami hormati Kepala KPP Madya Surakarta, Bapak Guntur Wijaya Edi. Selamat malam Bapak. Yang kami hormati tamu undangan dan wajib pajak yang terdaftar di KPP Madya Surakarta.
Yang kami hormati segenap jajaran pejabat eselon 3 di lingkungan Kanwil DJP Jawa Tengah 2. Yang kami hormati dalam pagelaran wayang kulit Ki Mulyo Puro Wijoyo.
Dan seluruh keluarga besar KPP Madya Surakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Kami ucapkan selamat malam dan selamat datang kepada segenap tamu undangan yang telah hadir dalam acara
Pagelaran Wayang Kulit dalam rangka sosialisasi program pengungkapan sukarela KPP Madya Surakarta. Hadirin yang berbahagia, sebelum memulai acara, izinkan kami memperkenalkan diri. Saya Mufti dan rekan saya
Dinda
akan memandu jalannya acara pada malam hari ini.
Puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas segala nikmat dan karunia-Nya. Kita semua dapat berkumpul pada malam hari ini dalam keadaan sehat tanpa kurang suatu apapun.
Sebagai informasi bahwa acara pada malam hari ini mengikuti protokol kesehatan yang diarahkan oleh Satuan Tugas COVID-19.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, dengan diresmikannya rancangan Undang-Undang Harmonisasi Peraturan Perpajakan menjadi Undang-Undang Harmonisasi Peraturan Perpajakan, program pengampunan pajak Jilid 2 mulai dilaksanakan dari tanggal 1 Januari tahun 2022 dan akan berakhir pada tanggal 30 Juni tahun 2022 dengan nama Program Pengungkapan Sukarela.
Bertepatan dengan hari ini, sebagai peringatan terbentuknya Kantor Pelayanan Pajak Madya Surakarta di lingkungan Kantor Wilayah DJP Jawa Tengah 2. Acara ini diselenggarakan sebagai bentuk pengingat kembali adanya program pengungkapan sukarela yang sedang dilaksanakan oleh Direktorat Jenderal Pajak.
Sebagaimana diketahui bahwa program pengungkapan sukarela merupakan pemberian kesempatan kepada wajib pajak untuk melaporkan atau mengungkapkan kewajiban perpajakan yang belum dipenuhi secara sukarela melalui pembayaran pajak penghasilan berdasarkan pengungkapan harta.
Sebelumnya, atas nama pembawa acara, izinkan kami membacakan susunan acara pada malam hari ini sebagai berikut. Yang pertama, pembukaan MC.
Yang kedua, pembacaan doa.
Yang ketiga, menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya.
Yang keempat, penayangan video arahan Direktur Jenderal Pajak dan video testimoni wajib pajak KPP Madya Surakarta.
Yang kelima, sambutan Kepala KPP Madya Surakarta.
Yang keenam, sambutan perwakilan Kantor Pusat Direktorat Jenderal Pajak.
Yang ketujuh, sambutan Kepala Kantor Wilayah DJP Jawa Tengah 2.
Yang kedelapan, penyerahan apresiasi kepada wajib pajak.
Yang kesembilan, pemotongan tumpeng.
Yang ke-10, penyerahan cendera mata dan tokoh pewayangan.
Dan diakhiri dengan penutup.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, untuk kelancaran acara kita pada malam hari ini, marilah kita menundukkan kepala sejenak untuk berdoa. Berdoa akan dipimpin oleh Bapak Taufik Indrianto. Kepada Bapak Taufik kami persilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat malam Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian. Marilah kita sejenak menundukkan kepala dan hati kita, berdoa kepada Allah Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Dalam hal ini doa akan kami pimpin dengan secara agama Islam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma ighfir lil mu'minina wal mu'minat wal muslimin wal muslimat al ahya'i minhum amwat innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, ampunilah dosa-dosa dan kesalahan kami. Ampunilah dosa-dosa orang-orang tua kami. Ampunilah dosa-dosa para pendahulu-pendahulu kami. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, ampunilah dosa-dosa para pemimpin-pemimpin kami. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, berilah kami petunjuk jalan yang benar, jalan yang Engkau ridhai dalam setiap langkah dan kegiatan kami. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, berilah kemudahan, kelancaran, dan keberkahan pada acara di malam hari ini sehingga selesai nanti. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, perkenankanlah dan terimalah doa kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Selanjutnya untuk menambah rasa cinta kita kepada tanah air, marilah kita menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Para hadirin dimohon untuk berdiri.
Baik. Hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sana hadirin dipersilakan duduk kembali.
Acara selanjutnya adalah pemutaran video arahan Direktur Jenderal Pajak dan video testimoni wajib pajak KPP Madya Surakarta. Selamat menyaksikan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh wajib pajak atas kontribusinya dalam penghimpunan penerimaan negara di sektor perpajakan. Untuk mewujudkan DJP bersih dari korupsi dan menjadi birokrasi bersih dan melayani, tolong Bapak dan Ibu bantu kami untuk tidak memberikan atau menjanjikan akan memberikan hadiah atau pemberian dalam bentuk apapun kepada seluruh pegawai Direktorat Jenderal Pajak terkait pelaksanaan pekerjaan dalam jabatannya. Seluruh pelayanan yang kami berikan tidak dipungut biaya. Apabila Bapak dan Ibu menemukan pegawai Direktorat Jenderal Pajak yang masih meminta atau menerima barang, uang, fasilitas, atau apapun dari wajib pajak, agar segera melaporkannya melalui saluran pengaduan resmi Direktorat Jenderal Pajak, Kering Pajak 1500-200. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala memberikan kekuatan kepada kita semua bersatu bersama-sama menghimpun penerimaan pajak untuk pembangunan Indonesia tercinta. Pajak kuat, Indonesia maju. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Saya Edi Sulestianto, pimpinan dari CV Amiku Mangesti Utomo. Dalam kesempatan ini saya mau cerita sedikit tentang pengalaman saya kalau ke kantor KPP Madya. Suasananya seperti hotel berbintang, pelayanannya ramah, dan yang penting adalah wajib pajak ini tidak merasa ditekan-tekan gitu ya. Semua dilakukan dengan enak, menyenangkan. Ya itu sangat saya apresiasi. Karena itu saya mendukung upaya untuk KPP Madya Surakarta maju dalam zona integritas menuju ke wilayah yang bebas korupsi. Bravo untuk KPP Madya Surakarta, Indonesia maju dengan pajak yang sehat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Nama saya Rudianto, yaitu WP pajak dari Klaten. Yang pertama untuk alamat saya di Delanggu, saya ada di Sinarmas Motor. Untuk adanya KPP Madya ini di Surakarta, saya selalu terbantu dalam pelayanan pajak. Untuk di KPP Madya ini saya sangat senang sekali, yang mana dalam hal ini tidak ada suatu hal pemungutan biaya apapun. Justru dari WP pajak ini terbantu, yang dulu dengan yang sekarang itu sekarang sudah berbeda. Kayaknya kita selalu dituntun, dibimbing agar kita sadar bahwa pajak adalah untuk kita semuanya, untuk kita menuju suksesnya Indonesia sebagai maju, Indonesia semakin kuat, dan pastinya saya berharap untuk KPP Madya bisa menjalankan semuanya, bisa sinergi dengan WP dengan baik dan benar. Itu aja. KPP Madya Surakarta, pajak kuat, Indonesia maju.
Genap 1 tahun Kantor Pelayanan Pajak Madya Surakarta berdiri di lingkungan kantor wilayah DJP Jawa Tengah 2. Telah berbagai macam prestasi ditorehkan oleh KPP Madya Surakarta. Salah satunya adalah tercapainya target penerimaan dengan capaian 101,85%. Hadirin sekalian, selanjutnya kita akan mendengarkan sambutan dari Kepala KPP Madya Surakarta kepada Bapak Guntur. Kami silakan. Monggo Bapak di atas.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Para bapak, para ibu lan sakung para lenggah ingkang setuhudaken kehormatan. Saderengipun monggo kita tansah ngunjukaken raos syukur kita dumateng ngarsa dalem Allah Subhanahu wa taala ingkang sampun kepareng mbeber daya pangaribawa ingkang sampun kepareng paring mapinten-pinten kamanat dumateng kula panjenengan sami sehingga wonten ing wekdal dalu menika kula panjenengan sami saged makempal wonten ing papan menika ing sak perlu ndereki sosialisasi PPS ingkang sakjroning sampun dipun milai tanggal 1 Januari 2021 ing sak mangke badhe berakhir wonten ing 13 Juni 2021. Alhamdulillah rumaos bombong manah kita sedaya. Awit menapa wonten ing wekdal dalu menika kula panjenengan sami karawan tamugung binandara inggih panjenenganipun Bapak ingkang ngasta pusaratinipun adil wonten ing tlatah DJP Jawa Tengah kalih inggih panjenenganipun Bapak Slamet Sutantio dalah Ibu lan sekaligus ugi dados PLT wonten ing Kanwil DJP DIY. Lan wonten ing wekdal menika kita sedaya juga karawan tamu gong binatra saking tlatah Banten. Inggih panjenenganipun Bapak Yoyo saya Satyatomo. Matur nuwun Bapak awit rawuhipun. Rencang-rencang kula sedaya saestu kula ugi ngaturaken gunging panuwun awit lodhangipun wekdal pikiran sehingga adicara wonten ing wekdal dalu menika saged lumampah kanthi sae lan wilujeng. Lan ugi dumateng para lenggah sedaya kula ngaturaken gunging panuwun kang tanpa upami awit panjenengan sedaya sampun kepareng lodhangaken wekdal minangkani menapa ingkang dados panyuwun kita sedaya inggih menika ndereki adicara sosialisasi PPS wonten ing dalu menika. Ingkang kelares wonten ing dalu menika sesarengan kalian tanggap warsanipun ingkang sepisan inggih menika KPP Madya Surakarta. Nggih menapa ingkang sampun dipun informasiaken dumateng MC kala wau sanajan namung 7 bulan ananging KPP Madya Surakarta sampun saged norehaken prestasi menika tercapainya penerimaan 100% lebih. Sanesipun nggih menika kepatuhan 100% lebih. Lajeng pertumbuhan di atas pertumbuhan nasional. Dados wonten ing taun 2021 kita pinaringan penghargaan 3 kali saking Kementerian Keuangan. Mungkin beri aplaus dulu dong. Dados naik rencang-rencang sampun nedahaken katiasanipun menika mangke sekedap malih siap-siap mutasi nasional. Para bapak, para ibu, saestu kula lan sedaya gotrah remen sanget awet menapa adicara menika saged kalaksanan lan nyuwun panjenenganipun donga mugi-mugi KPP Madya Surakarta saged ngayahi kewajiban kanthi sae lan lujeng lan saged tumuju ing 100% malih wonten ing taun menika. Kula pitados panjenengan sedaya dados masyarakat ingkang der budi bawa laksana. Boten badhe nilaraken menika adicara menawi dereng dumugi ing paripurna. Mekaten ingkang saged kula aturaken wonten kirang langkungipun nyuwun agunging samudra pangaksama wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Matur nuwun.
Demikian sambutan dari Kepala KPP Madya Surakarta. Terima kasih Bapak Guntur atas kata sambutannya. Acara berikutnya adalah sambutan dari Kepala Kantor Wilayah DJP Jawa Tengah II yang dilanjutkan dengan penyerahan apresiasi kepada wajib pajak yang telah mengikuti program pengungkapan sukarela. Kepada Bapak Selamat Sutantio kami persilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat malam, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Yang saya hormati Kepala Kantor Wilayah Direktorat Jenderal Pajak Banten, Pak Yoyo Satyotomo. Yang saya hormati juga tuan rumah Pak Guntur, Kepala KPP Madya Surakarta, teman-teman para eselon 3 dari Kanwil maupun para Kepala KPP Pratama di lingkungan Kanwil DJP Jawa Tengah II. Kemudian juga tadi ada pejabat dari kantor pusat Direktorat Jenderal Pajak, namun sudah nggak, oh masih Pak Is, makasih Pak Is atas kehadirannya. Saya hormati juga perwakilan wajib pajak. Tadi saya sempat bertemu dengan para wajib pajak, ngobrol-ngobrol. Alhamdulillah, puji syukur pada hari ini kita bersama-sama berkumpul dan menikmati sosialisasi pagelaran wayang kulit dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Mohon maaf, saya hanya menyampaikan ini, saya hanya menerjemahkan apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Kepala KPP Madya. Bapak Ibu para hadirin sekalian, saya hormati pula Pak Dalang, Pak Ki Mulyono. Mohon maaf nih tadi lupa tersebut. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih atas kehadirannya dan saya menyambut baik acara ini karena ini merupakan sosialisasi yang unik. Kalau di zaman dulu itu, kalau di Jawa masyarakat itu untuk memahamkan sesuatu itu dengan wayang. Nah ini sosialisasi PPS karena pesertanya diharapkan makin bertambah maka dipahamkan dengan wayang, yaitu dengan judul tadi Semar Boyong. Nah, Semar Boyong itu tadi sampaikan oleh Pak Guntur bahwa ini merupakan, KPP ini merupakan perpindahan dari KPP Pratama Purworejo yang boyongan ke sini atau pindahan ke sini menjadi dan berubah nama menjadi KPP Madya Surakarta. Dan saya ucapkan selamat kepada KPP Madya Surakarta, pertama merayakan ulang tahunnya. Dan di saat ulang tahun pertama itu juga dicapai penerimaan di tahun 2021 yaitu 101% lebih. Jadi aplaus saya berikan untuk selamat. Saya berharap di tahun-tahun berikutnya KPP Madya juga, di tahun ini juga tahun-tahun berikutnya dapat tetap mempertahankan konsistensinya di atas 100% dan itu bukan merupakan suatu hal yang tidak mungkin karena saya pernah menjadi kepala kantor dan berkali-kali juga 100%. Jadi itu suatu bisa, yang penting kita jaga kekompakan, kita jaga keras Dan ini saatnya adalah PPS, program pengungkapan sukarela ini mari sama-sama kita sadarkan Bapak Ibu sekalian, para wajib pajak bahwa ini adalah merupakan kesempatan emas bagi Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk mengikuti program pengungkapan sukarela. Dulu program tax amnesty ini Bapak Ibu mungkin masih ada yang ragu, masih ada yang belum 100% mengungkapkan. Kemudian inilah saatnya, apabila Bapak Ibu sekalian tidak mengungkapkan secara sepenuhnya, apabila Ketua DJP akan mengenakannya tarif yang kira-kira yang 30%, kemudian ditambah kenaikannya sampai 200%. Artinya apabila Bapak Ibu memiliki harta yang belum terungkap waktu tax amnesty, kira-kira 100 miliar ini ya tinggal, kalau di Madya itu bicaranya ratusan miliar deh. Kalau di Pratama mungkin puluhan miliar gitu kan. Nah itu kira-kira tinggal berapa? Kira-kira tinggal 10 miliar. Jadi sangat disayangkan apabila hal ini tidak dimanfaatkan dengan baik. Tadi disampaikan batasnya adalah sampai dengan 30 Juni 2000, jadi tinggal beberapa hari lagi atau 1 bulan. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sedapat saya laporkan bahwa peserta untuk sampai dengan tanggal 24 Juni pukul 16 di wilayah administrasi Kanwil DJP Jawa terdapat 1.773 wajib pajak yang telah mengikuti program pengungkapan sukarela. Nah, seperti mudah-mudahan di sini ada semuanya. Dan nilai harta yang diungkap artinya harta yang diungkap adalah 2 triliun 7 miliar. Jadi harta yang sudah diungkap 2 triliun miliar dan PPh yang di store atau pajak penghasilan yang dibayar untuk mengungkap tersebut sebesar 204 miliar. Jadi terima kasih atas partisipasinya dalam PPS. Saya mengajak seluruh hadirin untuk terus berpartisipasi, meneliti lagi harta-harta yang mana yang lupa dilaporkan di dalam SPT, maka ungkapkanlah melalui program pengungkapan sukarela ini. Dan saya menyambut baik kegiatan ini dan teman-teman juga mari kita sampai tadi Pak Guntur berpesan bahwa mari ikuti kegiatan ini sampai dengan selesai. Demikian yang sampaikan dari saya, sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun, selamat atas pencapaian 100% dan selamat melakukan kegiatan sosialisasi PPS ini dan ini satu-satunya di Indonesia barangkali sosialisasi PPS dalam bentuk pagelaran wayang kulit yang didulung oleh Ki Dalang Mulyono. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mohon izin Pak Slamet untuk bisa di atas dulu. Terima kasih Bapak Slamet atas kata sambutannya. Selanjutnya sebagai bentuk apresiasi kami kepada wajib pajak KPP Madya Surakarta yang telah ikut serta dalam menyukseskan program pengungkapan sukarela, kami mohon kesediaan wajib pajak atau yang mewakili untuk dapat maju ke depan dan menerima apresiasi tersebut.
Yang pertama, Ibu Cynthia Aryani. Yang kedua, Bapak Oi Handoko Prasetyo. Yang ketiga, Bapak Edi Iskandar atau yang mewakili. Kami turut mengundang ke panggung Kepala KPP Madya Surakarta, Bapak Guntur, untuk mendampingi penyerahan apresiasi dan dilanjutkan dengan foto bersama. Ibu dan bapak-bapak mohon izin untuk tetap di panggung karena acara akan dilanjutkan pemotongan tumpeng. Mohon izin Bapak di panggung dulu sebentar karena kita akan melanjutkan pemotongan tumpeng. Boleh dibantu dibawakan untuk cindera matanya. Kami turut mengundang Kepala Kantor Wilayah DJP Banten, Bapak Yoyo, untuk bisa mengikuti proses pemotongan tumpeng. Kepada Bapak Yoyo, kami silakan.
Iya, ke atas. Baik, prosesi pemotongan tumpeng ini merupakan bentuk tanda dari hari jadi KPP Madya Surakarta yang pertama. Pemotongan tumpeng akan dilakukan oleh Bapak Guntur Wijaya Edi selaku Kepala KPP Madya Surakarta. Fotografer mungkin bisa maju ke depan, nggak apa-apa. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu Wajib Pajak dan Bapak Kepala Kanwil DJP Jawa Tengah II serta Bapak Kepala Kanwil DJP Banten. Selanjutnya adalah penyerahan cendera mata dan tokoh wayang kepada Dalang Ki Mulyopuro Wijoyo sebagai tanda dimulainya acara pagelaran wayang kulit Semar Boyong dalam rangka sosialisasi program pengungkapan sukarela. Kami undang ke depan Dalang Ki Mulyopuro Wijoyo dan kami juga turut mengundang untuk bergabung Kepala Bidang Penyuluhan dan Hubungan Masyarakat Kantor Wilayah DJP Jawa Tengah II, Bapak Wirot Moko untuk dapat menyerahkan cendera mata. Diikuti dengan penyerahan cendera mata berupa keris oleh Kepala KPP Madya Surakarta dan penyerahan tokoh wayang oleh Kepala Kantor Wilayah DJP Jawa Tengah II. Mohon izin Bapak Slamet dan Bapak Guntur, kami undang kembali ke atas panggung. Mohon izin Pak Selamat untuk menyerahkan tokoh pewayangannya. Penyerahan tokoh pewayangan ini merupakan tanda dimulainya acara pagelaran wayang kulit Semar Boyong dalam rangka sosialisasi program pengungkapan sukarela. Terima kasih Bapak Selamat, Bapak Guntur dan Bapak Wiratmoko. Kami persilahkan untuk kembali ke tempat dan Bapak Dalang untuk dapat menempatkan diri.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, sebagai penutup acara kita hari ini, malam ini akan diakhiri dengan pagelaran wayang dengan lakon Semar Boyong yang akan dibawakan oleh Dalang Ki Mulyo Purwo Wijoyo. Saya Mufti
dan saya Dinda.
Mewakili panitia yang bertugas malam ini mengucapkan terima kasih dan mohon maaf apabila terdapat kekurangan dalam penyelenggaraan acara serta kata-kata kami yang kurang berkenan di hati. Kami berdua pamit undur diri, selamat menikmati pagelaran wayang kulit Semar Boyong. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Seiring dengan Suwuh Rebdata Pitana. Suwuh Rebdata Pitana ingkang kinarya bebukaning carita ing dalu puniki. Nenggih punika gumelaring padukuhan Karang Kadempel. Mapan ana ereng-ereng ing gunung engguk-enggukan pinager Sela Seta. Selane sinasap pasir jenar cinampur padas linebur. Saben marga wonten gapura, nginggiling gapura ana pepetan Garuda. Ing ngandhaping pepetan sineratan bineka tunggal ika. Kanan keringing gapura katancepan gendera kang awarna gula klapa minangka dadya lambang kamardikaning praja ingkang ambawahaken Karang Kadempel. Turut pinggiring margi tinanduran wit turi kang urut runtut sarwa patut. Sekara turi pethak memplak dawah aneng lemah ketingal hanjrah lamun cinandra kaya ngulama kang lagi sujud. Kiwa tengening marga ingkang ketingal amung gumelaring pategalan tuwin pasabinan. Aja dupeh mung pariga goyekti dahat neng semake wanci panen ketingal kuning gemrining panyayah kencana sinangling kamarutana lembak-lembak yayah ombak ing samudra rob semanten ugi pategalan tan wonten ingkang kuciwa katitik jagung pohong ledung-ledung kacang ijo royo-royo lombok terong robyong-robyong uwi gembili sak kendi-kendi. Ing desa ngadesa tasih katon kinamulen ijeming karang kitring kang nedeng awoh ambiyet ngemomoi kayata krambil genjah anggedhabyah klapa gading anggung sumanding pisang ambon sak nggon-nggon gedang raja sak depa-depa sinawung pelem gadung golek lan tali jiwa kanan garinging Karang Kitri kataneman jejampi mawarni-warni maweh kesarasaning diri mila kaya wis meton empon-empon sinebar mapan sak nggon-nggon ngajenging wismana balumbang ingkang wening toyane akeh mina ingkang mataya ing madyaning balumbang katitiwader pariwirawiri pating sliri mujair ketingal sami kekenjer ulam tawes lumampah anguji wat kenes iwak tombro ngombro-mbro wader bang kumambang sumimpang aneng tepining watu karang pancuraning sendang ingkang tinalangan minangka padusaning para kawula ing Karang Kadempel kekucahe toya neratas marang pasabane mentok minti bebek lan meri sarta kinarya pangguyanganing kebo kalawan sapi ocahe-ocahan taksih jangkep angrenggani ing Karang Kadempel kapiyarsa manuk podhang ngumandang mencok ana panging wit ketapang dergugu manggut-manggut ing wit duku perkutut padha lulut manuk bedet ketingal padha ngeket peksi jalak ajingklak-jingklak ngajak marang perenjak wis kencan semayan karo peksi bayan sumengkir saking raos kuwatir girang kang tan posumelang awit tan ana janma ingkang ganggu marang kamaradikaning para peksi ketingal wis maning Karang Kadempel winangun joglo pepayon sirap kang wis sirep cinagaan beling kaukir ing ndapa wonten blencong ngurup edum urupe karya adem kang mapan ing kono ketingal gliyak-gliyak lenggah aneng lincak sesemek widik lah punika warnane jimat kang bisa ngucap pusaka kang bisa kandha Awasta Kiai Lurah Semar ya Kiai Lurah Badranaya marga samunayantaka Bojogati duda manang munung janggan Semara Santaya sang Jurudyah Punta Prasanta inggih sinebut Sang Ismaya watara denya lenggah anggana raras kagiyating galih kledang-kledang paswaning senopati saking negari Pancawati Wanira Seta nenggih Raden Anoman ingkang samangke kaderekaken putra tetiga nenggih Gareng Petruk kalawan Bagong teka kaya mangkono denya ngacarani marang praptane Raden Anoman miwah putra tetiga Gareng Petruk kalawan Bagong Tuan sembah niring ulun kapara sang mara pengrat sahanane ingkang nikanang sihing tasih maweh buka sawung Mas lerih ing telahan Tuan kanang manujeng duting rat kotama Tumangro manugrahing len siswa Surakarta.
Ini baru kopi digulain, bukan gula di kopi.
Jupiter New Mopi Gajah.
Minum Farmaton untuk bantu jaga stamina dan daya tahan tubuh.
Tanhus nang karang kadempel ledang Kiai Lurah Semar sapranane miat Tegal kebon lan aren-aren samyo ngunduh tarupala sinden sesendona sarwan joget ganti-ganti dedep didem prabawaning ratri Sodara wis mandhara kawuryan tan kuciwa memanis manggap srinateng dalu siniwaka sangya pradase agar nang cakrawala winulat ngalangut randene paksa kepegan saking keng taranggana kang sumiwi warata tanpa selo warata tanpa selo yo begegek ugek mel sadulita layak to layak karang kedempel prenjake ganter jagone padha tarung jebul ana tamu agung suwe ora kepethuk yen ora pangling lan ora silih panduluku niki kaya gembong suwela giri Senopati Pancawati Ndara Anoman winantu karaharjan den rawuh ndika wonten ing Karang Kedempel mriki lho nuning nggih Kyai Lurah Badranaya mboten kurang setunggal menapa mboten langkung sungkeming pangabekti kula mugi kunjuk pripun Senopati kok ngabekti karo lurah karo abdi karo batur sak derajate Semar niku napa mboten kejungkir kula mengke mboten Kyai kula sowan wonten ing mriki sowan wonten ngarsanipun Kyai Lurah Semar Kyai Lurah Badranaya nanging ugi Sang Bathara Ismaya ingkang ngejawantah boten dhuwur-dhuwur ngoten niku Den ning nggih mpun tiba padha-padha ngoten mawon dipenakke anggone lungguh nggih Ndara nuning nggih Kyai Badranaya boten kirang sekecok Gareng Petruk lan Bagong kulama Bapak kowe ora mbagekke karo ndaramu Anoman iki mau wis mangan hik bareng kok ning jaba kono kok iki proyeke iki kejaba wayang gamelan yoga sinden tenda panggung kuwi uga sisan sak hike jenenge Pak Mul ududhamu kuwi ududhamu Gong nah iki mau Ndara Anoman wis tak jak dahar ning kono wah jantek pirang-pirang kae Bagong pripun Den Pancawati kono ora ana panganan ngono kuwi, Gong. Oh, Pancawati niku Banjarmasin napa pundi? Pancawati kuwi dhisik Mangleawan. Kuwi sing dadi ratu Gustiku Rama Wijaya kuwi nalika semana ya melu. Rama Wijaya niku Mangleawan, Pancawati napa Ngayodya? Ngayodya kuwi dhisik jaman isih cilik. Nanging saiki Ngayodya wis diparingake marang adine ya kuwi mau Prabu Barata sisan diwejang Makutarama banjur Gustiku Rama Wijaya ngedekake negara ana ing Mangleawan kalih jeneng dadi Pancawati dadi nek lakon ngene iki kok Anoman saka Ngayodya niku kleru kurang bener Gong oh nggih Kosek iki aku tak nyuwun pirsa. Ndara Anoman samang rawuh wonten ing Karang Kedempel mriki mboten nganggo cecala. Pirang-pirang puluh taun mboten kepethuk. Lah kok mak betunduk mak jedul panjenengan dugi mriki niku enten parigawe napa Ndara? Yen isoh keprungu ing akeh monggo kula aturi paring dawuh Den Anjrah Kang Puspitorum. Kasiliring samirana mbre Sekara kadung ngas kandanyo Mawerarasrenaning driya Nuninggi Kyai Lurah waleh-waleh menapa yunagunging samudra pangaksami kula sowan tanpa cecala ngantos damel kejoting penggalih samangke kula nampi dawuh saking Ratu Gusti kula sinuwun Prabu Rama Wijaya ing Pancawati kinen sowan wonten ngersanipun Kyai Lurah Badranaya sabab samangke Pancawati ketaman geblug Mayangkara para kawula sami nandhang sakit ingkang sawatawis saged nuwuhaken pejahing para kawula dasih enjing sakit sonten pecah siang sakit dalu pecah dalu sakit enjingipun pecah wangsiting jawata ingkang katampi dening para sepuh para pandhita ugi punden kula Ratu Gusti kula Sang Rama Wijaya purnaning pageblug menika menawi karawuhan miwah katenggan Kyai Lurah Badranaya pramila wonten keparenging penggalih jengandika Kyai Lurah monggo kula aturi kula dherekaken miwah kula boyong dhateng negari Pancawati mboten namung sakedheping netra kinarya jampi para kawula ing Pancawati luar saking pageblug menika Kyai. Pageblug niku nek cara sakniki jenenge pandemi nggih Den. Iya apa ora terus? Heeh. Napa niku sing diarani COVID-19 niku? Covid mau Covid. Oh iya aku mau ngomong apa? Gak aku nek ngono kuwi. COVID-19 niku napa sanes? Kula mboten mangertos naminipun Kyai, namung kahananipun kados mekaten. Inggih. Nek sing bab ketaman pageblug kados ngaten niku mboten namung Pancawati, Den. Negara-negara sanesipun ugi ketaman pageblug ingkang sami. Namung keparenging Gusti ingkang Maha Kuwaos sarta saking pambudidayaning ingkang nyepeng pemerintahan sesarengan para kawula sakmenika sampun winastan mendha. Mugi-mugi sak rawuh sampeyan ndara Anoman wonten ing Karang Kedempel ingkang mapanipun wonten ing Tipes mriki Salajengipun mangke sampun boten wonten pagebluk malih, sampun boten wonten pandemi malih, lelara sampun sirna. Allahumma amin. Nah, sesuk-sesuk wis ora usah nganggo masker. Sesuk-sesuk wis ora ana lelara melih ngoten. Namung semantena Kiai, kula kadhawuhan Boyong jengandika dhateng Pancawati, ajrih raos sing manah kula samangke menawi kula mboten pikantuk damel. Pesen kula siji, Kosik, aja kesusu. Aja kesusu. Dinteni luwih dhisik niki mengke babaring lakon pripun. Gong, piye Reng? Iki mau kok nganggo udan barang to, Gong? Marai deg-degan. Udane delo Reng, 3 menit. Wis insyaallah bariki keparenging Gusti Sing Maha Kuwasa nganti esuk padhang. Iki mau Rara wis nang mburi kono kok. Rara Tanoyo. Ha iso. Kok nganti lagi pas Indonesia Raya kok mak bres. Udelese kaya ngono. Aning ya disarati wong ketawan panas sajake pancen kudu nganggo udan. Ya wis, insyaallah bismillah 3 menit iki mau wis kena nggo syarat. Mekaten inggih Kyai inggih. Ora usah kesusu niki mengke bakal enten kanugrahan dinteni babareng lakon den. Lenglenging driya mangu-mangu-mangungkung kanduan rimang lir leno tanpa kanin. Yen tan tulus samengku santya utama kang nata mudawusnya angrerepok marang sang tiyah kang nandang branto. Ndak wektu mugi semanten denya samiwahan sabda. Orek karang kadempel karawan prayagung Astina. Patih Harya Sengkuni kaderekaken Raden Dursasana minggah ing karang kadempel. Nyadlangening kalang yanak gelar padang muncara dinon. Dinon lir kegonang. Surem sorote tan padang kasara lan pajareng. kadangmu padha aranten becik besok amendemo baris kang prayitna ya saranta wang darawati niki wau daya saking Pancawati dereng rampung le jagungan niki prayagung Astina ndara kula patih Sengkuni miwah ndara Raden Dursasana winantu Karaharjan den kekalih sakrawuhipun wonten ing Karang Kedempel mriki ya Kakang Badranaya ora kurang sawiji apa inggih mugi kasekecakna jengandika lenggah iya ora kurang kepenak ya Kyai Lurah Badranaya ora kurang sawiji apa Kyai inggih sak sampunipun sekeca lenggah inggih sampun kininten kula tambuh lah kok njanur gunung Kadingaren paduka kekalih kepareng rawuh wonten ing Karang Kedempel gek mung teng desa wonten sudung kula ingkang kados mekaten menika tanpa cecala langkung rumiyin Ndorapati menawi kepareng monggo kula aturi paring dawuh Den iya Kyai Lurah Badranaya tekaku mrene iki sewisan aku tilik marang keselamatane Kyai Lurah Semar. Inggih matur sembah nuwun. Matur sembah nuwun kula entuk kawigaten ingkang kados mekaten. Kaping pindho iki mau aku ngudhunke oleh-oleh ana ing latar. Ya ora sepiro ning kira-kira ya murmat. Lah kok ndadak repot barang to Den inggih menawi dipun paringaken kanthi ikhlas sing penggalih kula tampi kanthi suka gembiraning manah kula ndara iya Kakang Semar kaping 3 aku nampa dawuh saka Ratu Gustiku nak Mas Prabu Duryudana supaya mboyong Kyai Lurah Badranaya sabab mengko yen tumapak Bratayuda Kurawa kepengin ditunggoni dening Kyai Lurah Semar ana ing kono kowe bakal dimuktekake njaluk kalungguhan apa wae bakal diparingi njaluk bondo sepira wae bakal dituruti arep rabi meneh ya oleh lho kuwi sing angel arep milih artis sing paling ayu sapa wae arep diparingi lho ngono kok nggih apik men Gareng Petruk Bagong piye dipikir sik mo kowe kok ora mbagekke Ndorapati Sengkuni wis rasah paring ya mung arep gawe kisruh. Lah iya mo aku ketekan wong loro ki malah munek-munek rasane ngatiku ki ora suudon ngono iki to Gong. Lah anggere wong kuwi teko iki mesti sumber masalah terus. Mesti sumber masalah kuwi. Nggo tekan kene iki ya arep gawe kisruh kuwi. Aja do kaya ngono. Yen eneng tamu kuwi kudu disugata, kudu dihormati, Dole. Inggih, Ndorapati. Menawi anggenipun badhe mboyong kula namung menika badhe dipun muktekaken, badhe dipun sugihaken, badhe dipun paringi derajat pangkat ingkang inggil den sepisan kula ngaturaken genging panuwun. Kaping kalihipun kula wonten Karang Kedempel niki sampun rumangsa mulya. Rampun rumangsa sugih. Sampun rumangsa seneng kula dadi lurah bisa ngrukunake para warga. bisa guyub rukun sayuk bebarengan saeka kapti niku rumangsa kula pun seneng banget pun cukup anggen kula urip nadyan namung sak pecak paribasane ning urip kula bisa menehi mumpangat utawa manfaat tumrap sak pepadha kula jarene para ulama nika khairun nas anfa'uhum linas saapi-api menungsa kuwi yen piguna tumrap sak pepadane. Lah kula teng mriki pun rumangsa cukup Den pramila inggih kula tampi ning kula sampun boten betah niku. Lho nang kene iki lho. Kowe iki wis dicuci otak karo para Pandhawa. Kok iso-isoe kowe rumangsa cukup omahmu wae ora wutuh. Kendaraanmu pijir mogok wae. Mongko kowe ya mung lurah neng Ngamarta kowe dadi batur. Para Pandhawa iso sugih iso mulya, kowe ya tetep mlarat. Mula kang saka iku kowe nang Ngastina arep njaluk kelungguhan apa? Kowe kepengin dadi asisten patih? Lho. Pengen dadi deputi patih, bisa. Kowe arep dadi staf khusus Ratu Ngastina, bisa. Ora ana sing iwani karo kowe, Semar. Kowe arep njaluk bondo pira lho? Seprapat jagat kuwi mapan ana ing negara Ngastina. Yen perlu Nyai Blorong wae ngutang karo Prabu Duryudana. Wis ora kurang apa meneh. Kowe kuwi mung digawe bodho dening para Pandhawa. Kowe wis rumangsa sugih, wis rumangsa cukup, wis rumangsa dhuwur, mongko kowe iki pidak pejaraan. Ketibal ping 17 paribasane. Sampeyan iku tamu te ngelek-elek sing di omah. Ketoke sampeyan niku patih ning kok ngurang tata to, Den. Perkara sugih niku mapane teng ati kula. Kula pun cukup, sing tak pangan pun cukup, sing tak nggo nyandangmu cukup. Manganmu apa? Bendina kowe mung godhog pohung. Wis dhuwur-dhuwure kowe sega kucing kowe kuwi. Sandanganmu ket dhisik ya mung kawung kaya ngono kuwi. Sarungmu ya mung cacah pira kuwi lho malah suwek ngarep ki lho. Kaya ngono kok kowe rumangsa cukup, rumangsa sugih. Pisan maneh kowe iki gedibal ping 17. Ning ngene cara almarhum Mas Sena ngene iki sing nesu Bagong. Ning supaya ora padha Petruk sing maju. Kowe arep ngapa pete tanganmu mudhun sik. Orang tata dek lek. Aku ki patih Ngastina neng kene kowe tamu. Sing di omah bapakku Profesor Dr. Semar. Le entuk Profesor Doktor kapan wis mbok ra idep. Patih Sengguni nyuwun pangapunten aku ora basa karo kowe. Lah nek kowe nyangklak rembug karo aku nggawa prajurit dampyak-dampyak mbuh ra idep. Kowe kuwi tamu karo bapakku wis dijeni. Petruk, aja kaya ngono ki, Truk. Aku megap-megap iki, Truk. Wis meneng ae. Beres sing rampung ki aku. Sampeyan ning kene kuwi tamu karo bapakku wis dijeni. Ning kok ngurang tata pisan sampean ngunekke bapakku gedibal ping 17. Ning kapan bapakku tau ngrugake kowe? Munyuk elek kowe. Kapan bapakku tau njaluk tulung kowe? Kowe ngunekke bapakku pidak pejaraan urusanmu, Dos. Ora tata. Deduk eling deduk. Wis meneng wae. Rampungane pisan-pisan Dik. Bapakku iki momong para Pandhawa kuwi satriya sing sinung watak budi pekerti luhur, ora kaya kowe kuwi Sengkun. Kowe kuwi kenggonan ati serik, kenggonan ati dengki srei. Atimu kebak ri kemaduh. Kowe senenganmu ngedu wong, kowe senenganmu gawe kisruh. Klebu ana ing Karang Kedempel kene. Bapakku Semar ngemong para Pandhawa wit Pandhawa cilik, Pandhawa rekoso ya tetep dimong, Pandhawa mukti ya tetep dimong, ora duwe pamrih piye-piye. Kaya nung kuwi sing jenenge menungsa, ora kaya dapurmu kuwi. Petruk kowe wani nyengkal rembug karo aku, kowe nantang perkara karo aku. Petruk. Bapakmu ki mung arep dimuktekake. Kuwi duwatake bapakku le. Nek bapakku dadi punggawa iso mukti, iso sugih ning kawulane mlarat. Uripe penak ning kawulane rekoso, ora gelem. Bapakku ana ing Karang Kedempel kene iki ngguyupake para warga. Makarya bebarengan guyup rukun. Oh, alah wong pengung ngangung. Wis ngene, Petruk. Cekak cukupe. Aku nggawa prajurit akeh. Yen ora manut karo aku, Karang Kedempel bakal tak gawe Karang Abang. Lho. Aku yang duwe senopati, Gembong Sulagiri, Ndara Anoman tidak akan tinggal diam le. Oh, lah wong serawungmu karo munyuk. Wis bola-bali. Dikandani dijak mukti ki ya angel. Mongko munyuk kuwi kewan kuwi serawunge karo kewan. Lah kowe menungsa kok malah serawung karo kewan iki piye? Munyuk kuwi ya tak kandhani ya Petruk ya. Munyuk kuwi kudune serawunge karo kirik. Karo babi lan liya-liyane. Sampeyan ya krungu Ndara Anoman. Aku krungu Petruk. Tak! Woi! Ose! Wah, ojo, aku manut, aku. Petruk iki mau kepiye?
Banyak tim bergantung padamu. Bila perlu, minum Farmaton.
Pancen wis tak skenario. Sengkun iki mung arep gawe kisruh. Wis ben diremuk karo Ndara Anoman. Wis engko tugase Ndara Anoman ngula-ula dawa ngremuk Sengkune. Ha iki kok malah ana ndaramu Gatotkaca, Den. Padha becik niki sampeyan rawuh teng Karang Kedempel. Inggih. Oh Semar. Boten kirang setunggal menapa sungkeming pangabekti kula mugi kunjuk. Kabeh kok do sungkem karo Semar. Nggih. Kula tampi kalau Semare ning KPP Sukoharjo. Rambute dikucir. Nggih. Kula tampi dawuh sami-sami Ndara Gatot. Niki enten napa nek sampean rawuh mriki? Rebat cekap kemawon wa. Kula nampi dawuh saking pepunden kula Pandhawa. Sawetawis Siwa Badranaya boten rawuh ing negari Ngamarta nenggani pepunden Pandhawa. Rumaos gotang para pepunden menawi wonten lepating para punden Pandhawa lepatipun menapa Kyai? Mboten enten salah napa-napa, Den. Nggih namung ngeten iki wau kula pancen sauntara rada nandhang prihatin merga ditinggal bojo kula. Bojo sing ngendi ta, Pak? Bojoku iki rak ya Betari Kanastren to, Dole. Oh, sing kae. Bojoku ki ya mung kuwi. Sawetawis wekdal lunga saking Karang Kedempel mriki mengke nek bojo kula pun mulih kula tak sowan dhateng negari Ngamarta. Ning saderenge niku Ndara nika padha regejekan kae mesake para kawula Karang Kedempel nek ngantek tandurane padha bocah paseh nika mengke pripun Ndara? Ndara Anoman gelut karo Dursasana karo Wadyabala Ngastina nika ayo padha dipisah dhisik. Rembukan liyane mengke gampil, Den. Menawi mekaten kula dherekaken. Kyai. Yo, balik sik no. Ayo. Nika dipisah sengko perkara liyane dirembuki, Den. Lho nggih, sawi kula dherekaken wa Semar. Walien pelok ya Kang. Senengane mbok tuwa terus, slendro terus. Ayo kae do dipisah ya Tole. Ning desa sing sisih kono lagi do seneng-seneng. Sing seneng-seneng ya ben seneng-seneng. Ayo kae sing regejekan dipisah luwe dhisik. Ya dolaruta saking kutha sang guru kula. Yen tanamutu sang Sri. Matur nuwun Mbak Yu, ya lenggah sik. Iki mau sire ora oleh ngadeg karo Mas Jokris. Ah iya Mak, sik aku tak ngombe ya, Nduk. Ya. Nggih, alhamdulillah iki awake dhewe aku lan kowe, Nduk. Sowan ana ing KPP Madya Surakarta, Jalan Veteran. Tipes ya Mak. Uluk salam luwih dhisik. Sedulurku kabeh sugeng dalu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Utamane sing neng dhuwur panggung. Iya toh, nek mung klemak-klemek sesuk ora tak jak. Wis. Iki, yo. Iki mumpung aku lagi laris tur larang. Ayo. Sugeng dalu para kadang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Iki ana sing TK barang iki, Nduk. Iya. Sing TK sing nganggo sandangan kuning. Ini nek sing putih-putih iki malah akeh sing balah di bawah 3 tahun. Lah kok di bawah 3 tahun. Lah isih mimi asi kok, Nduk. Aja. Nah, nggih matur sembah nuwun. Ya. Sik iki karo memantau handphone Yamaha. Matur sembah nuwun, Nduk. Alon-alon ndak menggeh-menggeh. Yah mene kok wis limbukan to, Mak. 9:30 wis limbukan. Lekase iki mau gasik. Iya, Mak. Terus apa iki mau iki mengko ya bubare ora nganti menjelang subuh, Nduk. Cocok napa mboten? Ning durasine ya meh padha. Coba biasane nek wayangan nganggo pidato-pidato, nganggo sambutan-sambutan seremoni ngene iki, lekase iki paling ora wingi nang ngene kauget-uget iki jam 10:30 luwih ya Mbak ya. Nggih, jam 10:30 iki luwih arep rampung ya apa. Nah, iki jam 8:30 teng wis munggah panggung wis talu. Iya, Mak, wis jejer. Jam 9:30 wis limbukan. Nah, iya, alhamdulillah, Mak. Ning ya ngene ya, Nduk, aku mau ya wis matur karo panjenengane Pak Guntur. Matur piye, Mak? Nek Solo iki dadi punjering wayang kulit wong jenenge wae ya gagrag Surakarta. Ning ya iki kritik sing sifatnya membangun. Lah kepiye to, Mak? Solo kuwi malah arang-arang wayangan nggih napa mboten? Nggih napa mboten? Nah, Wayangane itu biasanya event-event umpama ning balai kota, ana ning TBS, ana ning UNS. Iya. Tur adaan siji nggon kuwi pancen beda suasanane. Ya piye, Mak? Siji nggon kuwi pancen karakteristik penontonnya berbeda-beda. Yen Solo ngene iki pancen ya Mbak Eka ya. Dalange siapapun sing nonton rapate akeh ya. Di sing nonton langsung pancen rapate akeh ning aja kuwatir. Iki wis era modern, apa ki mau media sosial bisa dinikmati khalayak rame. Selain menonton secara langsung uga bisa menikmati melalui YouTube. Insya Allah iki mengko sing nonton bebarengan bersama-sama secara live di YouTube. Biasanya yang sing mayang aku ngene iki di atas 2000. Terus setelah afterlife-nya biasanya di atas 30 atau 40 ribu. Oh ngono ya Mak. Dadi mbok menawa anggone sosialisasi iki mengko insya Allah bisa mencapai sasaran yang memadai. Kok sosialisasi kuwi ujube apa, Mak? Mengko diujubke bareng-bareng ning iki nyulik rembug nduk piye? Sepisan iki mengeti ambal warsa sepisanan kaya sing wis diandharake panjenengane Pak Guntur Wijaya Edi iki mau, Pak Kepala KPP Madya ya Mak. 2007 ki aku karo panjenengan iki bareng-bareng dadi trainer di Kelatsam ana ing Kanwil DJP Jateng 1 nduk. Iya. Ning beliau wis malang melintang menjadi kepala kantor ana ing luar Jawa, ngayu Jakarta, saiki ana ing KPP Madya Surakarta. Iya. Uga diandharake dening panjenengane Bapak Slamet Sutantyo, Kakanwil DJP Jawa Tengah 2, Mak. Ulang tahun pertama KPP Madya Surakarta SMO 24 Mei 2021. Pak Guntur pinter ya, Mak, pidatone basa Jawa. Oh, ora mung pinter pidato basa Jawa, pinter main organ, pinter nyanyi keroncong. Terus sing ora pinter iki mung siji kok, Nduk. Apa, Mak? Ngapusi Bu Guntur. Lah Bu Guntur uga pelaku apa ki mau pebisnis ana ing ranah kabudayan Jawa. Apa kuwi, Mak? Rias manten, Nduk. Oh ngono ya, Mak. Dadi iki ulang tahun pertama KPP Madya Surakarta persis per hari ini berusia 1 tahun. Tahun pertama jroning 7 sasi KPP Madya Surakarta tembus target ya kuwi mau bisa mencapai 101,85% penerimaan. Kepatuhannya juga lebih dari 100%. Woi. Aja, iki SDM pilihan kok. Oh, pilihane nek tetep ora sregep karo ora sinergis ya ora iso tercapai, Nduk. Oh ngono ya, Mak. Mula kaya sing diandharake Pak Slamet mau kudu kompak bebarengan. Insyaallah tahun ini bisa tercapai lagi, Allahumma amin. Ngono. Mergo Pak Slamet Sutantyo kuwi ya hebat to, Mak. Tahun 2020 kuwi hanya sedikit kanwil yang tercapai melebihi 100%. Salah satunya di bawah Pak Slamet Sutantyo ya kuwi mau yen ora kleru KPP anu nggih. Kepulauan Riau nggih, Pak nggih. Aja. Aku ya isih kelingan ya, Mak. Ning kowe kok sajake meh 4 tahun isih betah men ana ing Banjarmasin, Nduk. Iki genahe piye, Mak? Saiki anu kowe sing jlentrehke lho ngene, Nduk. Indonesia kuwi ora mung Klaten, ora mung Solo tak kandhani. Awal-awal aku mapan ana ing Banjarmasin kuwi penuh dengan kemarahan dan kegalauan. Ning bareng saiki aku wis adus keramas air barito. Wis meh 4 tahun ning kono ki malah saya kerasan, saya betah lho. mula bapak-bapak eselon 3 sing urung tau neng Banjarmasin monggo mangke kula aturi tindak dhateng Kalimantan Selatan ngagem SK Pak nggih mboten ST nggih. Uga dulur-dulurku eselon 4 AR dan fungsional ayo do eksodus ke sana. Ngancani aku. Dadi kowe urung pengen pindah. Oh, pindah apa ora wis tak tampa kanthi semeleh lan senenge atiku. Wis, iki tak deklarasikan wae sisan ora apa-apa. Aku ngono. Wong apa-apa kuwi mau rencana Tuhan itu lebih indah daripada keinginan kita. Ya toh. Sapa ngerti aku lunga ke Kalimantan terus aku duwe bisnis tambang umpamane. Kuwi mung umpama. Ah iya mak. Nggih. Terus kaping pindho nduk apa? Sosialisasi PPS. Apa kuwi mak? Program pengungkapan sukarela. 2015 ana teks amnesti. Gampangane mono pemutihan harta yang belum dilaporkan. Oh iya. Iki ana meneh di tahun 2022 berakhir 30 Juni mengko nduk. Ngono ya mak. Dadi ayo para sedulur kabeh para wajib pajak KPP Madya Surakarta sing durung melu PPS enggal-enggal melu PPS. Wajib pajak dimanapun penjenengan berada, ora mung sing Madya Surakarta sing durung padha melu PPS, ayo enggal-enggal melu PPS. Yen ana harta sing durung dilaporkan kuwi peranganing penghasilan mengko yen ora melu PPS bisa kena 30 atau 35% ditambah sanksi sampai dengan 200%. Ngono ya mak. Mula ayo iki mumpung kesempatan yang luar biasa yen ana harta yang belum dilaporkan mergo kuwi peranganing penghasilan saiki dilaporke tarife murah mung 14% nduk. Iya. Iki mau pencapaiane total harta yang dilaporkan sudah lebih dari 2 triliun. Ngono ya mak. Terus penerimaan tebusan utawa PPH dari program pengungkapan sukarela utawa PPS Madya Surakarta 204 miliar. Bener mboten? Aku ya mung krungu iki mau nduk. Iya. Iya, Ki muga-muga menjadi apa penenang bagi para wajib pajak supaya ora ana ganjelan maneh. Uga dadi tambahan penerimaan bagi Direktorat Jenderal Pajak sing piguna tumrap pembangunan nduk. Iya. Iki uga ditunggoni Pak Yoyok Satyatama. Panjenengane lagi wae beberapa waktu ini mengisi pos sebagai Kakanwil DJP Banten. Pindah saka Ngayogyakarta nduk. Monggo wis kepenak dadi juragan kambing ning Karanganyar lho. Ora dadi ngopo? Pancen Pak Yoyok itu cocoknya kapal yang besar seperti halnya Banten nduk. Wis Pak Yoyok tetap bahagia, tetap semangat ana ing Banten didukung oleh teman-teman semuanya. Dhisik nalika beliau Kakanwil DJP Jawa Tengah 2. Saya lenggah ora iki? Wayangan keliling nganti tekan Purbalingga, nganti tekan Sragen, nganti tekan Cilacap. Bareng karo Kabid Humas nalika semono Pak Basuki Rahmat. Saiki Kabid PEP. Dhisik bintang tamune Mbak Megan. Nggih. Gandeng saiki Mbak Megan mulih neng Amerika, gantine Mbak Megan ya kuwi mau Mimin. Aja. Ya, muga-muga bar iki terus wayangan mubeng meneh. Aja. Mengko Pak Basuki ngeparing rembukan karo Pak Wiratmoko. Pak Wiratmoko. Kabid P2 Humas saiki. Ya, sing penting aja larang-larang. Loh, bengi iki aku ya ora nampa, Nduk. Ora turah tak kandhani. Aku ditelepon Pak Yuni lah, iki engko sumber biayane saka ngendi? Ya sebagian besar saka paguyuban. Terus aku arep nganggo tarif normal ki ya ora tekan atiku to, Nduk. Lah wong dulur-dulurku kanca-kanca do iuran kok nggo bayar aku rak ya ora penak. ngono ya Mak. Mula iki kabeh do nampa wutuh kecuali dalange. Iya. Ora dadi ngopo, Mak. Ning kowe ra entuk ST 3 dina, Mak. Lumayan rada tutuk lengloni mbokne bejo nduk. Aja. Nggih. Engko dibacutake karo gegojekan karo guyon mbek bintang tamu, Nduk. Iya. Merga iki wis ditenteni dening para pamirsa sing rawuh langsung mirsani secara offline ana halaman KPP Madya Surakarta, uga sing wis padha nonton melalui live streaming YouTube ana ing channele KPP Madya Surakarta karo Sanggar Cemara, Andika Multimedia lan liya-liyane. Iya, wis akeh Mak sing nonton nggih. Iki bintang tamune ana pirang-pirang, Nduk. Tur ya larang kabeh. Ana Mas Gareng Semarang, ana Mbak Eka Kebumen, ana Apri karo Mimin duo sinden sing lagi ngehit. Ah iya, dhisik sing kon munggah. Wiwit saka sing paling tuwa luwih dhisik. Mas Gareng Semarang monggo serampatke ya. Yuk, Cokres. Dulur-dulur sing ning jaban pager mlebu. Wis, Sida wis apa ora iki? Wis kendange wis ora ono.
Wes, muni. Ayo. Piye, kepengin bathukmu nonyar apa piye? Dilekke karo lambe kok ora mandeg rumangsane. Kis manula le. 20 tahun kepungkur tak tataki kowe. Saiki dilekke lambe ra iso sone karo slop sinden. Iki slope sapa ya ambune wong ngene iki. Sinden sobone galengan iki ngene iki lho. Wah, aku ketanggor pengendang nom jan wis.
Piye Mas Gareng piye?
Karepe kene iki mandeg wis kono gaspol. Mbok wong ki ya delok-delok to le. Segala sesuatu yang dilakukan harus lihat situasi dan kondisi. Kowe seneng to? Aku bali kok kene ora iso nandangi budemu seneng kowe.
Apa ya iso?
Loh, ya raketan kuget-kuget lumayan to, Mas. Kok iso nandangi iki apa ya kudu kok ngono. Nandangi iki ya tegese selalu harmonis.
Oh iya, weh.
Aku ki wis nang kene mbok gawe bingung.
Kalau kok digawe bingung kepiye?
Lah ya kaya pengendikamu mau.
Piye?
Kene iki lak arang-arang wayangan to.
Heeh.
Kutha nyanyi dhewe iki.
Kok nyanyi dhewe?
Iki kutha ndi?
Solo.
Solo iki lak nyanyi dhewe loro duet.
Oh alah.
Ngono kok jare pegawe pajak.
Ya
Apa
Solo.
sampean iki mau ngomong?
Apa?
Cedak karo tugu obor.
Tugu obor ndi?
Iki lho.
Oh kono ya.
Tugu apa iki jenenge cedake nggone Pak Anom Surata kuwi lho.
Oh, lilin.
Lilin kok sakmono gedene iki piye? Kuwi obor.
Oh, digawe nang ngene Pak Erot tok lho marake.
Lah.
Ya, kowe.
Pernah terjadi lho. Dadi ya kok yen panjenenganmu ngendika ning jalan veteran ngono wis macek.
Ya.
Wong ya dasare wis suwe ra tau sowan tlatah Solo, Mas.
Terus sedurunge 2 tahun ki sowan nang endi?
Ya sowan nang ngarepe mbok wedok.
Wong ora tau lunga nang ndi kok 2 tahun.
2 tahun ki rumangsaku iki lho abot-abote dadi seniman. Dadi kene Mas iki ya curhat sekalian. Seniman iku keterak pandemi iki jane kabeh keterak ora gur seniman. Ning seniman ki lorone dobel, Mas.
Kok dobel?
Loh, dobel telu.
Dobel telu ki triple no.
Lah ya triple double.
Ayo.
Ya triple.
Iki pegawe pajak lho, pegawe pajak lho.
Ya. Triple, Mas.
Ya.
Siji. Pandemi iki seniman kena lara sing diarani virus corona. Siji.
Ya.
Ping pindho kena dampake ora entuk rejeki.
Ya, ora entuk tanggapan, dampak ekonomis.
Ping telune iki secara mental psikis seniman kuwi luwih kena nggone iki sing nomor 3 iki. Oh. Karena seniman itu tidak hanya butuh ya ora jeneng munafik, jenenge manusia hidup tuh pasti butuh uang. Tapi kalau yang seniman sejati, uang itu lebih nomor 2 karena yang pertama itu kepuasan hati. Kalau seniman tidak bisa mengekspresikan diri dalam masa 2 tahun, stres, Mas.
Mental illness.
Wis pikirane iki ning kene iki apa sing kudu tak dol tok.
Mongko sing tuku ya ora eneng. Arep adol wayang sing nuku wayang sapa?
Apa ana mobil Pajero kok 120.
Tenane.
Sumpah, lha mbok ngerti yen kowe ora percaya tukunen.
Oh, endi kene 120 tak tuku.
Wis payu.
Walah. 120 iki mergo isih ngangcur.
Ora, sing 100 tak nggo nyaur utang, dadi 220.
220.
Ning alhamdulillah. Mulai sudah beberapa hari ini sudah pintu terbuka untuk para seniman untuk mengekspresikan diri termasuk di kantor pelayanan pajak Madya Surakarta. Matur nuwun dumateng para punggawa mriki.
Nanggap wayang apa nimbali para seniman insyaallah berkah. Nggih.
Ya kari delok senimane sapa sing diundang.
Oh. Loh,
Seniman merosal mbok undang ya ora berkahi. Seniman sing tertib kaya aku ngene iki berkahi.
Oh. Kok sik ning ngene ya, Pak Darmin Nasution.
Nggih.
Bar wayangan saka Dirjen Pajak jadi Gubernur BI lho. Wayangan aku kuwi. Ngono. Nah, iki engko Pak Slamet Sutantyo. Kakanwil to?
Nggih.
Bar wayangan dadi sahli. Lho sapa ngerti amin.
Nggih, wong donga niku yang terbaik.
Lah iya.
Donga yang perkara dijabahi dan tidak itu ya kembali lagi kepada Gusti ingkang amurba jagat.
Nggih, wong mung pengangen-angen.
Pengangen-angen.
Sapa ngerti terus malaikat lewat nyatet amin.
Amin.
Ngoten. Sing apik-apik.
Wong nggih melek bengi niku bathine nggih kali ndongake niku prosentasenya lebih banyak mandine, Mas.
Tur ya mirsani wayang kuwi Mas Gareng.
Dalam
kejaba seneng-seneng sebetulnya tirakat berdoa semalam suntuk.
Nggih.
Diniatke ngoten niku.
Pun tur malam niki berdoa semalam suntuk wayangan jelas aman.
Lah kok aman?
Dijogo satpam lho. Lagi iki lho aku wayangan cedak pos satpam yo lagi iki aku. Aman wis pokoke.
Lah wong alamane ming semene kok.
Security.
Security.
Matur nuwun bola-bali matur nuwun iki ujube akeh banget jebule nggih.
Nggih, ya lu saura-urane rong perkara, Mas.
Nggih.
Telu.
Nggih.
Pisan, ya papat. Pisan ulang tahun pertama KPP Madya Surakarta.
Nggih. Kaping kalih syukuran tercapainya penerimaan 2021. Target. Nah, terus ketigane sosialisasi PPS. Sing ajeng kula takoni jenengan lak pegawai pajak.
Ya.
Artine pajak niku napa?
Pajak itu pungutan oleh negara berdasarkan undang-undang yang sifatnya bisa dipaksakan tanpa kontraprestasi langsung yang digunakan sebesar-besarnya untuk kepentingan negara dan rakyat.
Niku pertanyaan bener ning kurang mengena sasaran. Karena banyak orang awam yang tidak tahu pajak itu apa.
Terus nek menurut Gareng Semarang, pajak kuwi apa?
Pajak niku hurufe napa mawon?
PAJAK.
PAJAK. P. Pendapatan negara di luar sumber daya alam migas maupun pendapatan hibah.
Wah, iki rada mutuk iki.
Lho lah kepripun ta? Arep tanggapan ning kene iki seminggu lho latihan iki. Sinau kuwi.
Ya, kuwi P, terus A.
Asalnya dari wajib pajak yang dilindungi oleh undang-undang. Dadi mboten waton mungut.
Oh iya, berdasarkan undang-undang.
Nggih.
J.
Jenisnya banyak diantaranya pajak pusat, pajak daerah dan lain-lain.
A.
Adapun kegunaannya untuk pembangunan demi kemakmuran masyarakat.
Kembali kepada masyarakat.
Betul.
Ya. Terus K sing terakhir.
Kita kepingin disebut orang bijak, bayarlah pajak. Ngoten niku dadi niki sing diarani promosi sosialisasi nggih ngeten niki.
Ya.
Seminggu lho kula mikir iki. Padahal le ngejob lagi wingi lho wis mikir. Kaya ngerti nek yen pajak diutarake diartikan pada malam hari ini sudah lain artinya.
Lah piye malam hari ini?
P niku pada malam hari ini yang punya hajat kantor pelayanan pajak Madya Surakarta.
Kepala kantornya Pak Guntur.
Pak Guntur.
Ya, terus A.
Adapun keperluannya syukuran ulang tahun 1 tahun dan syukuran tercapainya target.
Ya, A. J.
Juga sosialisasi PPS.
Program pengungkapan sukarela.
Alhamdulillah hiburannya wayang kulit dalangnya Ki Mulyono.
Iya. Terus K.
Kang Gareng Semarang temannya. Oh no lho Mas.
Kang Gareng Semarang nompo akeh dhewe.
Ya wong-wong ki sak tundha sak bilik.
Iya.
Rezeki ki diatur karo sing kuwasa.
Kuwi sing urusane sing maha kuwasa. Mung karek ikhtiar karo bersyukur.
Lah ya ngerti dhewe 2 tahun padha posone lho Mas. aku nganti 2 tahun meh njaluk bojo kuwe wedi lho.
Njaluk apa?
Ya ora ngekeki mosok ora bojo kok njaluk.
Oh, ngono. Kuwi kan kepentingannya bersama.
Sakjanya.
Iya.
Sakjanya.
Kepentingan bersama, kenikmatan bersama.
Tapi orang itu kan perlu punya egoisme sendiri-sendiri. Ora Mas, ora. Lelakon ki wajibe mung dilakoni.
Ya,
wajibe mung ning mari kita bersyukur orang-orang yang masih dalam keadaan sehat pada malam hari ini. Karena apa? Kita itu termasuk orang-orang yang pilihan.
Pilihan piye Mas Gareng?
Karena kita diberi kesempatan mengetahui fenomena luar biasa yang menempa dunia ini.
Antara lain
pandemi corona. Urung karuan iki. 1 abad kemudian ono pandemi koyo ngene meneh urung karuan.
Ya ora pengin.
Lho ora pengin.
Oh, iya.
Terus tsunami nglakoni awake dhewe.
Ya.
Merapi meletus.
Tsunami nglakoni ronggon sing gedhe.
Nah,
Jogja karo Aceh.
Nah, tegese ora tegese weruh, ngerti.
Meruwi.
Nah, terus meletusnya Gunung Merapi. Awake dhewe berarti kita tuh orang-orang pilihan.
Ya.
Dan masih diberi kesempatan hidup, berarti masih diberi kesempatan ibadah dan menebus dosa-dosa yang telah kita lakukan.
Amin.
Ngomong karo kaji hati-hati Mas. Aku saiki ngomongi bangsa trempet-trempet ngono kuwi.
Lah iya.
Ya engko aku nek ngono jare apa oleh-olehane lak ya ora ono. Mula iki ya kejaba ngibur tasakuran uga mengucapkan selamat Hari Raya Idul Fitri, minal aidin wal faidin, mohon maaf lahir batin.
Taqabbalallahu minna wa minkum.
Nggih, nadyan nembe sepisan menika kula sowan wonten lepat lan klentunipun nyuwun pangapunten. Nggih. Lagi rene pisan kok Mas, nggo pengalaman.
Mas Gareng.
Dawuh.
Jenengan mbok menawa mau ya melu krungu ya Mas. Wis saiki perkara PPS. Wis program pengungkapan sukarela.
Aku saka ngomahmu mikirku PPS ora program pengungkapan.
Lah apa?
Panitia pemungutan suara.
Urung ya isih 2024.
Lah iki wis lah ya kuwi wis mendekati mbok menawa ana pembentukan panitia pemungutan jebule
program pengungkapan sukarela.
Iki ambak ngene iki tak iki nun sewu ya Mas. Iki program ini kecuali untuk menarik pajak kepada wajib pajak juga ngajari jujur wajib pajak.
Betul. Memberi kesempatan wajib pajak untuk melaporkan sing kliwat-kliwat Mas. Ibaratnya kaya pemutihan, gampangane. Jadi dilaporke ning tarifnya jauh lebih rendah dari yang seharusnya.
Nah, itu.
Ngono.
Itu jadi untuk merangsang wajib pajak untuk segera lapor.
Terakhirnya 30 Juni. Mulai enggal lagi-lagi orang ndak ngenteni akhir-akhir periode.
Mas, lah barang sing wis didol iki apa ya dilaporke?
Sing wis didol, nek didol kuwi ta Mas, ya. Itu bukan berarti hilang. Hanya berubah bentuk asetnya itu.
Dari
misale tok Pajero. Mbok dol dadi duit. Ya berubah jadi kas atau setara kas.
Dadi duite
kuwi sing dilaporke untuk Pajero.
Duite wis entek.
Duite wis entek dienggo apa?
Dienggo nyekolahke anak.
Dienggo nyekolahke anak berarti kan biaya ya, biaya. Selagi memang kuwi apa dhisik Pajerone wis dilaporke apa urung?
Wis no.
Yen wis ya udah. Yen Pajerone durung dilaporke, duit semono ki apa ya terus langsung entek nggo nyekolahke anak rak ya ora. Umpama saiki isih berarti masih berupa aset apapun itu bentuknya, berarti ana sing ketinggalan.
Sik omonganmu ra enak sithik ra enak.
Lah kok ra enak piye?
Duit Pajero kuwi apa ya wis entek.
Heeh. Akeh lho kuwi.
Ya akeh, 2 tahun ya suwe lho Mas. Duite akeh ning 2 tahun ki ya suwe.
Saiki bakune ngene Mas Gareng, cara sampean ya. Cara sampean. Delok SPT-ne. Daftar hartanya apa saja.
Betul.
Terus delok hartane sampean. Harta itu bisa berupa tabungan, kas, deposito, piutang kepada pihak ketiga, ya toh? Terus bisa berupa barang-barang bergerak maupun tidak bergerak.
Betul.
Kaya to mobil, perhiasan dan lain-lain. Yang tidak bergeraknya seperti tanah, bangunan,
rumah.
Rumah. Lah, kuwi didelok endi sing ngurung dilaporke nang nggon SPT. Nah, itulah yang yang masih belum terlaporkan, itulah yang tertinggal.
Ya, insya Allah Mas, aku ingin menjadi warga negara yang baik. Paling tidak kemarin ada petugas pencatat PBB juga ya wis tak terke, tak delokke iki lho perubahan bangunan yang ada di lingkungan saya. Jadi kemungkinan yang tadinya 0 sekarang bisa kena pajak PBB.
Berarti secara aset juga tambah. Maune bangunane ibaratnya 100 meter dadi 300 meter.
Alhamdulillah Mas.
Ngoten itu.
Mun aku wis tertib, wargaku kabeh bayar PBB. Aku dhewe sing durung.
Lah kok urung?
Lah aku ngoprak-oprak tanggoku aku dhewe lali bayar.
Ndang dibayar no ya.
Wis tak bayar winginane.
Alhamdulillah. Terus Mas, iki mau bar penyerahan wayang. Ada satu lagu sing saya sangat memperhatikan dengan mengapresiasi. Lagu ini sudah cukup lama tidak diperdengarkan.
Napa Mas?
Jingle pajak jane. Tetapi saya dan almarhum Mas Giono, pimpinan kesenian Jawa RRI Jakarta, menggubah itu dalam komposisi gamelan.
Oh Mas Giono Swargi.
Swargi. Nih. Makanya sebagian bapak-bapak ini tadi, loh ini lagu apa kok kaya wis krungu ning berbeda. Nah, ini saya aturkan bahwa ini tadi adalah jingle pajak.
Anu Mas, murih cetane mbok dibaleni.
Baleni ya.
Ayo,
baleni bisa neh.
Ayo.
Ini kita aturkan kepada seluruh insan pajak. Ini jingle pajak yang dulu tiap hari kita dendangkan. Monggo. Oke, yuk. Seiring dengan hentah geraknya waktu, Indonesiaku kian menatap maju, bekerja dan berkarya membangun negeri menuju masa depan dengan langkah pasti. Bergeraklah membayar pajak, bukti peduli bagi sesama. Selalu ku bangga jadi warga yang berguna, menatap Indonesiaku jaya selamanya. Seiring dengan entah geraknya waktu, Indonesiaku kian menatap maju, bekerja dan berkarya membangun negeri menuju masa depan dengan langkah pasti. Bergeraklah serta memajukan negara, membayar pajak, bukti peduli pada sesama. Selalu ku bangga jadi warga yang berguna, menatap Indonesiaku jaya selamanya. Pripun Mas Gareng?
Mengena saire Mas.
Pripun? Pancen ini lagunya DJP.
Ya.
Kalau dulu jingle pajak, sekarang Mars pajak.
Mars pajak, jadi rada dikencengke.
Nggih.
Nggih, wah alhamdulillah sing nabuh menghayati. Kabeh diungkluk.
Lah ya maca partitur.
Maca notasi.
Nah nggih, iki Apri Mimin wis teko nggih to.
Aku ya bersyukur.
Piye.
Ora mung target kantor pajak kene sing terlampaui.
Terus apa?
Iki jebule iso teko.
Lah kok ngono?
Tak kira apa kuwi keciduk Satpol PP. Jebule lha siji teko siji ran ngene jare duo sidet. Siji teko ora kompas kon adeg Mas.
Yo, ayo aja ngece saka kendang. Yuk, ya. Berdua Apri Mimin. Alelala lelala. Aja ninggal aku trimo gonceng.
Wiwit kudat janjine bebarengan.
Bareng ambi abang terus
kekiwan. Liyane aja ngece, aja ngece.
Lamun ngece kewelet tembeng burine. Proliyane aja ngece, aja ngece. Lamun ngece kewelet tembeng burine. La 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 aja ninggal aku trimo gonceng.
Wiwit kudat janjine bebarengan.
Bareng weruh ambi abang terus kekiwan.
Proliyane aja ngece, aja ngece.
Lamun ngece kewelet tembeng burine.
Proliyane aja ngece, aja ngece.
Lamun ngece kewelet tembeng burine. Nggih. Wah. Sik. Apri.
Kula Mak Cangi.
Nggih, sugeng dalu Cahayu.
Sugeng dalu, pripun pawartosipun?
Sowan ana ing KPP Madya Surakarta.
Matur sembah nuwun.
Kepala kantornya Pak Guntur Wijaya Edi.
Oh, Pak Guntur.
Biyaine sing ngendi coba, Jan?
Pak Guntur. Pak Guntur. Pak Gun kok ra nek sing ngatung ya, Lek.
Pokoke anggar suarane gluduk.
Bledek.
Pak Guntur.
Lah aku dhewe ya urung nganu lho lung sowan lho.
Yaine ingkang pundi ta, Mak?
Pak Guntur yang sing iki kursinya lagi kosong ini.
Oh,
nembe
toyan.
Oh, begitu weruh Apri Mimin terus tidak bisa menahan diri kok beliau.
Langsung tindak kamar mandi.
Langsung tindak kamar mandi kok kepiye, Jan?
Ya ora ya gila kuwi.
Gila pripun lho, Pak?
Wong gelo.
Iya.
Gelane nggih napa?
Perkara pasanganmu telat iki lho.
Lah ya kowe iki nek ning Solo ki rak ya liwate Solo Baru rene. Lah kok dadak tekan Silir ki ngapa to kowe iki?
Rumangsamu kok kowe payu piye nang Silir, Mimin?
Mas Gareng. Apa? Mbak Limbo, Nduk Apri. Sekarang eranya keterbukaan transparansi.
Wah,
terus jenengan wae ngendika Mimin telat ki apa kegaruk gitu. Wis tak ampet, bener seneng kula cek tak ampet. Bareng Apri apa mampir Silir nyun sewu, Mbak. Nggih. Arep wujudku kaya ngene aku ya akhlakul karimah, Mbak.
Nggih.
Tenan.
Lho ana Harus diluruskan no. Loh.
Piye.
Aku pengen nyun sewu. Sekarang kan wanita menjadi garda depan dalam pembangunan bangsa ini.
Juga.
Wis ora ono pilah, wong wedok iso dadi pemimpin.
Garda
depan.
Garda apa terot?
Gardan mobil. Gardan. Saiki wong wedok iso dadi frontliner.
Nek iki kudu terot iki.
Apa?
Terong.
Lah nek saiki wong wedok iso dadi frontliner. Iso dadi garda depan, ora mung dadi kanca wingking.
Betul.
Ora mung tidur, kasur, sumur, pupur. Gitu. Ning sak sukses-suksese wong wedok jangan pernah melupakan kodratnya sebagai seorang wanita, sebagai seorang ibu.
Weh, iya.
Aku pengen apa bangga aku diarani sukses karir ning rumah tanggaku berantakan. Aku enggak mau seperti itu. Ning wong ngatung ning omah nunggu kayane wong lanang ning tidak melakukan apapun ya salah. Jadi aku mah jare jam 8 kok omah tak angkas setengah 10 tekan kene. Kan pas to. Delalah kok bojoku ki brengkal. Nek ora tak nyanyi, aku dosa sebagai ibu rumah tangga, sebagai bojo. Nek tak nyanyi, aku telat leneng KPP Madya Surakarta.
Terus?
Jadi ya kono tak selake 10 menit terus aku nembe rene.
Sik omongmu akeh-akeh ki mau tak garis bawahi gur sithik.
Napa?
Kuwi kabeh yen wedok tenan.
Tunggale kuwi kabeh ming upo.
Omongane mulu-mulu. Tendane peh.
Nek arep ngomong mulu-mulu mbak pake weruh kala menjengki lho.
Lah penyen ya kesangetan kok senior kudune ngomong anak kok malah wis underestimate kalian kula.
Aku ora ngomong apa, aku wis ngoceh ning kene pirang jam iki. Kowe ning ndi wae? Ayo ning ndi wae?
Ayo ta ya.
Aku wis ngadeg ning kene, kowe ngadeg ning ndi?
Kula lho, niat kula niku ya ngepit alon-alon selamat sing penting lho. Ndelalah dicegati sopir truk.
Terus?
Lah kan kula tau ngaji toh, sebaik-baik manusia adalah manusia yang bermanfaat buat makhluk yang lain. Bener toh?
Terus.
Nek ra iso
kowe dicegat sopir truk terus.
Nek ra iso sedekah bondo donya, sedekah tenaga.
Tenaga.
Lah nek duit rak ya toh, duit kan jenenge aku isoe mung sithik. Lah terus tenagaku tak sorohke monggo Mas, aku ngono kuwi lah.
Sopir truk
niate sedekah kok.
Terus sopir truk ya gelem.
Gelem.
Lah pertanyaane carane piye?
Lah,
nganggo oli lho. Maksudnya le ngetap oli ki lho direwangi.
Kowe kok iso jawab? Berarti tau nglakoni bocah.
Loh, kan bengkel.
Oh iya.
Oh, iki kan bengkel las,
Ini kan bengkel las.
Bengkele anu apa Pak Kampret. Pak Kampret iki terus sing lenggah sing ngarep iki Pak Kakanwil DJP Jawa Tengah 2. Pak Slamet Sutantio.
Sugeng kula Bapak, timun mukuk jaga imbuh, matur sembah nuwun bekakas ngeten sampun dikukup wonten kantor.
Wis.
Ngene iki dicontoh lho. Nek ger nggawa wong apik rak pun biasa, nggawa Mas Gareng Semarang rak ya asmane wis kondang kawentar. Ning panjenengan kok ngopeni kok ngeten rak malah ganjaran gede. Lho, nek ngantek aku tetek ning dalan panjenengan katut dosa lho. Ning nek kula dikukup lho, diarahkan, oh sejelek-jeleknya manusia pasti punya kebaikan. Piye kejelekane diminimalisir, kelebihannya diangkat. Lho,
Pak,
piye?
apa ki mau bar mangan kroto ya?
Lah
ngoceh yo Mimin.
Saya hanya meluruskan jangan pernah underestimate terhadap packaging seseorang.
Aku percaya yang gue meluruskan aku percaya. Kowe tukang meluruskan aku percaya.
Yo, Pak Guntur wis lenggah kuwi.
Nggih Pak Guntur, niki menawi kepengin nganu mirsani menungso aneh nggih niki Pak.
Sugeng kula Bapak, menika namung sak penkan ngene kaya dene fenomena gunung es.
Apa?
Satu atau dua yang muncul menika ribuan mewakili Allah.
Wis piye kuwi piye?
Wis saya komentar apa kowe saiki?
Terima kasih sembah nuwun Pak Guntur.
Matur nuwun Pak Guntur.
Kang ngadeg sisan no nek nang ngene iki, ngadeg sisan Kak. Oh. Ya, saiki monggo. Oh wis piye. Nah, aku ora tau.
Masyaallah. Pak Guntur matur sembah.
Beres to. Piye.
Anu kok terus katut iki lho.
Sak awake dhewe iki dihormati sing kagungan kersa kan beliau.
Iya.
Awake dhewe iki tamu nang kene.
Terus
tamu dihormati karo tuan rumah.
Iya ning kowe ora perlu terus kowe gapyuk Pak Guntur. Pak Guntur mbok gapyuk mengko tayamum.
Lah ning yo saiki ngene wae. Saiki uji nyali. Wani medun ngesun Pak Guntur ora.
Lho,
ayo.
Nyun sewu, Pak.
Ada Bu Guntur, tanya Bu Guntur, boleh nggak Bu?
Nyun sewu.
Boleh.
Boleh.
Ora apa-apa, jenggotku ya resik kok.
Nah, sik, ngono.
Nyun sewu Pak Guntur.
Iya.
Saya 46 tahun, hurung tau gepok singgol karo wong lanang. 46
Lagi
tahun.
bar cerita karo sopir truk lho.
Lah ya, kowe ngomong ngono.
Camlek cek.
Kuwi ora konsisten ki piye?
Sopir treke ten napa jenenge ten ngisor. Kula kan ngewangi ngongkek ngeten namun lho. Dadi ora bersentuh.
Apa?
Nyun sewu Pak, Bapak Guntur nyuwun sewu saestu.
Kebakaran.
Pak kebakaran tanpa ngurangi raos hormat.
Ora iso aku tetep ora rilo. Kowe kok jejer Pak Guntur.
Ayo salim dulu ke Pak Guntur.
Ayo,
salim.
Ke Pak Guntur tas. Ya nganggo wireless e. Kareng nah.
Hati-hati pipi ae kok nyeringkot jenggot.
Delok, Pak Guntur dianggap mawon niki kucing lho, belang lho. Gelungan buri ireng kok ngarep abang iki.
Bang telon.
Kembang telon.
Ngematur nuwun sing bener ngono.
Sugeng dalu Bapak.
Nyerakno.
Tanpa ngirangi raos hormat matur sembah nuwun sampai jenengan sampun ngopeni kanca-kanca. Dadi menika panjenengan tidak salah sasaran.
Iya.
Kan ono bantu tapi tidak tepat sasaran. Dan bantuan panjenengan kagem kanca-kanca seniman luar biasa. Kula makili kanca-kanca. Nek Pak Mul wajar.
Apa?
Secara formal panjenengan juga ngasta wonten pajak.
Aku dinas.
Lah nek kados kula, paribasan wong kliyang kabur kanginan. Diopeni menika makili kanca-kanca menika ya Allah. Nilainipun lho Pak, nilainipun. Kanggone wong ra duwe tok bantuan 10.000 menika bobotipun menika. Lah nggih to.
Salim.
Sembah nuwun Bapak.
Atas-atas Pak.
CPK.
Dompet ali-ali diamanke Pak.
Ibu nyuwun duka pareng mboten? Oh pareng.
Pareng. Ibu pareng kok.
Wes, pokoke agar Mimin bar entuk saweran ngene iki penghuni silir kilom siji. Sesuk prei 3 dina mesti.
Raos kula niki namung raos hormat nggih gumantung penilaian seseorang. Ana nyun sewu cipika-cipiki mergo nafsu, ning menika mergo hormat kula kalian beliau.
Oh iya.
Dados kanca-kanca aja memikir sing aneh. Gak jarene aku wong wedok geleman nggih lho. Lah nyun sewu Pak Gun.
Pak Guntur bahasan dicium lek. Suarane kok mak keratak ngono.
Ya Allah.
Kosek.
Napa
Pak Slamet kepengin Pak?
Ora.
Gila Pak Slamet.
Aku nggak boleh Pak Slamet.
Enggak boleh, Pak Slamet enggak boleh. Wong
iya.
Lho Pak Guntur.
Ning yo ngene, iki mau kan tahun 2014, 2015, Kanwil DJP Jateng 1, kuwi wayangan keliling seluruh Jawa Tengah bagian selatan.
Alhamdulillah.
Jenderalnya waktu itu Pak Basuki Rahmat. Nah, itu sing ning ngarepku. Nah, dhisik karo Mbak Megan. Nah, kowe saiki gantine Mbak Megan.
Oh, Pak Anu minta cium
Mbak
juga.
Megan.
Nyun sewu ora ya, Pri. Mboten Pak nyun sewu. Nek bapak meksa kula mboten saged nolak. Dimeksa lho. Lho wong wedok ki nyun sewu, kadang fisiknya kan kalah nggih. Meh bengap. Jangan. Lho fisik kan lho raksa.
Pak,
apa?
Nek lek men ki nyium Bu Guntur ngono ora oleh.
Ora itu.
Bukan muhrim.
Bukan muhrim.
Kali Pak Guntur apa ya?
Sesama
muhrim.
Lho, lah ayu.
Ya arep semokrem nek kulino ya pekewoh ya kok ndarani aku dokoh. Nyun juga saestu menika namung pamundutan nek kula pribadi mboten Pak saestu kula.
Kae Bapak polisi, Bapak tentara kepengin bocor.
Wong kok wedine ro sempritan.
Aku yo gumun nggih nyun sewu lho Pak. Kula kan bar priksa ning bidan to Pak
Apa?
Kula ternyata sangat fertil.
Subur
banget, uritane akeh banget. Ngantek kokean kula dodol ten angkringan. Uritane kula dodol ten
ning yo kose.
Uritane tak dol ning hek ngantekan
saking jedul
tak dol saking kokean kok.
Kose min.
Peranan kucing lah ya ngono kuwi to.
Iki ning kene ana sakrukan lho.
Sapa?
Sakrukan.
Sakrukan
Kepala KPP Karanganyar ganteng kok sakrukan.
India.
Burine Pak Basuki. Ha cerai sik.
Ya.
Nah kae burine.
Di piyayine?
Kae sing jaketan lah.
Min.
Ganteng.
Serang.
Nah, Kepala KPP Karanganyar. Nah, Pak Yuli namanya Pak Yuli.
Nyun sewu, Pak.
Iya. Sakrukan. Iya.
Mboten nyakot kok, Pak, mboten nyakot.
Pak sapa asmane?
Pak Yuli.
Pak Yuli lah dereng nate to diambung menungso mboten dadi lani.
Bapak menika lenggahipun nggih. Lho, Pak. Lho.
Piye.
Rupa bagus kuwi kanugrahan.
Iya.
Rupa ayu ya kanugrahan ning pacoban.
Heeh.
Kanugrahane mesti akeh wong sing kesengsem.
Heeh.
Ning pacoban marang-kala tidak bisa menjaga kecantikannya.
Oh iya.
Aku tak jaga banget.
Heeh.
Aku emoh gepok singgol karo wong lanang niku mergo dipeksa. Gitu. Nek niki nyun sewu Bapak, kula mboten badhe nggodha panjenengan. Kejaba nek dibayar. Alah, anu ya.
Lho, jiwa silire ra teko to.
Dibayar ki tidak melalui dengan
Ora wis ki dadane mesti kulino transaksi kowe.
Dibayar itu tidak perlu dengan nilai rupiah. Dibayar dengan penghargaan
Betul.
sebagai seniman. Menika sampun matur nuwun.
Iya.
Tidak identik dengan penghargaan melulu uang.
Terus piye? Pak Yuli
ora kudu piagam.
Ning ya ngono, ning Bu Yuli wis seneng banget lho, siap memvideokan lho. Loh, wes saiki enggak boleh mundur. Enggak boleh mundur.
Bu Yuli.
Oh no.
Boleh izin Bu Yuli, izin Bu Yuli.
Salim sik.
Bapak sugeng kula sehat selalu
nggih. Yo disayang dulu.
Ya. Lho, Pak.
Ora wani.
Mboten.
Oh ya wis.
Nyun sewu nyun duka nggih. Nggih, Bu. Matur nuwun.
Ini siapa ini?
Ini putra dari Sukipan Fans Club Solo, Dek Rizka, putranipun Mbak Syabaningsih.
Oh, ini nih ada saweran dari Pak Yuli juga sih. Inggol yang ngujubke. Nah, oke, cipika dulu. Ayo Min. Nah, wong wis anu nah.
Pak Yuli semoga tidur nyenyak nggih.
Pak Yuli ini dulu sebelahan meja dengan saya.
Betul.
Di Sukoharjo, terus beliau promosi ke Papua. Bar ke Papua neng Makassar, Pluit, terus sekarang pulang kampung ke Karanganyar.
Terus membangun wilayahnya kembali nggih. Alhamdulillah, Pak.
Iya.
Wis ndang mulih serak anu.
Kene.
Kene ndang rene.
Niki
ndak medeni liyane.
Transparan nyun duka. Saestu Ibu nyun duka menika namung Pak Dal. Nek kula pribadi ya ampun nyun kula mboten.
Bu Yuli cari dulu. Bu Yuli yang mana Bu Yuli?
Ibu Yuli Kang. Oh mboten tindak.
Enggak ada.
Lah menika Ibu Yuli.
Aku mau mengapusi kowe.
Pak Yuli dhewe serang.
Pak Dur diserang.
Kok sik Mas aja saiki aku rung suntik kabeh lho.
Apa kowe rung suntik TKP?
Nggih. Pak Luki terus gila karo kowe. Ya, nggih, iki kejaba sing mbok tampa ini masih banyak lho ya sawerane. Nggih, sik. Saiki apa? Iki mau Sukipan Fans Club Solo.
Oh, cabang Solo.
Sukipan itu apa?
Sukimen Panut.
Sukimen Kose. Iki kalian sowan ke pajak Surakarta kan baru kali ini. Kok iso dadi Sukipan dan iki Mas Gareng jelas. Iki jenenge Gareng Sumar Bagyo Semar.
Aku jeneng panggung ana, jeneng darat ana.
Ya.
Aku fans ya duwe.
Ya.
Sedulur Gareng tak singkat Segar.
Oh,
saiki Sukipan ki apa tegese?
Saiki memperkenalkan diri sik wae nek ngono.
Kowe.
Iya ta. Wis suwe iki. Soale ora tahu offline iki. Cek, perkenalkan diri dulu. Kira-kira jenenge sapa?
Urut remuk.
Urut remuk. Urut sing enom.
Enom.
Ya, oke. Iki penontonnya wis 2.500 lho ya, hampir ya. Oke.
Nggih nderek pitepangan Gladiwano, orang bilang tak kenal maka tak sayang.
Ya.
Nami kula Dek Princess Aprilia Sucipto Suzuki.
Weh, iki sing diundang Apri iki jenenge lengkap Princess Aprilia Sucipto Suzuki.
Anu asma kinarya japa ana tegese?
Wonten.
Apa, Dok?
Princess menika widodari.
Wedya.
Aprilia menika wong wedok sing paling ayu dhewe laire wulan April.
Niki lair April mesti ngedene Januari nek ngene.
Ya kesakitan.
Iya, terus Sucipto iki jenenge bojomu apa jenenge bapakmu?
Sanes.
Terus?
Sucipto menika susune lancip mergo ganjelan boto.
Sik buktikan Mas Gareng. Duduk.
Niki anu lho, Pak.
Nganggo mikrofon.
Aku malah ngelek idu ya.
Lanten apa?
Arep nutuki ora tegel malah pengen ya. Ora ya jelas wong iki wis ngaku dhewe ganjelan boto kok mosok kok ngenekke ora.
Suzuki
watose ra umum to.
Suzuki apa?
Suzuki jarene susu jebul kaos kaki.
Sing tengen boto, sing kiwa kaos kaki.
Nggih, sing
kaos kaki. Arumane iki khas.
Oh iya.
Arumane khas ajake sing nganggo kaos kaki iki kukune urung dikethoki.
Terus Mimin.
Bekasan iki.
Bekasan apa bekasan sia-sia lho, Pak.
Lah iki lho sapa iki?
Potok ogrok.
Potok.
Mungkin saya lebih kalem dibanding adik saya.
Iya.
Saya pesinden dengan julukan Never Ending Beauty.
Wus.
Artine
kecantikan yang tiada pernah berakhir dan slogan yang saya canangkan tahun ini adalah cantik di usia paruh baya.
Dadi kowe ra nganggo tuwa.
Yo tuh.
Oh, slogannya apil. Cantik hanya separuh saja.
Paruh baya ngeten lho. Kadang usia bertambah 40 tahun ke atas sebenarnya masa menopause, dia takut kehilangan suami, takut tidak diperhatikan, takut. Jadi kita harus menunjukkan kepercayaan diri men tetep ditresnani garwane, dihormati putrane, disegani masyarakat.
Carane kepiye?
Lah, bagaimana dia membawa diri, bagaimana dia berperilaku,
betul.
Bagaimana dia memanage ngadi salira ngadi busana.
Ya.
Bathok bolu isi ndut.
Terus jenenge.
Dalem
jenengmu
Kusumaning Ayu Mimin Saputri Ratu Angga Inggi Pringganing Tias Ari Gustanti Agni Pratista Arkadewi Kuswardono.
Jeneng sakmono ki sing Pak Mudin arep ngepyake piye ya, Pak?
Pak Mudine mumet cacake iki sing nabuh iki yoga gawanmu iki. Sok kompak karo kowe. Ora kok jenengmu dawa banget ki piye kuwi?
Kuswardono ya apa?
Dawa banget niku nggih. Poke mung wingking dhewe Kuswardono.
Kuswardono. Apa?
Waria dodone ra ono.
Lah aku neng ngomahe kono kan Karang Nangka. Goleki Mimin ra ono, goleki Pringganing Tias ra ono.
Kleru.
Lah piye? Goleki neng kono takon jenenge sapa?
Sukimen no, niku rak teng KPP jenenge Sukimen.
Oh alah Min. Jenengmu Sukimen to?
Sukimen.
Wah, mulane ora sugih-sugih min terus kowe.
Sik, iki karo maca layang ya. Nggih. Sik, iki coba perhatikan satu persatu. Dari teman-teman ex KPP Temanggung untuk Pak Hidayat Siregar. Abot enteng di Temanggung bareng. Sehat-sehat Pak, nyuwun lagu perahu layar.
Maksudnya abot enteng ditanggung bareng.
Nah, karena ini ex Temanggung di Temanggung bareng.
Wah, luar biasa.
Nggih, eneng isine. Alhamdulillah junduk laris. Doko kowe kene, nggih. Dijejer.
Malam hari ini balas dendam selama 2 tahun.
Ini eneng meneh iki. Banyak ini ya. Terus dari paguyuban KPP Madya Surakarta, lagunya Sri Uning Mustika Tuban. Kagem Pak Kakanwil DJP Jawa Tengah 2 Pak Slamet Sutantio. Mohon kami jangan dimutasi dulu nggih Pak. Nah ini berarti nyaman, di sini nyaman.
Ini memang media penyampaian apapun juga. Wayang kulit ini disampiri apa wae oke.
Ya,
termasuk curhat barang ini.
Lah nek kowe ora mutasi lah iku rene kapan? Ora ya guyon. Aku ya isih ning kono ora apa-apa, santai wae. Nah, ya.
Oh, kowe saiki iki tugasmu ning Sungai Bekas to?
Oh iya, apa
Sungai Bekas?
Sungai Bekas, pulau Sungai Bekas iki lho.
Kok saged Sungai Bekas?
Kalimantan kuwi. Kalimantan lak Sungai Bekas.
Kali iki sungai.
Ya, ki ana meneh ki. Lho, akeh meneh ya. Oke, dari penagihan dan fungsional kepada Pak Saifuddin, mohon izin disetujui segera ya Pak. Ya. Oke, apa iki sing disetujui? Oh, IDLP. Mohon IDLP disetujui segera ya Pak. Ya, nggih. Iki kok isine gawean kabeh to iki. Ya, nggih, nyidam sari Pak Eko nganti gemujeng lho. Nggih. Oke, iki dari teman-teman ex Boyolali. Untuk Pak Morira, Muhammad Rifki Rahman. Sehat selalu, salam susu segar. Nyuwun lagu kangen atau jenang gula. Iki kabeh ning isine. Wah, ya akeh-akeh iki. Lho. Mantap.
Wah, ki lumayan ki anggar KPP sak Jawa Tengah lumayan ki.
Iya ki.
Ndak sasi.
Tur aku mau dibeli ki Mbak Presiden sing ki engko anu target saweran 6 juta ngono. Mbak iki yo tak sampaikan aku ngono kok nganggo target to Mbak saweran.
Nah, oke, ada lagi ya. Forum AR KPP Madya Surakarta. Seluruh pegawai KPP Madya Surakarta ucapan kepada seluruh pegawai KPP Madya Surakarta ucapan selamat ulang tahun untuk kita semua, sehat-sehat. Lagunya terserah Apri dan Mimin. Nah, ex KPP Pratama Klaten kagem Pak Luki Priyanto. Aku yo ex KPP Klaten iki ya. Semoga sehat selalu, lagunya Putra Nusantara. Loh, ex KPP Klaten sing nang mrene iki Heri Setiadi dhisik AR ku. Nggih, oke. Karo Eko. Oke. Eko Sarjono. Forum Kasih dan Supervisor KPP Madya Surakarta kepada Pak Gunung dan Pak Slamet. Mohon target diturunkan ya Pak, please.
Media curhat.
Media curhat.
Ora apa-apa wong. Boleh saja.
Terus ndak merengkel nang kene Mas nek disampaikan kegundahan hati itu disampaikan.
Lagunya Caping Gunung. Oke, siji sik perahu layar karena ini sering kena hak cipta tak ganti, nggih. Tak ganti aja dipleroki Mbak Eka Kebumen kon munggah. Oke. Yuk, ya monggo. Nek iki wedok tenan tur ayu Mas Gareng.
Iya.
Oke, masuk.
Tambah becak ya pilih iki.
Busanane pun sami nomor pun sami niki kan apa rombongan kuwi.
Weh.
Ya ki banci to, Mbak.
Ki banci sukses kok.
Oke, yuk aja dipleroki. Sapa sing arep joget? Ayo. Mas
aja diplerai. Mas aja dibayai. Garengku nyati esemi.
Tingkah lakumu kudu ngerti cara. Aja ditinggal kapribaden katimurah.
Mengoke kering jaman.
Kaya sing eling
bab apa.
Iku budaya bisa mulih. Cara aja ditinggal kapribaden katimuran.
Manggoke kering jaman.
Kaya sing eling
bab
suwe gropak Mas.
Budaya
pancene bener kandhamu.
Matur nuwun. Ha, iki piye iki Mas Gareng perbedaan Eka Kebumen karo Mimin.
Sing rumangsa ora asli rada minggir sik.
Asli kabeh no rumangsa. Iki rumangsa kok.
Hah?
Rumangsa ya tetep asli kabeh.
Oh iya ya. Agar ditakoni rumangsa kabeh rumangsa ya.
Ya diuji aja. Diuji wae. Tutuk siji mboko siji.
Oke. Pokoke titenane gampang iki.
Iya. Iya. Nganggo mikrofon ra apa-apa.
Ampun nganti pembongkar.
Pinggir-pinggir sik. Ora apa-apa Mas. Kene lho, rene nih tak ajari. Kene. Kene Pri.
Sing kulino kowe kok.
Rene Apri.
Aku ora kulino aku.
Rene.
Iki.
Oh kudu ngono.
Iya ngono. Angel men. Ngono.
Gajake dalange maniak.
Psikopat.
Iki pancen yo kabeh untuk pembuktian itu butuh.
Iya. Terus
Nglumpuk to,
Nglumpuk. Pinggir kono, terus pinggir kono. Ya. Ngono.
Nek garap wong wedok ki nganggo hadap menungso.
Oh, nganggo hadap sing apik.
Aku wis menghadap kamu loh.
Nganggo adab sing apik lho Mas.
Urung. Demek we urung kok.
Sensitif kok Mas.
Kok dadike katut.
Wong iki urung kok.
Ah iya. Terus
kok wong gegeblak to Mas. Wong nyenggo ayo.
Apik dadine jonjeng lho.
Ora Pak, pancen iki tak kon tamasya.
Masa dicuthuk iso mili rono iki?
Kersanipun jalan jare.
Mbok nek perhatian ki dibenakke nek miring ki.
Wes gilani.
Aku rumangsaku kaya muter radio potensone. Oh, kurang sih.
Tengah.
Asli Pak, pokoke nek ra asli ki suarane yo kretek ngono ya, Pak. Aku wis kringking.
Lah pokoke terus dikatak kok grigingen.
Ora ngono kuwi carane nek ngetesi ora kudu dituthuk. Miki ya lara.
Terus, lagu mau ora lara kok, Apri ora lara kok.
Mosok ora lara ta, Pri?
Ora kok, Mbak.
Jajal, Lek. Lara gak, Lek?
Aku sing lara iki. Aku iso lara dhewe aku. Aku kuwi mare perasaanku peka dadi wong tanpa diuji wis ketok Mas, arep dicuthuk kowe iki kan dikeke nyoh. Berarti pancen iki dudu tenan.
Heeh, ya.
Yen iki ngene iki malah sing marai ketok tenan ya ngono kuwi.
Oh, ngono kuwi.
Ketok delok to bodine iki lho. Lho, iki delok bodine kaya mobil kena sasise iki lho iki.
Kajaba saka bodi iki saka swara ya iso lho, Pak.
Apa ya apa?
Kon muni ndok ngono ra es ketara, Mbak Eka ndok. Ndok.
Anu, soprane ra metu karo base tok.
Sing marah sing ngganggu kuwi anu ki lho nek apple kuwi lho.
Apa?
Kalau menjeng.
Nek apple.
Gulu menjeng.
Sing ganggu nek apple pondok.
Ndok sing nang gulu lho.
Ngene iki jenenge wanita spesial iki ya ngene iki.
Spesial.
Ya spesial nek kaya sego goreng kuwi nek spesial kan nganggo sosis nganggo ndok. Lah ya padha wae kowe wong loro rak ya nggo sosis nggo ndok.
Masa sih?
Piye Min?
Oh iya.
Iya. Oh iya. Delok sik.
Lah.
Oh iya.
Aku nek adus nangis.
Yen bengi iki ora nganggo sosis kok, Kak.
Nganggo apa?
Nganggone uran wong mlungker ngene kok.
Aku.
Kae mesti ngono kuwi kok.
Mbak kae aku.
Aja ngono ta, aja ngono. Mbak Yu, aku ning kene rak ya pinter mergo kowe to, Mbak Yu.
Kowe ra guru jarene sampean ki gurune sang sinden-sinden iki ra.
Sang Duwijone para waranggana sak Nuswantara lho.
Lah jarene gurune rak sliraimu.
Lah iya, dadi aja kurang pangarupamu ya Mbak Yu. Nek aku ning kene iki ya nusul panjenengan.
Seliraimu pangarupamu. Seliramu pangapuramu. Lho Pak iki lho, bocah wingi sore sedok kemanen. Kemewat.
Ngene lho.
Bocah
iki wis luwih tuwa tinimbang kowe.
Rong puput.
Wong kudu iso ngajeni. Nadyan iki bentuke kaya kuburan kere. Iki bocah menengo wegen pekewo. Jare kok kowe diajeni.
Men ngajeni karo senior.
Ibarate iki tenan lho. Kowe iki kudu ngajeni.
Iya.
Iki nadyan kaya dengkul diketi-keti. Nadyan kaya onggokan sampah. Iki wong tuwa. Iki wong
jenengan ki arep bela pareng ngejloke to, Man.
Arep tak bela ya kaya ngene iki piye? Wong kaya gemahe kok.
Dadi aku ki nek ngono kuwi salah.
Kowe mbok yo ngadu karo yayangmu ngono lho Min. Kan sing
Di
ngendang.
pacar to?
Sing ngendang.
Sapa wong lanang sing kilap?
Sing ngendang. Cokris.
Leh. Wis ganep panca indramu apa ora? Kaya ngene kok mbok ciyaki piye?
Cis kok.
Terus carane piye?
Mas Gareng.
Apa?
Orang milih pasangan itu beda-beda kriterianya.
Betul.
Ono milih bojo sing ayu. So anake men ayu.
Betul.
Ning itu belum menjamin. Ono wong milih bojo sing ora patek ayu ndelalah gemati karo bojo bekti karo maratuwa. Itu banyak pilihan juga. Oh bojoku ora tidak terlalu cantik tapi dia smart, dia pinter. Karena wong wedok menika adalah madrasah pertama gem putra-putranipun. Dia tidak memilih saya karena kecantikannya.
Karena?
Karena mergo kono tak bayar.
Loh.
Wong wedok sembodo kok wong lanang tak bayar.
Loh. Ora
wong wedok ngatung wong lanang terus ngopo ngentekke kayane wong lanang gadekke sertifikat. Wong lanang tak bayar. Ayo sapa tak?
Kok Mas dadi malah iki piye?
Kowe iki jane iki pesinden apa begal?
Gento Pak kowe.
Ojo yo tetep alus to. Akhlak
full karimah.
Nah, kurmah kuwi.
Wong wedok mainan regane ya, Mas.
Wong wedok ra iso digunakake we.
Oh, mending iki mending iki si apa ki lho Apri ki lho. Iki dipamerke jak jagong sik iso.
Lah nek kula.
Kowe jak jagong itu kan ngarep cegat satpam.
Kok iso iki lho.
Lah satpame dhewe ora ragu-ragu kok. Oke untung lho kowe mau mlebu 19 sih untung lho. Untung lho kuwi.
Mas Gareng.
Dal Mas.
Karo mlaku lagune diatur
piye ya? Wayang kulit tok karo mlaku iki pindah ndi? Kok karo mlaku iki
Mas iki karo
karo guyon,
oh,
karo lelagon, karo lelagon.
Lho ngomong karo wong pinter tersik cetha to.
Iya. Gerobak karep usung-usung ngendi lek.
Lah aku urung mangan kok wis kukut.
Iya, Mbak Eka iki partner sejatine Mas Gareng.
Nggih.
Iya, iki duwe program akeh antara lain campur sari kota lama. Ah iya toh?
Nggih, wonten TVRI.
TVRI duwe wanita mbok nggawe film pendek apa kae catur cangkir wadon. Nah, ngono.
Wis pokoke Eka apa dilakoni kok.
Iya, jos.
Wis wanita serba bisa ya Eka ngene iki ditiru.
Iya, sing awake dhewe 2015 ning PLN itu
apa?
Pripun?
Mayang ning PLN lho.
Pripun wae?
Wonten
PLN. Oke, zaman teng PLN kae lho, Lek.
Teng PLN ngono kok. N ora M.
Aku mau ngomongnya apa toh?
Anu kuwi.
Nah, itu anu viral dinggo gawe TikTok kae.
Heeh.
Kan balik gue untuk kiriman.
Iya, jare untuk kiriman sing
dia aku yo kaget suaraku kok. Rupane dudu aku. Jebul saiki modele TikTok kuwi.
TikTok.
Iya.
Apa iki sik antarane caping gunung, kangen apa Srihuning, apa Putra Nusantara?
Kabeh.
Ya.
Caping gunung, Pak.
Caping gunung.
Caping gunung nolek men jenggleng karo Pak Gareng.
Caping gunung termeke dijembengke.
Jenggleng kok jembeng.
Wis ganti to?
Ih, ya nek dhisik jenggleng.
Lah kok luwih kedel timbangane sing ora asli to.
Si tak cebutke channel-channel sing live streaming nggih.
Napa, Mas?
1 KPP Madya Surakarta. Penontonnya sekitar 100. Terus kedua Sanggar Cemara. Penontonnya 2000. Andika Multimedia 500. Terus kemudian Pak Utis 200, ada lagi Juve Multimedia 500. Jadi total penonton ini sudah lebih dari 3.000.
Bayo, luar biasa.
Keren.
Pijan sing para moderator-moderatornya sing setia karo wayang ki yo luar biasa Tarna Tania Jaya kuwi.
Iya.
Aku disenggol ya, Mbak.
Saya tak delokke sing lagi aktif di
YouTube.
Sanggar Cemara ya.
Ya.
Ini Mbak Ling Sifak dari Taiwan.
Wah, Mbak Ling Sifat Taiwan.
Moderatornya sing bageke tamu.
Ya.
Mbak Sriningsih Jawa
Ya.
Timur. Mbak Sundari saja ini dari Gunung Kidul. Oke, wes sementara 3 ini yang aktif di Sanggar Cemara.
Matur nuwun,
Nggih, matur nuwun. Ning nek sing nonton akeh. Nggih. Moderator iki sing tukang bagekke. Nggih. Oke, yo monggo caping gunung. Sik.
BK, bukakno.
Jenglengke ya.
Nggih.
Sik, tak delok liyane sik. Endi?
Saben bengi nyawa
sing jenggleng sinten riyen iki Mak Cange? Mak Cange.
Hei.
Sing jenggleng sinten riyen?
Aku ki kok sik. Aku ki lagi dirawuhi Pak Ganjar Pranowo e.
Pundi?
Kayak lho lenggah kayak
putih.
Oh.
Rambut putih.
Paranono kayak Min. Paranono Min, delo Min. Ning Pak Ganjar Pranowo bageke sin.
Kono lewat.
Bageke.
Alah lewat ngendi iki?
Ya, kene lewat kene. Iya. Ya.
Sapa ngerti Min?
Iya.
Mbok ambung terus rambute ireng meneh.
Lah iya.
Apa?
Iya.
Semir alami.
Heeh.
Nah, kene Pak Ganjar Pranowo lagi dahar.
Mungkin ndak keselan.
Iya.
Ngunjuk rumien. Tunjuk rumien.
Mbak Dimi.
Tunjuk rum kosek to priko ndak anu tunjuk rumien. Tunjuk rumien, Pak. Nggih.
Lah dimiki sik lagi men, dimiki sik.
Lho. Piyai kakung ki ora digawe kudu digawe kasar. Sentuhan-sentuhan kecil ngene iki lho sing kadang lah.
Heeh.
Pripun panjenengan nggih pengen kados Pak Guntur kalau wau. Alah dadak tido-tido lho.
Parah.
Pri.
Hei.
Sok ning akhirat ki timbanganku ora lekokan dosa ki ora mergo le colong jupuk.
Lah.
Terus
le mergo aku ki dadi korbane para lelaki ki lho, Pri.
Korban apa kowe sing
menika lak kon ngambungi sinten-sinten. Jane jiwa kula niku mboten jiwa begenten.
Apa begenten ki?
Ora jiwa begenggek ning kok dikon ngene lho.
Ah ora begenten ora eblem.
Sehat selalu nggih, Pak. Lancar, berkah. Sehat selalu, tetap niatkanlah ibadah untuk bekerja. Nek niate golek duit mung entuk duit tok. Nek niat ibadah entuk duit, entuk kanca, entuk sedulur, entuk keberkahan, entuk kesehatan, entuk ambung kula. Lho lah. Nggih sampun nggih.
Yo, bali jenggleng. Dhisik iki Adnan Buyung Nasution kok saiki berubah dadi Ganjar Pranowo. Yo.
Iyalah.
Makane aku piye Min?
Pesinden kok kon sobo.
Ya ngono kuwi dipaskele pakulinane.
Yo. Sapa sing jenggleng sapa sih Mas Gareng?
Oh kula.
Mas Gareng sik ya.
Oh, siap.
Oke.
Bapak Nese.
Kene lho, kan arep dijenggleng lek Gareng. Kudu mapan sing posisi kepenak piye ngono lho.
Aja iki.
Lah piye?
Padha karoe.
Terus milih sapa?
Ayo sing tenan.
Mengke nek pun kulino penak, Pak.
Kulino kowe karo aku kepethuk tek-tok tek-gum. Padha bodo boyone kok.
Ya wis nek moh kene wae.
Hah? Carane piye?
Kagoli.
Ayo sing wedok tenan. Mikir.
Aku tutupi bantal tak ya wis ketok wedok tenan.
Ah mosok ya ndatak nandangi kowe ndatak mendem sik. Oh. Monggo ya.
Kurang penak, Le.
Kurang rasane.
Sing dijenggleng Mbak Eka jarene kurang penak. Wis pas ning jarene kurang penak.
Kurang penak.
Lah kok Apri sing dijenggleng coba kaya ngopo?
Coba, Pri.
Nek wong loro ki ra merantasi, walhasil ya senior sing kudu merantasi.
Dwija.
Mula dodok remehke wong tuwa.
Sang guru.
Ayo nek cah saiki gur menang nggon IT tok ning dan semeleng rasa tetep wong tuwa. Saiki kon mung do menang pinter medsos. Nek wong tuwa mikir iki nganggo nalar, nganggo ati, nganggo rasa, dadi berimbang.
Iki anggerke kesuwen ngomong batuku selak nedrop lho.
Yo.
Cas bareng. Piye?
Belas niku mboten krasa niku, Pak.
Ora
Rasane
krasa.
gur mak kluthik ngono
Man,
kuwi.
Maman.
Mak kok Maman?
Mimin. Ora krasa.
Wong wedok do ora sensitif.
Sensitif iki lho.
Mula sok ngombe ya urat madu. Kok
sensitif.
Apa kuwi mau?
Aku tau ngombe pisan dulu.
Apa urat madu?
Wong kok senengane wong ora sensitif iki lho positif.
Aku rupane ra patek ayu ning karo wong lanang gluk. Mang raoske Mas, monggo dicek.
Iya.
Piye?
Lah kok sing terakhir sajake ana sing ora setuju aku karo Mimin goleki. Sing ora setuju sapa?
Ya kenale ngendang no cemburu.
Nah, aku tuh diurus iki. Diurus.
Mas, nyun sewu. Kita harus profesional.
Iya.
Kudu dipilih pilah mana yang ranah pribadi, mana yang kita bekerja. Nek pribadi boleh kamu mencemburui kecantikan saya di perlakuan orang banyak.
Wih.
Pribadi. Ini atas nama pekerjaan, atas nama karya seni. Aku ki mbok disenggol wong pira-pira kudune kowe ra masalah. Wong kok setore karo sampean.
Aja dadi atimu yen pancen kowe ditolak karo sing ngendang, pindah sing meking. Iki kari kerokan tok iki.
Malah gaweane ger ngurusi wong watuk.
Kuwi mah tinggal jagongan ngerti subuh le.
Aja ngono ya, Mas.
Iya.
Mas nyun sewu Allah.
Karo welut kuwi.
Lunyu lho kuwi.
Aku ki dhisik fisikku ya bergas lho. Dijenggleng pisane kok kaya wis rempu-rempu. Mah menopause lho, Mas.
Lho, apa?
Semenopause sih lah.
Pira ta? Menopause ki kowe umur pira?
Mau pil urung kabeh, urung ngombe pil. Saiki menopause.
Sepengi kok malah ping pira.
Yo lanjut ya. Yo lanjut. Yen memajang.
Yen memajang. Hamong karo.
Mula sesuk pil sing saka kentingan ki diombe rutin.
Pil apa kuwi?
Pil saka rumah sakit kentingan lho,
RSJ.
Pak.
Oh, jebolan kono to?
Mung 3 sasi kok, Pak.
Lho, kok mung 3 sasi ki golongan parah. Berobat 3 sasi ki golongane wong parah. Kok mung 3 sasi?
Justru menika tugas-tugas penyian semua. Men psikologisku kembali
apa?
Tambah nih, Pak.
Oh,
tambah nih, Pak.
Aku dhewe rung mari kok.
Yo.
Jana.
Sapa iki?
Ayo.
Kuning.
Iya.
Enak mapan.
Wes, mapan tur kepenak.
Iya. Apri genti. Nenu.
Kembang wae petan.
Ngene iki sing apa?
Pripun?
Nek mung krungu suarane sing ngerti nek lanang sapa? Yo. Gunung.
Min, serang. Min.
Lagi Min, aku megah lek Gareng ngono kuwi saru carane.
Min. Rumahsamu deplok ngono piye? Ceplok.
Lek Gareng, kowe nek misale arep jogete kaya ngono nek karo Lek Min ki ya ora masalah. Ning nek karo aku ki wong wedok tenanan. Nek jogetmu kaya ngene jenenge pelecehan, Lek.
Lho kok pelecehan apa?
Lho kudune nek joget ngono ki aja diadepne ning aku.
Lho kari omong Lek aja madhep aku ngono
Lah,
kok
diadepne
pelecehan.
ono.
Ayo Cah.
Ora macem Mbak Eka.
Kok isih madhep rene?
Kon madhep rono.
Madhep rono.
Wis madhep rono lho, Kak.
Coba balani.
Lho.
Lagi Min iki nakal iki Min.
Sing dimaksud madhep rono itu bukan kepala yang itu.
Ya kepala mana? Dedek ikut. Papa sana kok Dedek enggak ikut.
Lagi Min, Dedek itu nakal
Ayo,
Lagi Min.
Dedek selamat sama Dedekmu Kidi berhadapan-hadapan.
Yuk kita main bola yuk.
Pacitan.
Nah ya kok maruki ngene. 2 tahun ra nabuh gamelan bareng nabuh ra gelem leren.
Iki engko nganggo reok apa ora?
Nganggo ana barongane kok.
Kok pian kaya kok barongan aku ya.
Wis gen pekewu.
Nganggo reok napa mboten, Dulur?
Nganggo.
Oh, nganggo ki lho, Min.
Ngono. Yo reok, ayo nganggo apa-apa, ayo. Kowe kasih terus Mimin.
Nah.
Ya.
Aku tak ngombe, ayo kono joget to.
Panas.
Sajenku komplit. Ana teh, banyu putih, kopi, kembang telone sing urung iki.
Kok kaya leluhur. Ning sajene iki kok anu to. Pandemi rampung kok rokoke jek panggah kuwi ae to.
Apa? Aku ora ngerti kok tak terjemahke dari aku promosi.
Lah pripun?
Viper. Rokokku lak Viper. V iki virus merebah, per ki perokok cari yang murah. Igone iki.
Ya gone sing guyu me pengalaman. Bojone Mbak Sinta.
Ae, pokoke sejalur padha ngenes le. Ayo.
Yo. Panas udan.
Panas udan panas saling aling. Caping gunung. Ayo Pri.
Ayo yo.
Apri. Sekalah. Nganggo jungkel bareng lho, Pri.
Ayo Pri.
Mimin.
Ayo.
Menari weton karaoke.
Bodahe kok do ora totalitas.
Nah,
betul,
iki.
betul.
Iya, totalitas.
Arep sing deni aku nyambut gawe keringeté rusak grontol-grontol.
Iya, guru. Dwija.
Ayo Ru.
Iya. Guru. Balik jungkir, ayo balik jungkir, balik jungkir.
Ora ngono ku.
Weh. Sonimu ketok sonimu.
Sony apa Jitimen? Jitimen.
Masa kowe kok krokodil ki apa ya enek.
Jitimen.
Lah kalau pakai G-string nggak mampu.
Melayu.
Ya sih bacot ya.
Alah golek sego
Madya.
Nadyan wadan sarta
ana ngendi Apri
saiki apa lali
mendung tak silih capek gunung
gunung desa dadi aja kene ora ilang jane padha lara
Wajane Kebumen. Jos, sik Mas Gareng, Mas Gareng. Bu Guntur itu penyanyi keroncong jempolan.
Oh gitu.
Nyanyi langgam Jawa juga hebat. Sik. Biayane ndi ki mau?
Kondur.
Belum loh.
Belum loh.
Omahe kene kok kondur gimana? Masih lenggang.
Nah, niki.
Nah, diaturi.
Oh, ini Bu Guntur ternyata baru
Bu Guntur.
Lewat mriki, Bu. Monggo, Bu. Nah, sekarang beliau diaturi nyanyi.
Keroncong, Bu.
Langgam enggak apa-apa, langgam.
Langgam nggih kenging.
Kancane Mbak Eka. Ayo tepuk tangan untuk Bu Guntur ya. Diderekke Mbak Ambar, ayo. Nah, Bu Guntur ini penyanyi keroncong biasanya yang nyanyi Mas Gareng.
Napa Mas?
Sing ngiringi Pak Guntur.
Loh.
Oh,
Pak Guntur ngiringi saking burine ngoten.
Iya, dadi Bu Guntur nyanyi, Pak Guntur mencet-mencet.
Oh, orjenipun.
Orjen.
Nah,
ya.
ya niki terus diiringi napa Mas?
Gamelan, langgam bisa.
Langgam. Monggo Bu, monggo.
Yo, serepeke Mataram sik. Duduk. Duk. Tur. Dikancani salah siji. Apri Mimin apa Mbak Kebumen? Lho bedhi. Non? Nggih.
Bu Guntur ngersakaken langgam resepsi.
Oh, monggo. Oh niki apal sedaya, 3 nu apal sedaya. Kula tok sing
Jumeneng no, jumeneng Bu.
Mohon maaf ya, saya udah puluhan tahun nggak nyanyi.
Ayo Mbak Eka.
Mangke kersane terus.
Nyanyi apa langgam?
Nggih, langgam. Yo karo Mbak Eka karo Apri. Nah. Mbak Eka tengen, Apri kiwa, Mas sing senior ben leren sik. Saya maksudnya yang tua.
Sing pini sepuh.
Nggih. Buka vokal napa saking gamelan? Vokal nggih. Yen pinuju semono nggih. Nggih. Nenenano.
Dibantu Mbak Eka dulu bukanya.
Mboten napa-napa saged, percaya. Nek gamelan niku bisa. Anggrawi
ing malem resepsi kakung putri ngagem busana kang mesem saja arep mundut lagu
mengke ketagihan lho. Sip. Sudah dapat ini, feel-nya udah dapat
ya.
ini. Ya, yang apa kedua ini feel-nya udah dapat banget.
Udah dapat.
Yeah.
Sudah klop.
Goyang guyu.
Goyang guyu. Mesem-mesem saja arep mundut nopo?
Lagu, Bu.
Oh nggih. Mundut
Oh. Matur nuwun Bu Guntur. Nambah malih menapa mboten? Pak Guntur nggih. Oh, Pak Guntur kurang afdol kalau Bapak enggak naik panggung.
Kalah kalian Ibu.
Nggih, matur sembah nuwun Bu Guntur. Terima kasih banyak. Wah, keren ini nanti dipotong bisa jadi konten. Nggih, yo Pak Guntur mana Pak Guntur? Nggih. Loh,
nyuwun dijemput sama Lekme.
Oh nggih. Yo ora kersa nyanyi, yo paring dawuh. Nek Pak Guntur enggak naik, menunjuk siapa yang naik. Ngoten.
Anu Pak, delegasi Pak.
Jenang pun apa Bu Guntur lagi jenang
Sinten,
kula.
Pak?
Monggo Ibu, Bapak.
Ajar kendel sekali tempo sinten ingkang wantun jejer banci niki lho.
Apa kula niku bangsane hantu mboten nggo kendel barang panjenengan.
Wonten mboten
Ya.
salah satu.
Ya beliau-beliau menikmati Mas.
Menikmati.
Karena 2 tahun lebih tidak melihat pagelaran wayang kulit live
Nggih.
seperti ini.
Iki ex Boyolali mau ngersake jenang gula.
Nggih.
Sing nyanyi Mbak Eka Kebumen. Gitu. Aku njaluk iki sing ngendang Pak Slamet sih kaya ngopo. Nggih. Yo.
Pak Slamet pundi?
Pak Slamet di.
Pak
Slentem, nggih.
Pak Slamet sak tekamu.
Slentem diganteni sik, hah?
Asmane
Jenang kula. Nah.
Jenang gula.
Ya, langsung aja ya.
Nggih.
Ya, engko lenggerane pas goro-goro wae.
Oh, siap.
Adikku wis nusul gitu.
Nggih. Oke.
Wah, sing ngendang.
Slenteme sapa iki? Pak Cokres.
Sing ngendang Slamet sak tekamu.
Nggih. Oke, iki untuk Pak Muhammad Rifki Rahman. Nah.
Nggih, ingkang ngersakaken.
Oke, yuk, monggo langsung ae jenang kula Mbak Eka. rada alon-alon, Mbak.
Nandang susah sapa sing ngancani aku tetap tresno lan tetap setia dokang mas durung nate gawe gelo lan gawe kucewa ning saiki bareng mukti awit manjur malang kali marang aku sidik mesti nesu terus ngajak padu
Ya ngono aja
pancen ra kelingan jaman dik biyen dokang mas durung nate bunga susah padha dilakoni aja lali marang aku iki dokang mas nalikane nandang susah sapa sing ngancani dik aku tetap tresno lan tetap setia dokang mas durung nate gawe gelo lan gawe kucewa ning saiki bareng mukti gawe pancen malang kali marang aku mesti nesu terus ngajak padu
ya ngono aja ya Mas Gareng.
Dawuh.
Niki mengke tasih wonten sesi gara-gara
ngaten keparengipun nggih Mas.
Nggih, gandeng maule lekas ya gasih, aja kedawa-dawa. Mengke niki lelimbukan ya wis hampir 2 jam.
Leres.
Nggih, secara durasi sudah cukup. Mangke dipun lajengaken le seneng-seneng malih nggon gara-gara.
Siap nego dawuh
Bali Mas. Nggih, matur nuwun. Kendange Bali Mas Cokris, terus apa gendere nang nggon pelok ya Nduk. Ya Mak, yo tak derekake Mak. Kuku sing tupa kumelun ngeneng gentiasa ngabeke kawengku sakung cacahan nanging sanget angiki pisang resi kaneka putra kang anjok saking wiyadi kakyat risang kapirangu kabeh para Kurawa gedhe cilik nom tuwa brungkat kimpul nata baris karang kedempel digawe karang abang ngestakaken dawuh paman yen kapyarasa swaranipun lir ombake samudra Gumyung swaraning wadya kang lumampah kumpul sajuru-juru hatata tanjarup Teni ramatarana Wajam yang pende ngungkong risang swatama kang minangka cucuk ing prawadya bala waladala malang kadak dadi pepalang anggonku Boyong Kyai Lurah Badranaya kethek putih yen ora salah iki jenenge Anoman. Iya dasar kepala nyoto. Apa iki barisan saka negara Ngastina? Sedulur 100 kang diarani Kurawa. Ya, dasar kepala nyoto. Layak to layak malembar tekan saindenging jagat. Yen Kurawa esuk sore mung deder kadurakan iblis lanat. Ngaku sapa jenengmu kowe bagus ora tedeng aling-aling Sentana Ngastina peranganing para Kurawaku Raden Surtayu Anoman semingkira iki dudu perkaramu iki perkaraku ketemu pirang perkara sepisan aku go kepengin Boyong Kyai Lurah Badranaya nanging cak-cakanku ora kaya dapurmu karo Patih Sengkuni. Kyai Lurah Badranaya tetep nampa sungkem lan kurmatku. Anggonku Boyong klinambaran ati suci payung budi rahayu. Nanging kosok baline Patih Sengkuni. Lan para Kurawa banget anggone ngasorake Kyai Lurah Badranaya. Anggone ngremehake lan nyenyamah marang derajat kawibawane Kyai Lurah Semar. Malah kepara kepengin bumi angus padukuan Karang Kedempel. Loh, Semar pancen mung derajating batur arep diunggahke kasur. Kedipal arep dimulyakake. Nanging ora gelem, malah kepara mbadal dawuhe Ratu Gustiku. Mula kang soga Anoman. Karang Kedempel bakal tak musnahake, bakal tak sirnake, bakal tak bumi angus kowe minggat saka kene. Kelakon kowe cala wentah marang Karang Kedempel. Marang Kyai Lurah Badranaya. Yen wis bisa nglangkai bangkene Anoman, walah dalah. Ijen tanpa rawang wis sawangen prajurit Ngastina dampyak-dampyak. Maju bareng ora bakal mundur secangkaki pengura tengkleh kuru karo batangmu keparat. Yudha laruta saking kutha sang guru kula yen taramutus sang Sri Wah, bas. Wah. Wah, Madya. Ha. Wah. Push. Wah, ya. Karto marmo ayo nono. Ha. Oh. Ye. Oh. 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 Ush. Wedian. Oh. Ojo layu para. Yeay, Adik, ayo. Hajar, ho, wah, hop, puta, mati kue. Ayo, rarupo, teracap toko. Ho! Madya! Kecil! Hai! Ho! Wah! Bah! Wah! Ush! Oh! Bah! Oh! Wah! Madya! Kecil! Kecil! Oh! Bah! Oh! 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 Ah! Oh! Bah! Bah! Bodoh. Boboh bendip cah sirahmu barat. Hey! Ho! Ha! Ho! Ho! Ha! Ocendo barat. Ha! Wa! Ba! 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 gacor. Ayo, kowe ijen tanpa roang, manuta nggo pengewan-ewan. Cobanen yen pancen bisa. Wit, lho. Wedya, lho. Wah. Ya. Ya. Wedyan. Lho. Hoi. Badyak. Wajah. Hoi. Bah. Hoi. Yo. Hoi. Bah. Badyak. Woi, talah. Gendong ku malungkung kowe Anoman. Apa abamu Raden Dursasana? Woi, talah. Ojo semogean. Dupae kowe kembang swela kiri ya. Ayo apa abamu. Ojo maju ujen. Maju bareng leganing atiku. Oh dalah. Leno pangendang wak kemah palungmu. Meletuk wanamu barat. Roken kadikdayanmu sepiro kaprawiranmu endi gegamanmu. Aku ora bakal mundur sangkah Dursasana. Oh, mati dening aku barat. Wedian. Wedian. Wedan. Gatiak. Gocor. Wangkahangro sesumbar lindu bumi gonjeng kumaludo guntur kodok walah dalah semegean kowe Anoman aja mung Pukara Kurawa sing mbok adepi Narendra ngawangga Prabu Karna Basusena ayono leganing atiku. Murang tata kowe Anoman. Kula wani cala wentah lan dadi pepalange Prabu Karna Basusena. Apa iki Senapati saka negara Ngastina dasar para nyata ayo. Rawe-rawe rantes malang-malang butuh. Apa abamu Prabu Karna? Taman Kunta Durasa ora mbleduk wandamu derajat. Mangke rumiyin. Bah, mangke rumiyin. Ndara Anoman kalian Paduka. Sinuwun Prabu Ngawangga, Prabu Karna. Wis ang ya tak jedul Dek Lek. Aman iki aman aku wis ora digepuki karo Anoman aku. Piye Kakang Semar? Ampun do regejekan kaya ngoten niku lho. Ampun sami regejekan kaya ngoten niku. Wayangku ning endi iki, Dek? Hari Tanaya iki piye iki? Permadi sambure ora ning. Wong wayang paling komplit. Kok iso ora eneng? Ha iya. Ya. Ampun do kaya ngoten niku lho. Niku mang mesake kawula kula Karang Kedempel mriki. Kabeh padha keweden mlebu ngomah Kancing Lawang. Kathik tandurane padha bosah baseh kaya ngoten niku lho. Sing petuk sing ngladeni. Lah nek permadine metu saiki terus engko piye ceritane kowe, ha? Wes sekolahmu ning ndi, Dole? Wes. Nggih. Ora mungkin kok wayangku ora genep ora mungkin. Investasinya nganti miliatan Dek Le. Niku tandurane padha rusak, bosah, baseh kaya ngoten niku lho. Mang mesake kawula Karang Kedempel mriki, Den. Ampun padha gelut wonten mriki. Sing kleru ya kowe Kakang Semar, mung karek melu aku mul ampun ora usah dirembuk. Anoman dadi pepalang. Cala wentah kalawan Madya Balastina. Pun nggih pun kula akoni sing kleru niku Semar. Semar niku namung siji. Sing ngayunake arep boyong pirang-pirang negara mboten kenging disigar lho. Mula saking niku sakniki ngeten kula gadah penjaluk. Mboten kok tegese Giripatem Boyong mboten wantun namung derajat kula niki. Ning kula niki nagi nandhang susah, Den. Kula nyuwun sinten mawon ingkang saged mujudaken utawi mujuti Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru. Kaparingaken dhateng kula ing mriki samangke inggih niku sing saged mboyong Semar. Wis ayo melu aku wae Kyai. Mboten. Kerampungane mboten kados makaten, Ndara. Paduka kula aturi ngupadi Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru. Inggih niku sing arep mboyong Kyai Lurah Badranaya. Iya Kyai Lurah Semar gampang mengko para Kurawa sing bakal ngaturake Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru. Monggo sinuwun kula dherekaken. Pripun Ndara? Kyai Lurah Semar. Menapa sekintenipun jengandika Kyai Lurah Badranaya kepareng kula boyong kemawon dhateng Pancawati mboten kados ngaten. Dadi wong niku kudu netepi ber budi bawa leksana. Netepi pangandikane dhewe ajining diri saka lati. sakti lan pakarti kudu nyawiji. Kula sampun matur kados ngaten dhateng para prayagung Astina. Semanten ugi jengandika Ndara Anoman. Yen pancen sinung wahyu kabegjan tememen anggoning upadi nggih sampeyan mesti bakal temu niku Sekar Budak Tunjung Biru. Nyuwun pamit Kyai Lurah Semar. Semar tamu saking Astina miwah saking Pancawati sampun sami nilaraken kalang kedempel Pramilawa swawi kula dherekaken dhateng negari Ngamarta sampun boten wonten pambengan malih wa monggo Siwa Semar kula boyong dhateng negari Ngamarta jernyatanipun Siwa Badranaya menika abdi Ngamarta pamongipun para Pandhawa. Ah niku sampeyan putra Pandhawa putraning satriya luhur kudu kenggonan watak utama Den. Mula kados sing kula aturke sampeyan uga kudu bisa nggoleki Sekar Budak Tunjung Biru. Yen pancen tumemen, yen pancen manter penggayuh sampeyan rumangsa nyawiji jiwaning para Pandhawa kelawan Badranaya ora bakal kangelan golek Sekar Budak Tunjung Biru. Sungkeming pangabekti kula mugi kunjuk Raden Lesmana Widagdo. Iya Anoman wis tak tampa ora liwat pangestuku tampanana. Pinanggih wonten ing margi Raden. Aku nampa dawuh saka Kaka Prabu Ramawijaya supaya sumusul jeneng sira Anoman marang Karang Kedempel. Mungguh kepiye anggon nira nindakake dawuh saka Kaka Prabu Ramawijaya Anoman. Nggih, waleh-waleh menapa? Samangke Kyai Lurah Badranaya nampi dayuh mboten namung kula saking Pancawati. Nanging ugi dayuh saking Astina Patih Sengkuni sakwadya balanipun miwah dayuh saking Ngamarta ingkang utusan Raden Gatotkaca. Pungkasaning rembag Kyai Lurah Badranaya nyuwun wujuding bebana inggih menika Sekar Budak Tunjung Biru. Sinten kemawon ingkang saged mujuti Sekar Budak Tunjung Biru inggih menika ingkang saged mboyong Kyai Lurah Semar. Iya Anoman, yen pancen kaya mengkono memanuk ana tindakku wektu dina iki aku bakal munggah ing kayuangan suwanana ngarsane Sang Hyang Jagat Girinata. Nak yenake mungguh dununging Sekar Budak Tunjung Biru swawi kula dherekaken Raden. sang saya dalu araras abyor kang lintang gumedhap titi sunyo tengah wengi lumrang gandaning puspita kareng yaning putyanira sang duwe jawara brengeng lira swaraning madu pranto lir swaraning madu pranto manungsung sarineng kembang bocah bajang iring angin manamu nyusul koro ngani-ngani langkut sasisisa ruhing mangsa madya raras rinaras gadining kandha kudup kumedhap kadi kedheping kenya tinari krama karana datan karenan ron-ron panjrahing sidi sidhem permanem pranaweng triloka taman candra kirana rum-rumentah angalela pinarbaweng kitaning brahmana ingkang kapadaning sih samono dupi wis ngancik telenging dalu dereng wonten ingkang cinarita Kiai Lurah Petruk sesarengan kalian Sumar Bagya Gareng suka parisuka kanthi anyekar kinarya langening suka dawake parayuta kanaka
Sangka
klasik ya penak Mas Gareng nggih. Ah. Yo. Karo bumen sisan kene. Pangkur kene. Ah. Wis, entek 2 piring kok ya.
Kembang gedang ayo dang tanggal tembu ayo
ora ngono.
Aku jegosku kuwi kok.
Kok apa piye mau?
Kembang gedang ayo dang tanggal tembu ayo.
Rusak ngono kuwi jenenge.
Wong isone wong dhewe-dhewe kok.
Iya ning ya ora pas karo gendinge.
Rujak uni.
Ah.
Manten anyar didondomi.
Manten anyar didondomi.
Ben rapet.
Lah justru saya digoleki sing bolong kok malah.
Maksudnya katresnane iso rapet karo sing lanang.
Oh.
Kowe iki ora ngerti sastra.
Lah kok dhewe manten anyar gak didondomi ya?
Kowe malah didedel.
Yo, amen.
Rujak uni pantes diwadahi garing. Iso.
Pantes apa?
Mbah.
Apa? Mau
rujak uni pantes diwadahi tas kresek.
Diwadahi nggoni. Saiki pabrike wis tutup Pak. Pabrik goni. Arep didol nggone. 290 miliar.
Weh, masa
Oh iya. Heeh. Enek duwe duit tukunen lho.
Wah,
arep dituku Mimin.
Apa? Pabrik apa?
Pabrik goni.
Tilas pabrik goni sing dhisik sangat-sangat fenomenal. Ngantek Bung Karno rawuh rono, Bung Hatta rawuh rono.
Disate.
Nggih, saiki disate.
Omahku dhewe rung lunas kok.
Yo.
Ngati-ati nganti nyidrane janji.
Alah, bapak.
Ngati-ati nganti nyidrane janji.
Hop.
Jan luar biasa sekali. Matur nembah nuwun sampun ditimbali wonten
KPP Madya Surakarta. Ulang tahun pertama. KPP Madya.
Ngapa Lek?
Aja juweh-juweh.
Lah piye?
Lah kene iki joget urung rampung jingkrong kok tinggal ngomong.
Loh, lah kene iki lagi ngomong interaksi karo Pak Dalang.
Ngujubke.
Lah ngujubke ngucapne matur nuwun wis dipercaya kon ngisi acara.
Kok yen aku wis ngadeg ujubno iki jingkrong iki wong tuwa keseimbangane wis ora ono lho.
Lah sing ngakon jingkrong mau ki sapa?
Ora ono.
Lah iya kok salahmu dhewe.
Ora wong ayu ngono tak bacok kowe. Wis wedangku karis paru rung entek.
Lah piye ta iki mau lagi ngapa ta?
Wedang no, cepake wedangan kok.
Oh.
Nggih.
Iya.
Wedangan karo kikil. Alot banget.
Wedange isih ta?
Tesih.
Wedang napa?
Kula wedang biasa Mas, teh Mas.
Oh, iya teh. Paman aku diwenehi ya arep.
Beli.
Ya Kak. Rujak torpedo. Ha iya.
Rujak torpedo. Rujak jeruk sepincuk tambangan sarwa matu tilala pijet
Kapathuk. Allah bapak
sarwa matu tilala pijet kapathuk sing sayang
ora kaya mau meneh.
Oh, wingi mbiyen nggonku kuwi ana lho.
Dilokne dalange kok ora jingkrung meneh.
Ora jingkrung
meneh. Kok mbok olor-olor. Aku arep mati sing enom lho. Tuh. Mun aku ki ana tabuh munine rato.
Apa?
Waduh.
Wis adoh ya.
Dase bocah nonton sanding kena.
Oh.
Wong jenenge iki jenenge pangkur apa? Pangkur Lombok.
Pangkur Lombok.
Pangkur
Lombok.
Lombok.
Lombok ora nggo ka, Lombok.
Saiki digenepi rog-rog asem.
Rog-rog.
Oh, aduh, lakang. Oh, kakang, iya.
Ah, padha kupinge padha slirenge. Aku karo dalange.
Antara lae karo kakang lho.
Lak. Ampun.
Aduh, kakang rog-rog asem. Yo.
Ayo.
Aduh, kakang.
Ya kene gendong.
Ya mrene ya.
Tulung ana aku. Nang rene yo aku kang bakal nulungi. Aduh, kakang. Anggur wirama-lamba
gala-gala cakri es ngedrapa nate saka uga dadi sarana manunggal lair terus batin terus maju tanpa mundur patut
pripun Mas Gareng?
Nadyan pun lawas mboten nate medal ning didalaken nggih. Rumangsa kula nganu nyemangataken ingkang sami jejogetan.
Nggih. Dudah mutiara kependhem.
Dudah mutiara kependhem.
Wonten melih Mas Gareng.
Napa?
Sing ora tau metu.
Napa?
Niki rak neng Solo.
Nggih.
Solo berseri.
Wah, iki.
Niki.
Ayo.
Didudah sik.
Iki ora dudah mutiara kependhem, dudah hafalan niki.
Nah, dudah hafalan nggih.
Nggih, maupun paling boten.
Lancaran Solo berseri engko saurunge terus seneng-seneng kabeh liyane.
Kula kepengin ngemati Mas Solo berseri kaya ngapa lagune niki. Niki sing asta sinten Solo berseri niki?
Sing ngripta.
Nggih.
Ki Anom Surata.
Ki Anom Surata kedadipun ketinggalaken dados cara menghargai pengarang lagu nggih dipun sebataken ingkang ngripta sinten.
Inggih, menika tahun 80-an. Nek mboten klentu, ning saiki kok ora tau metu. Ya, mumpung mayahe ning Solo ayo ditokke. Monggo.
Solo berseri.
Solo berseri, ya. Lumanem malunem sik. Op. Itu kecepeten ngoten niku. Nggih, ya.
Oh, iramane
nggih.
Kecepeten.
Iramane antal mawon soal sak Pak Anom ngoten nggih. Yo. Ya, baleni. Lumanem malunem malunem maluma lumanem luma luro cinem lumanem malunem malunem maluma rolumon berseri bersih sehat rapi indah pancen nyoto prokonco katusana mujudake Surakarta kutha budaya pariwisata lan olahraga wis misuwur sedulur njaban rangka wis genah mujudake kutha Solo tanpa nendra kadya sedayaning bangsa rekuntara berseri berseri, bersih, sehat, rapi, indah. Pancen nyoto prakonco nganggo srana mujudake Surakarta kutha budaya pariwisata lan olahraga wis misuwur sedulur njaban rangka wis genah undangake kutha Solo tanpa nindra Madya budayane bangsa Nikuntara berseri, bersih, sehat, rapi, sisan bage awake dhewe ndongake Ki Anom Surata tetepo pinaringan dirga yuswa sehat walafiat.
Amin.
Sang maestro.
Nggih niki pamimirsani ngaten kados angsal jamu kangenipun Ki Anom Surata.
Alhamdulillah. Nggih. Luar biasa beliau ini nggih. Sik Mas Gareng.
Napa?
Sik iki sapa sing arep dideke? Genti Apri Mimin.
Nggih niku.
Sik iki karo minangka. Oh, nggih isih mumpung isih pelok ya.
Napa Mas?
Ndangdut si kucing dienggo mengiringi Apri Mimin. Yuk ya.
Oke.
Drung. Mau bengi wis tentang mati tanpa guru atiku tansah klisian amarga eling mutar semati mutiara tengene lecet gone aduh rangkene romasaku teko karo lilang-liling awemu tansah ngece sing teko jebul
Mimin ora kompak.
Lah piye ta?
Wong si genduk Diahayu Apri enak lho. Lho, boleh lho. Lho, enak lho. Dheweke malah nyekeli boyong.
Encak apa piye?
Encak, aku mati.
Mergo arep balik jungkir mau lho.
Apri niku sing kleru.
Apa?
Nek jenenge gawe koreografer, gerakan ra kudu ngomong partner.
Heeh.
Kok nang ngene kowe rong tau babaran lah nek aku tokke 18 kucing 18 iki ora.
Iki wis ping pira? Wong pira kan sing dilepeh iki pira?
Kok dilepeh to, Pak?
Oh, nglairke to?
Nglairke.
Tak kira nglepeh.
Lahirke apa to Pri jane iki?
Ya saonone sosok ya.
Nglairke becak Solo.
Iya.
Ning apapun itu penting semangatnya Pak Gareng Semarang iki lho, Pri. Paribasan kok aku mbek kowe beliau itu ibaratnya sing miwiti pionir dagelan jumeneng terus beksa lan sak piturute lho.
Aku ora wiwit tok ya dikin ya sapa-sapa wis pokoke.
Kok Miwiti niku sing memulai ngoten
kok.
Kok wiwite diken.
Pelopor.
Pelopor ngono lho. Yo, kan dagelan lenggah lho dengan berjalannya perkembangan zaman.
Mencok ning nggone wiwit ngono maksudnya.
Pokoke aku ki jane ngono ya mergo kepeksa ning dadi lan ya nek kudu ngerti unggah-ungguh.
Piye Mas?
Mergo biyen ki melu wayangan pertama.
Heeh.
Aku ki urung ndek modal lucon, urung paham bab wayang banget.
Ya.
Aku modalku sing kuat kuwi ya gur polah.
Joget.
Rikala pantap ing kantor Provinsi Jawa Tengah. Kula purun Pak dipun tugasaken wonten mriki ning kula nyuwun izin kula angsal ngadeg.
Oh, panjenengan sebagai pegawai negeri waktu itu.
Iya.
Nggih, terus tahun pinten niku?
Niku tahun 95 awal.
95 awal. Dalange sinten?
Dalange pertama kali Mas Mulyanto Sragen kalih almarhum kabeh nggih.
Mas Mulyanto almarhum.
Sragen kalih Ki Entus Susmono.
Oh, kalih Mas Entus, Pak Bupati almarhum.
Nggih, mergi kula niku rumangsa cubluk dereng kuat ngelmu kula bab guneman, kula nyuwun diparingi wekdal kangge ngadeg wonten panggung.
Oh, joget.
Joget terus pendak biar, pendak tanggal 17 wayangan siapapun dalangnya dagelane tetep kudu gareng, meletrek, Mas.
Ten pundi niku?
Nggih teng kantor niku, nggone padha penontonane padha.
Kantor napa?
Kantor provinsi.
Oh, kantor gubernur.
Pantap riyen lak enten ta pertunjukan tetap
oh,
wayang kulitan nika.
Sakniki sereneng.
Mboten.
Oh, kandhane karo penguasanya. Dia neng kene ngono.
Mugi-mugi Mas niki senaning pandemi, mugi-mugi mengke muncul lagi acara itu.
Karena pentas dan nopo kebudayaan itu adalah bagaimanapun juga nggih Mas nggih. Itu adalah identitas dan peradaban kita.
Laras,
gitu.
Mas.
Dan itu juga bisa menjadi penangkal radikalisme.
Betul, karena
gitu.
Bagaimanapun giaran ringgit wacucal no saged kangge siar apapun.
Siar apapun disani napa mawon kena.
Sifatnya yang positif untuk nusa dan bangsa.
Nggih, ngoten.
Mula seneng ngeten-ngeten iki weruh bocah nom-nom do muncul niku seneng.
Nggih, yo harus dimulai dari pemerintah, harus dimulai dari kita, nggih to. Pelaku senine memperbaiki diri ning yo sing nyekel panguwasa memberikan fasilitas dan jalan.
Nah, niki jangankan kok yang berkostum gini dengan para penggembira sing kostume padha garenge, wajahe padha garenge, saya welcome karena saya yakin rezeki itu yang ngatur tuh Gusti Allah.
Pun nonton pinten gareng sakniki niki Mas.
Sakniki yen diklumpukke niku enten yen bangsa meh 40-an Mas.
40-an.
Meh 40-an kula gaweke PGRI, Paguyuban Gareng Republik Indonesia.
Pokoke persatuan guru.
Ayo lho wis ben ngono. Ning alhamdulillah rukun sedaya.
Rukun mboten rumangsa suk-sukan nggih.
Nggih tur pun kula kandhani dagelan-dagelan jikuk materi ini dagelan lain hukume halal.
Hukumnya
halal. Orang
ora
dagelan jikuk materine wong dagelan liya niku hukume halal. Ning ya kudu dingerteni rokok iki tak udut enak, ning urung karuan diudut kae rasane enak.
Nggih.
Pelajaran berharga, Lek.
Kabeh napa masing-masing harus berkreasi meningkatkan kreativitasnya nggih.
Tur nggih niki kula andani nggih.
Nggih.
Yen niru wong niku aja kembar plek.
Nah,
ngendikane para pinisep donya kuwi ora ana srengenge kembar.
Kudu disesuaikan dengan karakter
masing-masing. Kemampuanipun nek ra mampu kok dipeksa ra nggih.
Porsinya.
Dadi kaya Mimin Apri ngene iki aman ki.
Kok aman?
Ngembari wong wedok ora plek iki.
Ora plek pripun to
ya. Kok raine plek mbok menawa ya apa bangkeane ora plek.
Nggih.
Yo sing genah ku yo lapangan tenese ora plek.
Nggih yes, iki bali ngujubake. Sepisan nderek Mangayu Bagyo. Setahun KPP Madya Surakarta. Nggih, tahun pertama sukses, mudah-mudahan ke depan juga semakin sukses.
Amin. Meningkat, harus meningkat.
Harus meningkat.
Jangan stagnan.
memiliki kontribusi positif yang signifikan untuk Indonesia tercinta.
Dan saya yakin masa sekarang sudah banyak rakyat yang sadar pajak, Mas.
Ngoten nek cara wingi-wingi sebagian masih belum nyampe pemahamannya.
Belum nyampe dan mungkin nggih mboten mudeng.
Keringet-keringetku dhewe lah ku nyambut gawe dhewe kok nyetor. Ora dikai apa-apa.
Nah sakniki kudu dirasake. Lah kowe mlaku ning dalan kuwi hasil kok ngendi ya pajak.
Pajak.
Dalane ya dadine apik mergo pajak.
Sakniki dalan veteran niku ta nggih. Sakniki umpama Mimin bayar pajeke 1.000. Mas Gareng bayar pajeke 1 miliar. Umpama. Niku ora terus kok aku 1 miliar kowe minggir tak liwat ra mboten. Semua memiliki hak yang sama. Sing bayar akeh, sing bayar sithik karo sing urung bayar. Niku memiliki hak yang sama untuk menikmati fasilitas umum.
Kula ngono, dalan veteran kuwi apike kok ngene. Lah sing isih dinas apike koyo ngopo?
Lah sing isih aktif ngono ya.
Heeh. Veteran kuwi apik lho sing dinas piye.
Dalam veteran kita tegese dinggo menghormati para veteran pejuang ki lho, Pak.
Jenenge.
Jenenge.
Kudu dalane sing veteran.
Iya ya ngono kok menteleng to priye.
Dalan kok veteran.
Lah jenengan ki ya ngono.
Pokoke puceke dadi peyemu ning ngono.
Dadi napa?
Ya dadi pokoke. Wis pokoke
tanggal
kowe dudu dingklik ya, Pak.
Wong ngerti arti dilingguhi malah dipapanke iki.
Ya empuk ya.
Iya, nggih. Terus ini mengingatkan para wajib pajak.
Napa, Mas?
Sing durung padha melu PPS. Program pengungkapan sukarela.
Oh.
Nggih ta?
Nggih.
Ndang do melu ora usah ngenteni akhir periode 30 Juni.
Niku rawuh teng kantor PPE.
Nggih nek kira-kira urung mudeng tanya saja ke kantor.
Ke kantor KPP.
Nggih, ke KPP. Engko ada yang menjelaskan. Nek ora mudeng eneng sing ngajari, ning ora ngisekke.
Terus yen biaya pinten, Mas?
Mboten nganggo no.
Oh, mboten.
Pelayanan apapun di kantor pajak manapun tidak ada dipungut biaya sepeser pun.
Alhamdulillah.
Sampeyan arep gawe NPWP, arep gawe faktur pajak, arep lapor pajak, arep setor, tidak ada pemungutan biaya sama sekali.
Cuma jika kita melaporkan harta kekayaan itu pasti ada undang-undang yang mengatur sekian persen itu memang harus disetorkan ke negara.
Besaran tarif itu harus diatur dengan undang-undang.
Leres.
Ngaten karena menapa itu yang menentukan besarnya pajak yang harus dibayar.
Oh, ngaten.
Nggih.
Yen kula sing menentukan besarnya anu pasangan.
Lho kok besarnya kok pasangan?
Ya ora cocok ya ora iso besar.
Oh, ora iso besar. Oh.
Kaya ngeten barang nglepeh.
Oh, dadi tetep kaya urang.
Aku seneng iki wis anak-anakku wis do gede-gede.
Ya dhewe kudu semangat, Lek. Semangat dhewe gale nglungguhi kloso gumelar.
Nah, beliau sing
perjuangane belo ki rak ya wis.
Ora ana kloso iki.
Beliau.
Kok tembungmu belo.
Perjuangan beliau kok belo.
Lah ya beliau.
Nek tembungmu kok kloso gumelar, kloso ki ya onone kloso plastik, kloso pandan.
Maksudnya kloso wis digelar ngoten lho Pak jenengan sing goleke dalan.
Ibaratnya alas sing babatke jenengan.
Aku ki gareng dudu cucuk lampah. Kok sing goleke dalan iki cucuk lampah.
Ora ngono lho, maksudnya dudu cacak lumpuh, Pak.
Apa?
Cacat lumpuh.
Angel. Ayo ketono kabisanmu apa?
Ya, sik iki ning pundutan Sri Uning.
Cocok, iki caloro ki ora nyanyi kuwi sedina lumpuh.
Iya. Lah kok lumpuh?
Pokoke kudu nyanyi lho, Mas.
Iki mau Sri Uning mau pundutan saka ngendi mau? Sik. Tak wacane sik iki mau.
Kawangsulan malih, Pak Sepeda.
Nggih. Lali aku. Oh, saking paguyuban KPP Madya Surakarta. Kagem Pak Kakanwil DJP Jawa Tengah 2, Bapak Slamet Sutantio. Nggih, lagunya Sri Huning Mustika Tuban, pesannya mohon kami jangan dimutasi dulu. Nggih. Yo bawa sik Apri Mimin. Apri.
Ayo bawa dok, aku tak gawe konten dok.
Subscribe-ere pinten, Pak?
Subscribe aja mung subscribe. Aku sing penting ditonton ora di-subscribe.
Sinebut Pahlawan putri
tak pateni cengkoke ndledek.
Mimin, suara lanang.
Lah iki.
Wah, iki.
Ayo Min.
Ayo Min.
Ini tak jagok-jagokke lho Min.
Ini enek cara nama panggung Mimin.
Mimin.
Cara nama bisnis Sukimin Blantik Wedhus.
Nama beken.
Nama beken
sapa?
Nama Korea.
Nama Korea.
Apa?
Kim Min Shu.
Kim Min Shu.
Kim Min Shu.
Nek dibalik nek dibenerke ya Sukimin gitu.
Kim Min Shu.
Kim.
Sing panganan Korea ambune ranyaku.
Yo, lanang.
Srihuning mustika.
Halah.
Kowe iki ditutke kamera.
Lah,
olahmu kowe kok.
Jenenge kameramen ki ya kudu le
Ngetutke
ubat.
kok artis kon ngetutke kono.
Aduh, penontonku do lunga suarane Sukimin kaget. Penontonku do lunga.
Yo. Tuban. Lanang.
Tuban.
Sik, kuwi mau nek lanang iki rahasiane piye?
Lan iki.
Oh.
Jeber.
Oh, jeber.
Oh, begagah nek cuma
begagah.
Digagah, begagah.
Cobanen pri.
Ayo
Mau
Pri.
wedok sik. Lalalalo.
Langsung begagah men nggih.
Terserah.
Melek.
Begagah men akar serabutmu ora ganggu.
Piye Mas Gareng ngene iki?
Ora aku ora nyaut nggon aku akar tunggal kok.
Akar tunggal. Nano.
Tunggal ganggang.
Yo, lanang. Oh, begagah.
Oh niki men begagah.
Iya.
Putra Kanjeng Sira Lawi.
Panut.
Kowe jan rapokro Apri panut.
Dadar sejatine wujud.
Aku ya kepengin swaraku iki kepengin gedhe kaya awakmu ya kudu digarke to.
Begagah nggih.
Keri.
Kok keri apa nek?
Garke iki isis.
Timbangane wae digecek piye, Pak?
Kan masih dipakai.
Oh iya.
Isih nggo fantasi kok.
Nggo fantasi to.
Masih bisa dines.
Yo, wedok genti pri. Lanang.
Pripun, Pak?
Sing aku kacamata kae ngelek-idu rene. Lah saiki mbayangke polamu piye, Rin?
Bayangke polahe le ngempit karo le gagah. Polahe tole piye?
Sese kaya
Yo.
bagus kae.
Bebela Wiratmaya.
Lanang. Wedok.
Sebelang bledosi lho Pri aku. Nak bledosi lho aku.
Pak bledus ngono mesti ora apa.
Cacake karet sile bocor.
Nyelip Pak.
Ana sing netes.
Lalalalo.
Tan wurung sriune gugur. Dadi mustikane Tuban.
Yen swara iki iso diulak-walik. Pertanyaanku. Piye carane mencegah wulu jenggot karo irung ora tukul piye? Brengos karo jenggot ora tukul ki piye carane? Ayo terus terang ayo.
Blakake apa ora?
Ya kowe no.
Nek Apri ngangge pingset konten iku dititili mbek sore.
Ngene iki. Dadi ning omah ngene iki.
Ngoten iki terus gaweane Apri ngoten iki.
Iya Apri.
Nek kula, wong kula iki kan anu laki tulen.
Ya.
Esuk dikerok, sore tukul, esuk dikerok, sore tukul. Nggih ngoten kuwi terus berarti esuk sore ngerok jenggot.
Kuwi nganu ngentekke anggaran.
Lah terus solusine, Pak?
Golek olakban. Templekke ngono tarik gedek ngono wis.
Engko katut cai late.
Yo Mbak Kebumen.
Kok ya anarkis
Yo, Runing. Yo.
Ayo, iki ya nek Pak Gareng ora ndek PGRI to, Lek. Dhewe wong telu ya tergabung iki paguyubane.
Apa?
Pancali.
Pancali.
Apa ki Pancali?
Paguyuban banci liar.
Aku ya melu.
Enggak, kok beda.
Ora.
Kowe penadahe.
Nek niki paguyubane
apa?
Rojali.
Rojali apa?
Rojali.
Rombongan janda lincah.
Lincah ora liya. Lincah lho. Lincah. Jangan marah lincah.
Tak kira kerep rombongan janda liar.
Ya kolo-kolo.
Aku kan belum dapat yang diliarin.
Aku jadi kepengin.
Aku gumun ya Mas Gareng. Apa aku ki ora ayu kok yoga semene ra ono sing ngejak aku selingkuh ki apa aku ora ayu. Mbok ra ketang siji ngono ki mbok ya kok
Ana Min, ning kowe gelem apa ora?
Ya gelem ta Mas.
Pak Slamet. Sing nonton
malah gegarek telatelo nunggu Pak.
Ya
apa latelo ya, Pak?
Tuwa ya tuke tuwa. Sarepe arep karo
Ya.
Nunu.
Oke, yo, Mbak Eka, yo. Neno.
Sri Huning Mustika Laku Tresna Wen Sabaya Pati
Lalalala.
Film kuntek, yamene golek film ning ndi?
Film apa?
Kaya zaman kelis.
Lah iki ya Pak HP ku HP lawas kok nganggone film kok. Film
Zamane zaman
anu,
digital, Pak.
sak rol isine 36. Ya, yuk.
Katresnane wirat moyo tinampi dening Rara Sri senadyan wekasanira prapten
Jos.
Wirat Maya putra nira sira lawe ati-ati tuban ya
Sri Uning putrane ngabdi bangsa pati kapupuh ing Madya Laga duk perang tahan ing lawan Minak Jingga.
Oke.
Ayo Bu.
Ayo.
Jan, gumun ngene iki aku merasa kalset menjadi seorang wanita.
Lah piye to?
Lagi lanang joget iso muser-muser ngono lho.
Ning jero ki yo apa jenenge ngampet.
Yo nganggo senep bareng to, Pri.
Ha iya.
Oh ngono. Nah berarti nek Eka relatif tidak ada halangan ya.
Tidak ada halangan.
Iya. Saiki kudu luwih muser berarti.
Iki tak salamke iki adikku wedok ya nonton iki.
Siapa?
Endah Laras.
Oh iya.
Weh,
delok mulai cah telu jare terus mabuk dhewe.
Endah nonton iki. Wah, jan mongko omahe cerake niki. Wah, suwe ra petuk aku belionya ya sibuk lek
Oh
marani.
saiki ninting Endah Laras ninting.
Ninting piye?
Langsing
ninting tas lu awake.
Langsing. Mau bar nglupuk kereone kroncong tak kusangka. Tuh ya
Iya.
Aku ya
Bibar acara terus mirsani wayangan.
Weh, ya. Oke, yuk lanjut.
Katresnane wirat maya tinampi dene senadyan bekasanira tena
alaku kagara.
Sangeo. Sarangeo kok sangeo piye?
Apa kuwi?
Lah kan Korea sangeo.
Sarangeo
kalau kacek sithik.
Sangeo.
Sing bener
Karo kanca dhewe kacek sithik lah kan jane Mimin mau.
Artine beda.
Lah persepsi panjenengan lah Kim Min Soo jeneng kula Korea kan kula sithik-sithik kudu latihan bahasa Korea.
Apa?
Sangeo.
Salah. Wong ngomong sami.
Kok sange lho.
Samiun.
Kulino nonton ketoprak Jepang sih kowe. Dadi eta sange.
Iki ana salam saka Mas Bayu.
Mas Bayu HAJI.
Mas Bayu HAJI salam kanggo pacarku lawas.
Siapa?
Mimin.
Mas angger krungu nama Mas Bayu disebut ki aku pengen dibuahi ini ya Mas.
Apa?
Men dia turun
dibuahi.
Dalang kondang lho anak kula sampean dadi dalang kondang ngoten lho nek kula wis ning balik layar ngoten kan.
Lah ora sing metu dalangan kok.
Oh kok pengen dibuahi to? Heeh, lah mun aku kucing lanang akeh lho. Wong kok senane iki salam ya wis pokoke kabeh salam wis tak aturke.
Ya. Nggih. Pak Guntur iki pomo bawa nyidam sari asline ya iso lho.
Pak Guntur bawa ngidam sari.
Oh. Ana sing anu enggak? Ana sing bisa mewakili enggak?
Niku wau. Lah, sing mawi kaca tinggal
Pak Yuni.
sing nyidam.
Oh enggak, kuwi oh iya. Kuwi ora nyidam sari, Mas.
Napa?
Garap sari.
Oh iya to. Lah kok ya metu bengi.
Nggih, iki seneng satu permintaan nyidam sari dari penagihan dan fungsional.
Banyumasan nggih dereng medal.
Banyumasane Mbak Eka ya urung metu.
Mbak Eka
pengendang
Mbak
dhewe
Eka sik wae.
Mbak Eka sik ya.
Ayo langsung Banyumasan wae.
Pengen roh muser-musere Mbak Eka ra ngono ta ya.
Eka wis Banyumasan itu kan Banyu Biru, Banyumane.
Wih, iki nggo pengendang dhewe ta? Ayo endi. Wis sedian.
Lho
ya.
S1 lho kuwi.
S1 kuwi piye?
S1 sarjana isi.
Sarjana seni.
Lah dhewe menika turun kula menika.
Oh. Piye turun?
Menika turun kula.
Iya.
Mbokne rupane ora patek ayu ning wadah bayine apik. Lah menika. Turas kula menika
turunmu.
Nggih menika kula.
Jajal ditakoni.
Tole. Ya, sok akan suwe-suwe lengser. Wong ki cara kembang ora mekrok terus, bintang tidak selalu bersinar terus ana regenerasi. Kowe sing teruske perjuangan simbok ya Le. Anak genti karo wong tuwa ya ngono kuwi dadine sok.
Piye Le?
Ora bakal kepaten obor.
Ora nek sing diambungi lanang terus liar mari kapan?
Ora. Aku ki sing ngejak kan biyen durung tau nyayang lho nek iki.
Ngambung ae kae lho, ngambung ae.
Sembrono lho kan sesuk adus yodium ya.
Lho Pak, nek aku berperan sebagai pacar aku salah. Nek ibu karo anak ki ra ono ngomong lan ngemong ngono.
Lho ngomong ra ono sing mbok rangkul ya go sakmene bareng ono cah bagus terus mbok plak. Iki lho, ket mau wis dipasrahke ra mbok rangkul.
Lah liyane nek ngrangkul ninggal tatu.
Ninggal tatu.
Tatu apa? Anu.
Badhe panut iki mau nyenggaki srepek Solo. Tak penteleng. Lah iya.
Iki Banyumasan siap, Mas.
Nen?
Banyumasan to.
Ayo, awun ready kok. Yo, Banyumasan. Mbak Eka Kebumen. Ya, yuk, ya. Ya, eling-eling tari Banyumas. sajian luar biasa. Iki pengendangnya jenenge sapa iki?
Anu Riki.
Riki.
Boding. Sopo jenenge?
Dimas.
Dimas. Oh, Riki.
Riki Dimas.
Mbok nek nyun pirsa karo ibune.
Oh iya, sapa Min?
Sapa Min?
Nyun pirsa
Mbak Rene ta Bu?
Ananda jenenge sapa Ananda?
Menika Tole Dimas.
Tole Dimas. Asli saking pundi?
Menika saking
saking Ketibak jaren.
Banyumas,
Banyumas
asli. Dok nalika kula palakrama kalih Kyai Banyumas menika.
Oh, ngono.
Riyen kami jil saking Gua Garba kula lho menika.
Riyen metengipun nggih 10 sasi.
Kok 10 sasi? 13.
Oh, kowe gek dipek karo wong Banyumas penghuni Gua Lawa kae ya.
Nek arep jalune iki sapa mbok ora ngerti, jalune iki sapa ora ngerti.
Nek kowe iki rombong.
Kok rombong kuwi to? Maksudnya jalune iki mbuh ganteng mbuh ora. Nek wadahe bayi iki becik, turune ya dadi resik.
Wadahe bayi iki biasane nek kono ning cengel ki, Pak.
Kuwi punuk.
Oh, punuk.
Oh, wong kok senengane yo pancen kudu diapresiasi bocah
generasi muda.
Ngendang. Wah, iki mau iramane luar biasa.
Piye Mas?
Iramane 100 km per jam lho iki mau.
Sing beto cah nom ki ya mesti.
Lah iya, sing nabut balung ya nututi iso, sing joget ya lincah sindene. Wah, nganti ora sempat ngelek lidu. Ana kok klukuk.
Iki wis lulus urung Bunda?
Bu, pripun Bu?
Dereng menika.
Dereng semester piro saiki?
Sampun semester 6.
Semester
Sampun TA tahap akhir. Nggih, klumpuk-klumpuk wong tuwa ya mrihatinke.
Lah terus bapake ingkang pundi to, Bu?
Bapakne lotren.
Bapakne kok lotren iki?
Lotren iki piye maksude?
Endi sing
kopyokan.
Kopyokan ku ya kuwi sing metu kuwi sing tanggung jawab ngono. Jenenge lotren iki.
Oh bener to, kandhane kono kuwi kan nggo trambul.
Iya, anake TA lho, mboke kok TPU.
Kok TPU
pemakaman.
Ning nyun sewu Mas Gareng kok ora sombong kaya penyanu bar 2 tahun pandemi saiki gak duwe kaya bahasan kok disokke kudu ngati-ati.
Betul.
Mboten sahnyan kandhane ngoten malah niki nyun sewu schedule kula kalian Pak Mulyono pun kula kurang atur.
Lenten apa to, Bu?
Alhamdulillah aku ya ora kudu langsung off air terus to Pri, ora on air ora off terus sakniki kula main film.
Film
apa?
Merambah ke film layar lebar.
KKN di Jalan Lelaki.
Jalan Lelaki ki ngendi?
Apa balen oleh
KKN di Jalan Lelaki.
Ngendi kuwi?
Jalan tol.
Jalan Lelaki.
Jalan Lelaki, jalan tol. Nek jalan
tunggale dalan wanita iki lho.
Nek jalan wanita apa?
Enggak, Pok.
Sukoharjo maksudnya.
Lah iya.
Lah kan saiki lagi trennya anu KKN di Desa Penari lah. Kula kan iki viralnya KKN di Jalan Lelaki.
Aku enggak mudeng. Apa itu?
Jalan Lelaki lho, Pak.
Mosok lelaki kok KKN.
Lah iya iki kok le.
Jenenge aku teknik konstruksi ki lho, Pri, gawe jalan tol ki lho.
Oh iya.
Ya,
aku mau ya diparani adikku.
Sinten,
Janu Mas pesen ke Mbah Huti. Ora usah mayang terus, mayangnya disudo.
Lho, enten apa?
Ya ora usah kesel-kesel.
Oh, betul. Mengurangi volume.
Ya sesasi ping 3 wae.
Ya, betul.
Malam minggu ngoten mawon.
Ngoten ya.
Kula ya nggo apa? Kaya Mas Gareng ki rak mung garek putra-putra dokter kabeh. Mung karo nggo hiburan
Mas Gareng, iya sing gedhe wis bentar lagi spesialis anak.
Lah
terus mantune spesialis anestesi. Sing
Sing
cilik ya wis dokter.
Terus karo aku ora entuk Gareng ngono.
Nggih, etuk ning kan disuda pun.
Duwe anak dokter, duwe mantu dokter ora entuk Gareng stres.
Nggih, nek putrane rak jenengan pun dokter bagian anestesi, bagian dokter anak, anestesi anak. Terus sing mantune jenengan anestesi.
Sing anak pertama spesialis anak.
Spesialis anak.
Mantu anestesi.
Oh. Lah kersane mboten stres, jenengan gawe dokter spesialis banci.
Ngono ya?
Ngono.
Wah, idemu
bahagia.
Dadi
engko mas dikersake kono dhewe.
Wong kok senengane. Ndak, saya tetap arep lumadi seni sampai kapanpun dimaui oleh penggemar seni.
Kula nggih ngoten.
Wong isone nyekolake anak ki ya mergo Gareng kok malah tak lareni.
Kula dhewe napa jenenge nek wis terus diparani ngoten to, dijawab apa meneh rombongan ngono kuwi.
Rasane.
Arep nolak iki wis angel ngoten nggih.
Wah iki kok ana kejadian apik iki.
Menapa?
Aku lak arti sumbang sok aku tak wayangan karo Bayu.
Weh, iya.
Ning syarate gur siji.
Apa?
Sing dageli kudu aku. Apa ana mantu kok dadan Gareng dageli? Lambene Bayu wis.
Ya mah ngirit to, Pak.
Anu tur kuwi kok ya anu Mas nganggo apa anu jarike ya druntum ngono kuwi.
Ya akune ora apa-apa terus anak bojoku kuwi murup bapake polah ngono kuwi. Wah aku jan wis ning ya kepiye ya mbuh engko dadine. Lakon apa sing bakal dumadi.
Kula mengke dadi
iki mesti anggere aku ngono tenan mesti channel pirang-pirang doji kok. Mesti doji kok streaming kabeh. Wes anjine aku metu lampune mati ora sida.
Lah momen langka menika kedah dipun abadikan.
Momen langka yo kaya
lho Dik, atase digawe dhewe mbayar, paribasa nglumpukke sedulur ora mbayar nglumpukke sedulur. Kok hibur dhewe, jatilan dhewe rak nggih malah petakilan dhewe rak ya lho menika langka lho menika.
Oh dadi sing digoleki wong iya sing langka-langka.
Kaya kowe mikir langka.
Nah aku mung beda.
Oh, ora langka.
Ning pancen bener langka wong buktine aku mbiyen ya dagel dandan Gareng lak langka. Akhirnya bisa muncul termasuk awakmu barang ini iso muncul karena ada kelangkaan di dalamnya.
Ya.
Apa-apa tontonan ki angger nyeleneh gampang ngangkat ning yo jaga kualitas.
Tegese inovatif, kreatif.
Ya ora inovator, ya sok-sok ya kijang.
Keren.
Terserah lah kono kuwate apa.
Luxio ae sesuk nyangking kanca-kanca.
Luxio ndure dikek lampu abang.
Yo. Abang. Yo Apri ngomong sekate-kate. Aku patenmu nyambut gawe lho, Pri.
Mimin kok tumpake ambulan.
Penake napa?
Bego.
Ya yo, sak lagu meneh nyanyi Nyidam Sari.
Ah niki caloro.
Ya, caloro.
Top-tope nyidam.
Wis rasah bawa ya?
Oh, mboten.
Langsung aja
Mboten
ya.
kaya sindan iki.
Wis ora apa-apa, engko sindane ben nyindani gending.
Oke lah.
Ora
Mbak Umi, Nduk Niken, Mbak
kowe udah nonton wayang gelungan ngene.
Niku pun ditepangke dereng ta sindan niku.
Oh nggih.
Oh, sisih mriki Mbak Umi saking Laladan
Ngargoyoso
Karanganyar.
Nggih.
Mbak Niken saking
Sari.
Drajitan
Musuk
Boyolali.
Sari.
Nggih.
Mbak Sinta saking Lanjaran Boyolali Kota.
Taman Sari Boyolali.
Ora
Olivia Sriati.
Olivia Sriati. Olivia.
Gunung
Sing saka
Kidul.
Ngalkodiraja mau ndi?
Ngargoyoso.
Ngargoyoso Karanganyar.
Ngalkodiraja iki lho, Drajitan.
Walah.
Indrajit
to.
Ngalkodiraja.
Drajitan. Terus lajeng Lanjaran Taman Sari
Taman Sari Boyolali.
Lajeng Gunung Kidul Kota.
Anu,
Kota Guyangan.
Oh,
Peloso.
Pantene pantai.
Apa ya?
Wis kapok aku rono.
Lah ngopo?
Dalane sempit.
Kaya dalan kuno. Dalan ngarep omah kuwi lho, Pak.
Duh. Karepmu karo lambemu ra cocok.
Yo, bertiga sisan karo Mbak Eka.
Mbak Eka.
Iya, Mas, ngau kuning kabeh.
Pak kula monggo mboten mantuk mawon bobok mriki.
Lah ngopo to?
Ya no lah, kok sing nggo trambel Pak Satpam sapa?
Maksud iki nek yane kan kewengen lho, priye mulih nang Klaten.
Weh, Lek, ya ini ki ning Singosari kono ki rak rame apa pasar kembang kono ki. Rak nggon apa angkringan kuwi lho. Kuwi tak kei modal nggo tambahan.
Iya. Ya iki intro.
Di malam aku mimpi kawin penghulunya aduh anak Ibrahim indahnya.
Tiada mungkin
satu pondok ada dua cinta. Pak Bombon payah kono kok kontak aku ya ngomong.
Toel.
Sukanya toel. Nempel maunya nempel cowok zaman sekarang memang susah dipercaya. Iki tenan lho Pak, aku juga tenan lho iki.
Kejengkang tenan iki.
Pak tambahi lho Pak ra ketang nyelaweng.
Ya wis.
Mbak wis priya sane kok lho.
Iya iya, balekke.
Dipun
golek pangan kok bore wangi jungkel.
Lah nggih lho Pak, aku dipesiksa.
Ya
Pak kok terani ayo.
Sapa-sapa disasa. Lebih baik
aku hidup menjanda daripada harus digilir masa.
Pak, nyanyi jenengan.
Ana kau penyanyi kok gejek iki piye?
Gojek.
Lah ciri khas apa?
Min, weneno iki, Iki, tirokno Kak. Iya. Ora apa-apa, maju.
Muga-muga
Doel.
Muga-muga kebacut.
Walah. Nggih ampun Mbak Eka ki wong ayu ya ini alus nek kon ngeten ya ora patut.
Niki senjatane Lek Kimin.
Nek ini bukti nyata ning daerah
sejarah.
Juruk tekan Palu.
Oh, biyen yo ning dalan-dalan ngono to, Nduk?
Nggih, dangu kula.
Berarti kowe ya apal lagu lawas kae.
Kenapa?
Apalane wong perapatan kok daripada curi ayam lebih baik kamen di jalanan. Permisi, Om.
Ora ya terus ngono kuwi anggere kuwi nen wis isih aman. Yen wis anu selak ijo.
Selak ijo ora entuk duit sampluk spion truk.
Ning
oh, Pak, nik. Iki nyata nggih, nyata. Jadi
ya Allah.
alat musik iki didelekke. Nek ketok nggo alat musik tetep karo bis ora dindeki.
Oh, ngono ta?
Iya, jadi diselipkan dulu seolah kita tampil sebagai penumpang. Jadi bis lewat mesti dindeki. Langsung alat saut munggah. Wih, lah terus meleh nek ngamen setelah jam 12 kalau di tempat umum. Karena pagi Satpol PP masih ada. Jadi turut kampung sik, nanti setelah jam 12 baru ngamen turut pasar.
Ora kowe jadwal Satpol PP barang kok ya
apa?
Mula kowe nek metu bengi kok punjul jam 12 to, Lek?
Ya ono banci sore ya ora payu to. Maksudku piye, Pri? Kok dadak banci sore ya kalah karo sing mening-mening cantik-cantik.
Mula nek ning Sarlegi kok lagune beda, Pak. 10.000 sak klosone. Ayo, Mas. Piye, Lek?
Ya iki lelakon ya Pak
ya
sejarah.
Ya pengalaman esuk meneh yen kucing-kucing aja disalahke, dijikuk bocah ilang, kempit. Lho, kowe lah ya mesti nganggo rok ta ngono
ya
kempit.
Berdarah.
Oh, alah paling mingget kok.
Ning wingi Min, anu Mimin, dina apa ya? Sabtu, Bu Kresna mampir Sanggar Cemara.
Oh, nggih sangka kempit.
Masih apa cantik, masih sehat umur 85. Jenengan kan dhisik sinau MC ning Jalan Siblat. Itu rumahnya Bu Yoyok. Bu Kakanwil istrinya Pak Kakanwil Banten tadi.
Oh,
nah, niki sinaune neng Siblat neng ngene Pak Kresna. Jenengan ini pirsa Mas Gareng.
Nggih.
Pak Kresna. Lah Pak Yoyok Kakanwil tadi itu mantunya Pak Kresna.
Kak Kresna Semarang.
Pak Kresna Semarang.
Oh,
lewatnya sampai Hotel Patimbu.
Nggih.
Hotel Patra Jasa.
Oh, kan murid Pak Kresna to, Le?
Oh, ngoten. Nah,
ya.
gamelane Pak Kresna yang dulu agemane Ki Sastra Sabdo itulah sekarang yang di Jalan Cemara.
Oh, dalam penjenengan.
Nggih.
Itu kok gamelane tok to Mas ora sak wayange sisan.
Wayange
wayang wong maksude.
Oh, wayang wong. Ya sesuk tak tuku.
Remuk.
Nggih, yo oke, mangga.
Tiada mungkin. Oh, boleh wis to.
Kok wis prile nyekso Mbak Yune iki banget.
Yo nyidam cari, yo nyidam cari. Apa ayo?
Agar saya begini Mimin saya dadi kok.
Ngonggo minan apa
komplit
seragen ke.
Seragen ke.
Langsung seragen.
Oke. Yuk. Tumblak tuntak. Yo.
Jagat raya kalingan
Oke, yuk.
Nalikane
Hey.
atiku lam-lamen sira wong ayu nganti mati ora bakal lali lakae lintang mlaku hey hey
Upama sliramu sekat melati aku gombang sari upama sliramu margi wong manis aku kang bakal ngliwati sinet-sinet aku semana janji prasetya ning ati deling netra rinasa karasa rasane mriya beda rasa jagat raya kalingana ugelan samudra nora ilang memanise aduh dadi ati salawase
halo bro
nanti le
ngarit
ngarit
aduh ya Allah
Oke, full speed.
nalikane hatiku lama menyamanes nganti mati ora bakal lali lakae lintange laku
Luar biasa. Iki trio heboh. Wes, bareng tiba bareng joget nyanyi kuwi kaya nggo sempritan lho Apri. Ora sebodo.
Saiki ngadeg kabeh wong 7. Nggih. Sindene 3 ngadeg. Closing ya.
Nggih, pitulungan. Ayo wong 7 ngadeg.
Nggih, iki aku ya dijapri temen SMA saya.
Nggih.
Iki sing kagungan Nagamas motor. AR sapa iki? AR sapa? Sing kagungan Nagamas motor. terdaftar di KPP Madya
nggih.
Surakarta.
Berarti
nggih.
sudah laporan.
Iki mau aku ketemu Pak Rahmadi. Pak Rahmadi kuwi sing kagungan Konimek.
Oh.
Konimek obat. Nggih, itu generasi kedua. Generasi pertamanya Pak Jun itu umur 89 tahun masih sehat walafiat. Nggih. Tadi sempat ngobrol sebentar. Terus yang mewakili Batik Keris ini masih nonton, Pak Narno.
Oh ngaten, nggih, wilujeng dalu.
Sing kagungan sudah sedo 2018, Pak Handianto tapi diteruskan oleh putranya.
Nggih.
Itu WP-WP yang terdaftar di Madya. Lah, Mas Gareng.
Dalem.
Bareng eneng KPP Madya.
Napa, Mas?
Bojoku kuwi neng KPP Pratama dadi WP strategis.
Oh ngaten ta?
Oh neng Karanganyar karo neng Klaten. Dadi pamane telat sithik kleru sithik ya wis dioyak-oyak karo air. Kuwi arep kuwi bojone Pak Dalang ora ngaruh.
Loh, oh, itu tidak ada pengaruhnya.
Ya, tidak ada kondektur gratis naik bis di kantor pajak itu enggak ada.
Setiap warga negara menjadi WP, tidak boleh tidak ada yang tidak.
Dilalah kalau KPP Madya itu memang mendapatkan pelayanan khusus dan pengawasan khusus, tegasnya dielingke.
Leres Mas.
Neng KPP Pratama sing WP strategis gitu. Nggih. Kadang bojoku ning Karanganyar karo ning Klaten iki mlebu strategis. Nah saiki ini lakon iki Mas.
Napa Mas?
Bojone wong pajak ning bayar konsultan.
Lah terus bojone nggo apa?
Aku ngurusi kantorku.
Oh mboten angsal nggih.
Ya oleh ngewangi ngandani iki oleh ning aku bindina takoni faktur mboten wis aku.
Sibuk ngoten. Pun nggih pancen nggih bener kok. Segala sesuatu kalau dimulai dari yang bertugas, tentunya yang masyarakat mengikuti yang bertugas.
Nggih, ya napa ya aku dadi petugas pajak yang di ranah kewajiban saya.
Betul.
Bojoku dadi wajib pajak, ya wis ranah kewajibannya dia.
Harus pilah-pilah campur aduk mungkin malah dadi ruwet.
Nggih, yo ngadeg kabeh.
Iki
tutupane warung pojok nggih.
Ayo.
Saiki diujubke sik sekali lagi ndonga kanggo KPP Madya Surakarta. Nggih. Karo secara Kanwil DJP Jawa Tengah 2 dan Direktorat Jenderal Pajak. Mas Gareng diujub. Ngadeg Don.
Nggih, mugi-mugi KPP Madya Surakarta prestasinipun tambah majeng. Nggih. Target itu bukan sesuatu yang menakutkan.
Nggih.
Kalau dijalani dengan ikhlas pasti mudah untuk dicapai.
Amin.
Pun niki pun masyarakat pun sami sadar pajak kok Mas.
Nggih.
Pun sing baku niki gedung anyar niki lah pembentukan ini 1 tahun toh.
Nggih.
Semoga ini berjalannya waktu tambah kuncoro KPP Madya Surakarta.
Amin. WP-ne mung 180 nggih.
Wajib pajake.
Wajib pajake 180 diampu oleh 40 AR.
Waduh.
Jadi AR itu 45 WP loh.
Wah.
Makanya terus bener-bener pengawasannya lebih intensif.
Laras.
Bukan dalam arti kok mencurigai mboten gitu, ning ngelingke mumpamane sing kliwat-kliwat daripada nanti kena sanksi.
Betul.
Oke, yuk monggo.
Ayo ngadeg kok.
Jajan ning warung pojok wong 6. Nah, wong 7 karo Mas Gareng. Yuk, ya. Sing ngadeg terus siji meneh kudangan yuk. La 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 lo
susilo dadi tepo tulodo kali iku sarangan kudu dadi saran urip kudu kaya luwe kaurilu urip kabudayan dino laksa kain bangsa monco rahayu rabdo
Kinutang-utang tansah bisa lelati
Darku merasa tentrem ngayomi
Lelo
susilo dadi kepatulodo kali iku sarangan kudu dadi saran urip kudu kaya luwe ngalurilu urip kabudayan dino asal kain bangsa manca rahayu rabda angan bang ramba
matur sembah nuwun Mbak Yub Sinden, Mbak Apri Mimin, Mbak Eka, Mas Gareng. Terima kasih banyak. Sampai ketemu lagi di lain waktu.
Amin.
Nggih, mugi-mugi tansah sehat, tansah berkah. Ya, Gong, piye tere lan kowe Kang Gareng piye dole? Iki mau sawetara anggone gotong royong ndandani wewangunan karo papan-papan sing rusak ing Karang Kedempel. Ayo karo ngancani kakekne Badranaya. Ya Truk, yo tunjung pangtrate. Soroting pandam sumuluh madangi pasarean. Ngenani wadana remu-remu kelingan ngangrangan sangya manohon kung ya manohon kung sumung kembuling Ascarya Barata wekasan wae katana ya iku wisanggene moyo iki kaya putraku Gatotkaca lho nggih Kulawa kepiye ngger anggonira nindakake dawuh saka para kadang Brata Pandhawa pepundhenmu inggih samangke kula sampun dumugi ing Karang Kedempel pepanggihan kalian Siwa Badranaya banjur ingkang prapta wonten ing Karang Kedempel boten ngemungaken Gatotkaca nanging ugi utusan saking Pancawati ingkang namipun Raden Anoman kejawi menika utusan saking Ngastina inggih Eyang Patih Harya Sengkuni ingkang ngirit wadyabala jangkep segelar sepapan weh ladalah pungkasaning rembug kepiye nggih Gatotkaca nggih waleh-waleh menapa wa Prabu sawetawis dados pancakara antawisipun Raden Anoman kaliyan wadyabala saking Astina namung dipun pambengi dening Siwa Kyai Badranaya puntaning rembag samangke Kyai Badranaya kagungan pamundhut utawi bebana sinten ingkang saged nyuwanaken utawi mujudaken Sekar Pudhak Tunjung Biru inggih menika ingkang saged Boyong Kyai Lurah Semar soroting pandam sumula amadangi jroning pasareyan ngenani wadana remuramu kelingan ngangrangan sang tiah manahan kong sang tiah manahan kong sumungkem guling sang kakung rerapa sang kakung rerepa babo heman-heman Nyai Arjuna wonten pangandika ingkang adhawuh Koko Prabu ayo Nyai bebarengan kalawan pun Kakang Syadi sowan ana ing Suralaya ngabyantara ana ngarsane Sang Hyang Jagat Girinata. Pun Kakang kalawan purunanmu Gatotkaca nedya memanuki lakunira Yayi. Niki mboten langkung sendika ngestakaken dawuh suawi bidal dhateng Suralaya Koko Prabu. Kutha Pandhawa tata katiwisaya saranane wong yen luhung wedah lopo kurang kuling meh rahina semupang yuang haruna kadinetraning anggorapuh sabdaning kukila rengkane kara sakater kene dungane engkong lerawu sing bene panca papetoking ayam wana ing pagagan mrak manguh bremara ndrabaseng kusuma Hong wilah ing astamana sidam sekaring bawana langgeng lamun mboya silih pandululun ingkang sowan ngabyantara neng kayuwangan jungling salaka iki kaya titah ulun saka ing Pancawati Raden Lesmana Widagda wingi kasinggihan pukulun kula titah Pujangkara pun Lesmana Widagda ngabyantara wonten ngarsanipun Sang Hyang Jagat Girinata sungkeming pangabekti kula mugi kunjuk pukulun iya wis ulun tampa Lesmana Widagda mboya kliwat pangestu ulun marage tampanana nuninggih kapundi ing mustaka engga jejimat alah talah bapak pong perkencong warudaya kedang montong tekon wong cali codhe sapa sing gawe nger Lesmana Widagda padha becik sak prapta kita neng jungting salaka gulup nuninggih pukulun Bathara Narada sowan kula mboten kirang setunggal menapa sungkeming pangabekti kula mugi kunjuk ya wis ulun tampa mboya liwat pangestu ulun marage tampanana nger Lesmana Widagda kawula pundi ing mustaka engga jejimat pukulun Boyono wigati apa ngger Lesmana widagda jeneng kita karaya-raya sowan ana ing Kayuwangan Suralaya. Nuning nggih waleh-waleh menapa Bukulun samangke negari Pancawati ketamat pagebluk Mayangkara sirnaning pagebluk menawi saged tinenggan dening Kiai Lurah Badranaya samangke syarat sarana kagem Boyong Kiai Lurah Badranaya tanah sanes muhung mujudaken Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru. Duh Bukulun bilih Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru mapan wonten ing Kayuwangan Suralaya wonten mulunging penggalih paduka Yangadi Bukulun. Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru kula suwun utawi kula suwun ngampil kinarya syarat sarana pamboyonging Kiai Lurah Badranaya ingkang samangke saged mahanani dhateng sirnaning pagebluk wonten ing negari Pancawati Bukulun. Lirekaratiko panjeresa sumilah wadana gengis kongas atining kusuma mamayu waloyeng negri mamayu waloyeng negri bola silih sarik matur kita Lesmana Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru mapan ana ing Kayuwangan Suralaya bisa diunduh dening sapa wae kang sowan mrene sarta kuat lan kadunungan wahyu. Mula kang saka iku gandeng jeneng kita kang sowan sepisanan Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru ulun paringake marang jeneng kita ngger Lesmana Widakta marake tampanana ngaturaken gunging panuwun ingkang tanpa pepindhan Bukulun bukaan wewenganing jiwa kita Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru bakal ulun paringake ngger Lesmana Widakta. Ngaturaken genging panuwun ingkang tanpa pepindhan Bukulun samangke daya-daya kula nyuwun pamit saking ngarsa paduka Yangadi Bukulun wangsul dhateng Karang Kadempel ngaturaken Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru. Iya nggih ngati-ati aja nganti kari duga-duga digawa nggih Lesmana Widakta ya semono uga jeneng ulun muga-muga jeneng kita lebda ing karya ngger Semana Widakta matur sembah nuwun kula nyuwun pamit Bukulun. nglungkung kanduan rimang lerlena tanpa kanin yen tan tulus mengku sang tiyah utama sanata muda wuwus nyohang rerapa kang katemben sowan kaya titah ulun madu kara ngger Arjuna sungkeming pangabekti kula mugi kunjuk bukulun iya wis ulun tampa pangestu ulun tampanana kabunding mustaka enggo cecimat ya padha becik ngger Arjuna inggih pukulun narada sungkeming pangabekti kula mugi kunjuk ulun tampa mboya liwat pangestu ulun tampanana kawula tampi enggo cecimat pukulun Boyono wigati apa ngger Arjuna jeneng kita ngabiyantara ning Suralaya waleh-waleh menapa pukulun para kadang Brata Pandhawa sawetawis mboten tinenggan dening Kyai Lurah Badranaya mboten jangkep gesanging para Pandhawa menawi mboten tinenggan wulu jumbu samangke pamboyong ing Kyai Lurah Semar Kidah mawi tumbasan ingkang awujud Sekar Pundak Tunjung Biru menawi Sekar Pundak Tunjung Biru mapan wonten ing Suralaya samangke kula suwun utawi kula suwun ngampil pukulun wong wilahing astamana sidam skaring bawana langgeng uruhanira ngger Arjuna lagi wae iki mau sowan ana ngarasa ulun satriya saka ing Pancamati yaiku Raden Lesmana Widagda nyuwun wujuding Sekar Pundak Tunjung Biru ulun paringake sarta wektu dina iki Sekar Pundak Tunjung Biru wis diasta dening Sang Lesmana Widagda ngger kula nyuwun pamit pukulun gonjang ganjeng langit kelap-kelap katone regine canging alis risang maweh kandreng latalah pak pong perkencong warudaya gedang montong tegor wong latak lirih Arjuna nadyan ketake klemar-klemer nang wis tumandang kados mekaten menika Adi Guru anut lakuning kodrat monggo dipun tingali saking ketebian Kakang Narada sae kula dherekaken Adi Guru Ulatmara Sang Arjuna muka manungsan kasrepan tingkang mungsuh niren padha kadang ing mandeg dhisik kisanak apa bener jeneng sira Raden Lesmana Widagda saka Pancawati iya Dasar kepara nyata aku Raden Lesmana Widagdo. Tegese iki Sekara Budak Tunjung Biru saka Kayuwangan Suralaya. Ora tedhe ngaling-aling jeneng sira sapa Kisanak? Panengah Pandhawa Satriya Madukara aku Raden Arjuna. Apa sababe nyegati anggonku lumaku? Sing kepengin Boyong Kyai Lurah Badranaya ora ngemungake Lesmana Widagdo. Nanging uga Raden Arjuna. Mula kang saka iku Sekara Budak Tunjung Biru ora oleh bakal tak jaluk. Desmalaning rat leketeking jagat gelah-gelahing bumi panuksmaning jajalanan. Ora kaya kondange para Pandhawa jarene satriya utama. Jebul watake kaya mengkono seneng rebut kang dudu darbeke. Sekara Budak Tunjung Biru dudu darbekmu. Darbeke pukulun Sang Hyang Jagat Girinata sapa wae kang kuat kanggonan wenang andarbeni. Iya, yen pancen kaya mengkono rebutan sak bisamu Arjuna, iya kelakon tak ruda paripeksa kowe arep Lesmana. Dening aku. Gonjang ganjing langit kelap-kelap Katon lirik kinincang ing alis risang mawe kandreng nyadong dawuh Raden para Pandhawa jebul watake ora jumbuh karo kondange Raden Arjuna nedya ngrebut Sekara Pudak Tunjung Biru lajeng kados pundi kelakon panca bakah cangkok ing Sekara bisa direbut dening Arjuna nanging Sekare maksih ana astaul ing astaning sun kula lajeng kedhawuhan menapa Raden baliya marang Pancawati aturna kahanan iki ana ngarsane Koko Prabu Rama Wijaya aku nedya lumawat marang Karang Kedempel ngaturake Sekara Pudak Tunjung Biru sarta Boyong Kilairah Badranaya niki langkung sendika ngestakaken dawuh Raden. Yadalaruta saking godha sang kurukula eramutusya sang Sri niki ndara kula Raden Arjuna kalian Raden Lesmana Widagda iya Kiai Lurah Badranaya iya Kiai Semar samang mbeta Cangkok lan Sekar Wijaya Kusuma Raden Arjuna ngaturake cangkok ing Sekara Pudak Tunjung Biru. Sekara Pudak Tunjung Biru aku kang ngaturake. Mula kang saka iku ayo Ki Lurah Semar tak boyong marang Pancawati. Sekara tanpa cangkok ora kena winastanan Sekar. Ayo Ki Lurah Semar. Ayo Kakang Semar tak boyong marang negara Ngamarta. Mangke rumiyin. Kula rampungke gawean kula sik mengke gampang sing arep mboyong kula sinten. Sekar Pudak Tunjung Biru kalian cangkokipun menika kula gabungaken langkung rumiyin. Nyawijining Sekar kalian cangkok mangke menawi sampun rampung mangke nembe kula badhe matur Den. Ya ngono. Aku bener-bener rindu. Nyai Kanastren. Kowe menyang endi to Bune? Pirang-pirang sasi ora mulih. Kiai. Wah, bapak lagi anget. Sawetara aku ora mapan neng Karang Kedempel. Lagi miling-miling para satriya kang bakal kanggunan wahyu kamulyan. Loh, tegese kepiye Nyai Kanastren, ha? Nyawijining sekar pudak tunjung biru kalawan cangkoke tegese jedule Bathari Kanastren kang wis amandhang wahyu kamulyan. Satriya sapa kang bakal kanggunan mengko anut lan lakuning kodrat sarta lelakon. Manjing kancing gelung kuluwe dhisik Nyai. Bathari Kanastren wis kundur marang Karang Kedempel. Kakang Badranaya kundur marang negara Ngamarta. Yayi Lesmana kepiye? Nun inggih Koko Prabu. Koko Prabu kula ingkang lepat. Sasampunipun sekar pudak tunjung biru katuraken wonten ngarsanipun Kyai Lurah Semar. Timbul garwanipun Kyai Badranaya nenggih Bathari Kanastren. Sanalika Kyai Lurah Badranaya dipun geret, dipun gendong, dipun bekta Arjuna dhateng negari Ngamarta. Ayo diparani marang negara Ngamarta Yai. Punapa ta mirah ingsun prihatin waspagung mijil ing madeg negari Ngamarta. Badranaya wis timbul sarta nyawiji kelawan para kadang brata Pandhawa wektu dina iki mapan ana ing negara Ngamarta. Inggih Den. Kula niku namung ngentosi mulye bojo kula Bathari Kanastren. Samangke dipun saranani nyawijining sekar pudak tunjung biru kaliyan cangkokipun Kanastren sampun timbul sarta nggendhong wahyu kamulyan dene kodrating jagat keparenging Gusti ingkang Maha Kuwaos ingkang wenang nampi tumuruning wahyu kamulyan inggih menika paduka sinuwun Prabu Puntadewa ingkang mahanani dhateng para kadang brata Pandhawa sedaya para kawula sarta para satriya ingkang nindakaken kesaenan lan sinung budi pekerti luhur. Kaya mengkono Kakang Semar kula aturi mbikak wewenganing jiwa paduka. Wahyu kamulyan bakal nyawiji marang Prabu Puntadewa matur nuwun Kyai. Saranane wong yen luhung betah lopo kurang kuling nuwun sewu sinuwun sampun winastan kula tambuh mapan dereng nate wanuh paduka Narendra saking pundi sinten jejulukipun iya diwanuhake Prabu Puntadewa ingsun Narendra Pancawati jejuluk ulut jejuluk ingsun Prabu Rama Wijaya rawuh kumrene nedya Boyong Kyai Lurah Badranaya kang nyatane nalika semana sekar pudak tunjung biru bisa diaturake dening kadang mudaning sun Raden Lesmana Widagta nanging jebul watake para Pandhawa ora jumbuh karo kondange jarene satriya utama jebul gegedhoane kebak Candala ngrebut Kyai Lurah Badranaya yen pancen ora diparingake nyododo ndidodo adu tosing balung uleting kulit kalawan Narendra Pancawati Prabu Rama Wijaya malah dalah jebul iki kondange Rama Wijaya saka ing negara Pancawati. Aja ndadak kadangku para Pandhawa. Rama Wijaya, tandingmu aku. Narendra Ndarawati Prabu Kresna. Mangke rumiyin, mangke rumiyin. Ampun padha regejegan mengkih ndak mboten sae Den. Prabu Rama Wijaya niku piyae luhur sinung budi pekerti utama. Jejibane andum kabahagyan karo mbengkas angkara murka. Semanten ugi sinuwun Ndarawati kalian punden kula para Pandhawa ing ngatasé padha-padha satriya tama kok padha regejegan niku rak mboten apik. Nanging aku kepengin Boyong Kyai Lurah Badranaya. Kepareng kula matur nggih Den. Sinuwun Prabu Rama Wijaya. Wekdal niku lumampah. Jaman niku gilir gumanti. Paduka menangi jaman Ramayana nalika semanten mangrurah satru murka ingkang winadahan dening Prabu Rahwana ing negari Ngalengka diraja. Mulyakake para kawula para menungsa jaman nalika semanten. Gumanti ning jaman samangke jejiban paduka dipun lajengaken para Pandhawa ingkang dipun mong dening Prabu Kresna. Sampun rampung jejiban paduka nindakaken sedaya wajib Den. Gilir gumanti monggo kula aturi mbikak jiwa paduka. Inggih satriya-satriya menika ingkang badhe nglajengaken dharma paduka sinuhun Prabu Puntadewa. Kyai Lurah Badranaya tinarbuka jiwaku. Kirane ya wis puput darmaku ora suwe maneh ingsun nedya nindakake panitisan. Ya ing wektu dina iki Prabu Rama Wijaya wis bisa nitik mungguh wadah panitisan sak banjuri. Inggih syukur bagi menawi kados mekaten. Sinuwun ya wis karya slamet Kyai Lurah Badranaya teka wahyaning mangsa kala ingsun bakal nindakake panitisan Gusti ingkang tansah mayungi Den. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nggih. Ki ning apa iki Petruk? Bareng matur. Niku wonten jaba geger. Geger apa, Truk? Hiye pun digukut. Wedange pun telas. Ora usah mboten niku sanes niku. Para Kurawa barang ngamuk. Jarene arep Boyong kakekne Semar. Jarene arep jaluk wahyuni. Napa niku wahyu kamulyan? Dono diteng Kakang Wopo. Rampungno dia tak jangkai di. Kakang Duryudana Boyong Kyai Lurah Badranaya abdi ngamarta jaluk wahyu kamulyan ya tampanono. Kurang ajar Werkudara. Wokongku gedhe. Dinggo bal-balan. Bocah-bocah Kurawa. Tandang ana bokonge Sinta, kleru. Bocah-bocah Kurawa, tandange Werkudara. Dara jreteng Kakang Gopa kalis ing Sambikala. Sewisan merdika tetep merdika di Jaya Salaminya. Ya melu seneng mangayu bagya. Marep kakangku nampa wahyu kamulyan. Kyai Lurah Badranaya nyawiji marang para kadang Pandhawa. Inggih mula kang saka iku bunga-bunga lakon iki para Pandhawa munjuk syukur kebyakna Kakang Semar. Inggih, Den. Inggih, kula nderek bingah mangayu bagya pranyata pamboyonging Kyai Lurah Semar menika mujudaken tumuruning wahyu kamulyan dhateng para Pandhawa. Wahyu kamulyan nika mugi-mugi mahananana dhateng KPP Madya Surakarta, kantor pelayanan pajak Madya Surakarta. Anggenipun setahun kepengker Boyong saking Purworejo dhateng Jalan Veteran ing Tipes mriki. Mugi-mugi sukses ingkang sampun dipun raih sageta lumintu saklajengipun tansah sukses semakin sukses. Para wajib pajak ingkang dereng-derek PPS samangke enggal-enggal nderek PPS syukur bage 100% 1.800 wajib pajak KPP Madya Surakarta sedaya nderek PPS. Amin. Sukses kagem sedaya, pinaringan sehat, pinaringan panjang umur, ginanjar kabahagiaan, kamulyan lan kaberkahan, pinanggih malih sanes wekdal wonten lepat kula nyuwun pangapunten ndara.